What's up? It's Friday. Let's do this. Let's go. What's up, everybody? My name is Jan Damon. This is my Neogenian channel. I like to react to shit. Alright, how's that? Why is the color weird? Like, on my... Like, I look green. I look like I'm green or something. With, like, a red nose. Like, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening with my hair? What's happening with the color? What? What's happening with the chat? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh my god, what's happening? Stop it. Alright, we got the chat. I don't know what's going on with the color. I think I'm just gonna let it stay. I don't know what's going on. We'll just let it happen. Yes, please gently caress the like. Please test slap the like gently to see if it's into some kinky shit. In which case you can spank it. But you gotta do a little test. See if it likes it. Little slappy. Just a little pap. And if they like it, if they're like, ooh, then you can give it a smack. Gives me character with the light. I honestly don't know what's going on. What? Looking green gives me character? And like my nose is all red. Like, what's going on? What's going on with the color? I look like I'm ill. I don't know, maybe it's the lighting outside. Let's see if we can, like, fix this up a little bit. And... ah! Now I'm pink. Now I'm more pink. Now I'm blue. I guess blue's a little better. Saturation. Black and white. No. It's just not really... That's a little better. That's a little better. Does that work? It's like yellow. I don't know. I kind of liked it better when it was like bluish. I kind of like it when it's bluish. I kind of like that. Yeah, that works. Little purpley. I don't know, purple's my thing. I was actually thinking about changing my lights behind me, and I'm like, I don't know, like, what other color is, like, more appropriate than, like, purple. Anyways, today, I already had my lunch. I just went and had Jack in the Box. It was kind of unfulfilling. So, let's see, 3:30. That's a bit early for beer. I'm just gonna open it and sip on it then. And then I have sourdough beer pretzel rings. These are really, really fucking good. I'm not endorsing this, by the way. Hey, this is not a sponsorship. I just, like, I find these at the store. They're like 99 cents a pack. and they're just like these big like pretzel rings. Let's see. Yeah, like this. Like, they're really good. Have that in a minute. Yeah, so last week was a great Friday. I had to end things abruptly. I shit you not. That stupid Logan Paul energy drink wrecked my guts. Like, as soon as I signed off, I was so nauseated. Like, I just, like, barfed and harfed and heaved and hooved, like, my whole insides out from the time I signed off till about, like, 1 in the morning. When I finally, like, I think, barfed my last barf and I went to sleep. But it just, like, and it's so weird because, like, I don't normally drink caffeine. I mean, I have had phases where I drink lots of caffeine in the past, so I don't think about it when I start drinking it again. So I haven't, like, been drinking the caffeine. Hi, Philip. Yay, pretzels. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah. So that last Friday, I woke up, had a cup of coffee, and then I had that Logan Paul energy drink, and then I had like a beer, and then I got like halfway through the second beer, and that's when we were nearing the end, and I wanted to stay on and finish. I think we were watching something really funny. I wanted to stay on, but like it just hit me. Like it just, you know how like sometimes nausea like just hits you like out of nowhere. That happens to me, anyways. I have IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, so that energy drink totally triggered that. And sometimes like my guts just like decide, hey, we're gonna have a bad time right now, and so it just like I feel it like drop into my stomach, like my throat feels like dry, my mouth feels dry, and then it just whoop and all of a sudden I'm like nauseated. And I'm the type of person when I'm nauseated, I am not afraid of puking. I'm not afraid of barf. I will purposefully like help myself like get it out. Like I will stick my finger down my throat if I'm feeling nauseated and I'm like, let's just get this over with. Whatever's out is out. Like get it out. Get it out of my body. Anyways. Oh, this color makes my teeth look fucked. That's okay. They'll just look fucked. Lots of cool stuff today. We got some awesome shit going on with Trump. Getting indicted several fucking times. Let's see. We have a new UFO case that's like really interesting. So I want to watch that with you. And then I have some interesting like videos lined up. I want to catch up again what's going on with the Illuminati Triangle lady because it's just getting worse there. We're going to look at a YouTuber talk about the Target drama because Target like put up their Pride collection and then took it down in a hot minute after they were being threatened. And I want to watch this YouTuber talk about an anti-woke YouTuber. So more YouTuber on YouTuber drama. So we got a lot of stuff lined up. And I think we can I can't remember what we were watching last week when I like ended the stream. Anyways, good to see everybody. Who's all in here? Say hello. I hope you had a good week. Let me know how your week's been. I had a pretty good week. Well, nah, not really, because let me reel that back. I kind of didn't have a good week because I did have that irritable bowel syndrome episode like Friday, and then I had more of that kick in on Tuesday, and I stayed home from work because I just my fibromyalgia, like I have a combination of like chronic pain, like fibromyalgia and like IBS. They actually go hand in hand. They're like symptoms of a bigger issue, whatever that issue is. I don't know. But I have like chronic pain and IBS. So like Tuesday I had a flare up so bad. I was just like rolling around on the floor. And I just been feeling kind of crappy. So I feel better today. I am risking it with like drinking this beer here. So if my stomach starts to feel like, ugh, I'm probably gonna abandon it and then grab a root beer or just like sip on my water. So Parmesan crusted orange and ginger pretzel bites. That's too many flavors on a pretzel, Philip. It's entirely too many. Anyways, hello, Cassidy. Philip. Philip! It's too many flavors. I don't know about the orange. And Parmesan? I don't know. Anything with orange in it, just like really, I'm just like, like I don't even like oranges. I like orange juice. It took you by surprise. See, my pretzels are normal. they're just sourdough, sourdough. Where's Jan? Sourdough crafted beer pretzels. I want to try now. I want to try it. I want to sniff it and then try it. So, yo, we got like lots of cool stuff lined up today. Okay, so we got Tyler in the house. We got Cassidy in the house. We got Hope in the house. We got Philip in the house. We got Laura in the house. Laura in the house. Orange candy and chicken, yes, but orange candy, no. You know what? I hate those stupid chocolate oranges. And I don't like orange chicken. I think I just discovered my new, like, my other, like, thing I don't like besides mint is orange flavored anything. I mean, I like mints. I do like mints. Dark chocolate orange. No, I don't like the chocolate oranges. What I do love, though, during Christmas time is those Queen Anne's. You know what I'm talking about? They're like the chocolate that's like got the cherry filling in it. And it's got like the two different kinds of cherry filling. There's like a creamy one, there's like a more syrup, and then there's like an actual cherry in it. Like those dark chocolate ones are so fucking like they're so delicious. I love them. Oh my god. I want to find out what's going on with Trump, but it's like what? What is happening with Trump? Donald Grump. Donald Grump. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be? Speaking of orange. Oh, that was a perfect segue. Philip. Zing. Speaking of orange flavored things or orange looking things, let's move on to Trump, who's having a really bad day, and his birthday's going to be bad too. You know, I think technically at this point he can still run for president, but it's going to be situationally difficult, I think. Running for president. They just oh God, can't we just put a sheet over him like a bird so he just goes to sleep? Can't we just do that? Just put a fucking like just a sheet over him. Just shh. Go to shh. Just wait until Georgia indicts, followed by yes. Didn't somebody get arrested for involvement with the January 6th insurrection? Oh God. Hold on. It was the actor from Bob's Burgers that did Jimmy Pesto. Does anybody? Yeah. Did he also do BoJack Horse? I actually never saw BoJack. No, I swear it's the guy who played Jimmy Pesto off of Bob's Burgers. Like, no fucking joke. Who's the actor's name? Jimmy Pesto actor. Jay Johnson. Was he arrested? Or was he just charged? No, he was arrested. Yeah, for his role in... What is happening in this world?
Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange coming to you from Durban.
I don't know why her voice already automatically irritates the fuck out of me. It's really hard to irritate me with that, but like just the way that just came, maybe it's because my headphones are too loud or something. Maybe I should turn them down, but that was just, can I start that? Like, I don't know if you all feel the same. No beef towards her though. I just like...
Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange.
Hello, I'm Alison Grange. Sorry, lady. Get a new job. Okay, that was mean. A little spicy. I'm a little spicy. I think because I'm feeling fine, but I am just like, for some reason, just like a tad grumpy. I don't know why. Cynical. I'm feeling like kind of like a grumpy old man right now. All of you are golden, though. I would never take anything out on you, my beautiful, precious chatters.
Coming to you from Durban, South Africa. First up, let's get you the big stories from the world of entertainment.
Jay Johnston, an actor known for his roles in Bob's Burgers, Better Call Saul.
Okay, all of it. I am not doing this Scottish media. Great, an ad. Don't we love capitalism? Okay.
Facing criminal charges for his involvement in an actor and Chicago native is facing criminal charges for his involvement in the January 6th Capitol riot. Jay Johnston was arrested in Los Angeles yesterday on 4 federal charges. The FBI says flight records show he flew to D.C. during that time in question.
Damn.
Authorities identified him in several photos from the insurrection. Johnston is an alum of Second City. In industry trade magazines report he was fired from his job on the animated series Bob's Burgers in 2021 for his role in the insurrection. He was known for voicing the character Jimmy Pesto.
Jimmy Pesto. So yeah, I guess Jay Johnson from Bob's Burgers, who played Jimmy Pesto, is banned in like 2021. I guess I just never heard of it at that point. Charged with a felony obstruction of police officers during the riot at the Capitol. Who the like half the police were totally like allowing that shit. Anyways, the actor was identified by police body camera footage pushing against the officers and aiding other rioters at the Capitol, according to the FBI. Well, funny how you can't just get angry and storm the Capitol like that. Funny how it becomes a federal and military like fucking issue at that point. So amateur sleuths said they recognized him. So people just did some shit online. So there were some amateur sleuths. That's just a way of just people like on the internet like going, I see you. I see. Look at this guy in the picture. He's right there. And then the FBI are like, oh shit. They're right. The FBI is still seeking information on people who took part in the violence at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. If you know this individual... Yes, we know. We know them, officer. The news presented it as an attack. It actually wasn't, though it kind of turned into that. It was a mess. Got maced and tear gassed. Yeah. So that's what J.A. Johnson is saying. The news presented it as an attack. It actually wasn't. But though it kind of turned into that, okay. That is such a bass-ackwards fucking, like, way to say that. The news presented it as an attack. It actually wasn't, though it kind of turned into that. It was yes, it fucking did turn, it is an attack. Trump incited all of you people to go to the White House and attack the White House. Like, what the fuck did you think you were gonna do? All show up and make some tea? Like... Hey, Joanna, how's it going? My God. Imagine ruining your whole fucking career, like 18 years of prison for his conviction on seditious conspiracy charges? Oh, jeez. Well. Bye-bye. So anyways, we have Trump. We got that shit going on. Breaking news.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Dickerson in New York. CBS News has confirmed former President Donald Trump has been indicted by federal prosecutors over his handling of classified documents. It is a multi-count in...
Man, that guy's got so many fucking things going on the fucking plate about him. Like, it just fucking amazes me that people have taken this long to, like, gather all this and collect all this shit.
Indictment involving the retention of national defense information and obstruction. The case centers on repeated efforts by the National Archives to retrieve documents from the former president, a case that came to a head in August when the FBI searched his Florida estate and found more documents. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland joins me now.
In the bathroom.
Scott, what do we know? Do we have what details do we have on the charges? What could they be?
Well, there's multiple charges according to CBS News.
In the bathroom. Hiding shit in the bathroom. Like, I love that. Hiding it in your obscure bathroom. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's look between the mattresses. Look in the cookie jar in the cupboard. Like, Look between the couch cushions. There's documents all over.
I got to tell you, some of this may be
Hey,
a
Katrina.
floor, not a ceiling. According to the sources we have and the reporting we have, this would include unlawful retention of national defense information and potentially obstruction. But again, that may be the floor, not the ceiling, as this court date approaches Tuesday in the Southern District of Florida. That's a courthouse in Miami. That's the same district in which Mar-a-Lago exists, in the Southern District of Florida. The grand jury has been in Florida at the courthouse in recent days, with witnesses coming through in recent days. We didn't know about that Florida grand
Yes, Mark, hey, you got here just in time for the toilet tyranny.
jury until just the past few days, knowing there was full well a grand jury convening and hearing witnesses here in the District of Columbia. It's a multi-count indictment, but the question we're trying to answer as Tuesday approaches is, how many is multi? How many charges does the former president face?
That's right. Okay. Scott McFarland in Washington. Thank you, Scott. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson joins me now. Jessica, what would the charges? What charges could they be based on what was being investigated? I should, before I let you answer that, the special counsel has not commented, but CBS News has confirmed there are multiple counts. What are your thoughts about what the charges could be?
So I think we're looking at a violation of obstruction of justice. Obviously, there's a provision of the federal penal code that talks about that. And also, it sounds like, based on Scott's reporting, we're also looking at part of the Espionage Act that we've been talking about since that search warrant in the Mar-a-Lago case was unsealed. And they cited 3 different federal statutes. One of them was an obstruction of justice statute. One of them was part of the so-called Espionage Act, and the reporting, frankly, very neatly fits within both of those federal statutes. Now, you and I have discussed why this could amount to obstruction of justice, and it essentially, in a sentence, is because federal law enforcement officers asked the former president over and over again for these documents. He didn't turn them over, and there was an ongoing investigation. Where does the Espionage Act kick in? Because even if you originally lawfully have certain government documents, you can't retain those documents under certain circumstances and or disseminate those documents under certain circumstances. So one of the things, John, I'm really looking for is, do they focus on retention or dissemination when it comes to these charges? Sorry.
Yes, no, absolutely. That distinction within the Espionage Act, which
I guess I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around why he has these fucking documents to begin with. Like, why are you taking that shit to your house? Like, why are you fucking... Like, do you take your work home with you? Like, what's going on here? Like, I just don't understand the premise of just bringing boxes and boxes and boxes of fucking documents into your home and sticking it in your extra fucking guest bathroom that nobody uses. Yeah, exactly, Mark. You don't accidentally stockpile like 40 boxes of anything. That's my thing. Like, that's where I'm just like, why, like, what premise or what scenario is that like a normal thing to do in that sense? And like, maybe I'm naive. Maybe I just don't know. But like, it seems weird to me, like, why the fuck they were even over there to begin with. Like, he just fucking stuffs some documents up his keister, like, and just, like, sneaks them out. Like, what the hell is going on? 68 boxes from room to room in Mar-a-Lago. Moved them to avoid his lawyer's one briefcase. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, if you accidentally, like, take shit home in your briefcase, I don't know. And to move them, like, to hide them from the lawyer, just put them in the pool house bathroom. It's being remodeled. Nobody will go back there. What's he doing with all that shit? Like, why the fuck do you have to have all these classified documents and shit out? Like, obviously, you're having somebody else look at those. Very suspicious. Suspicious indeed.
Would go to his behavior. Is there any danger for someone in the position that the former president is in to go ahead of prosecutors, to announce this, to launch what the president has put out several comments on his social media platform about this? What's the danger in that?
So, I mean, certainly, I think any of his lawyers must just be beside themselves at this point. There is a client control issue, to say the least. There's really not much legally that could potentially help him by saying this is going to happen. I mean, all of this is political. All of this is so that he can frame the narrative. We can hear it from him first, and his supporters will continue to be told this is a witch hunt. This is all the political weaponization of the Department of Justice. I think getting out in front of this is all about politics.
Jessica, one more question I want to ask you, which is that according to Bob Costa's reporting, the Trump legal team is going to raise questions of prosecutorial.
So after Clinton email scandal, Trump strengthened punishments for mishandling of classified info, and now that might come back to bite him. Former staffers without special clearance are going on record and under oath that Trump at one time or another said something like, you really shouldn't be seeing this, but yeah. Yeah. Why is it just one place searched? Like, why are we not fucking searching everything? Like, fucking do, like, a cavity search. Somebody glove up and shove your hand up his ass. Find out what he's hiding up there. Check his car. Check his second homes. Check his vacation homes. Check everything. I'm telling you. Couch cushions. Fucking check in the curtains. Between the mattresses. Under the rug. The guest quarters. Check everything. The yachts. Where else has this fat fuck been stuffing the classified docs? Oh my God. How, I just still to this day, like, I'm like, how is this a reality? Like, how? I mean, I know how. That's rhetorical. It just, it still just baffles me. This is why I tend to check out a lot of the times. Like, I can't really remember the last time I read up on what Trump was doing. I think maybe when this first started piping up, the arraignment stuff, but then I've literally, like, checked out. Jeez Louise. I think I might rearrange my microphone. Like, I kind of want it to go, like, down and up. I don't know if I like it, like, hanging over me like a claw. Hello, Elise. The claw. Alright, hold on. There we go. The claw.
Abuse and
okay, back to Donald Trump.
And one of the things they're going to talk about is Evan Corcoran, who was a former lawyer for the president, who a judge ruled had to turn over materials from his representation with former President Trump because he applied what's called the crime fraud exemption of attorney-client privilege. Can you explain that, if it's possible, briefly, just to give us a sense of this relationship between this case and this lawyer who was working for Donald Trump?
So very briefly, I think viewers know there's something called the attorney-client privilege, and it protects many communications that people have with their attorneys because we want them to have free and open discussions. But there's an exception to that. One of the exceptions is you don't get to plan a crime or engage in a fraud with your attorney and then have that attorney and client say,
I can't believe we have to be explained that. You can't plan a crime with your attorney. I don't think you can't do that for any reason anywhere. For it's like, well, shit. There goes my fucking weekend plans. Plan a crime with my attorney.
Sorry, law enforcement, you don't get to obtain any of this information because it's protected by the attorney-client privilege. If you think about the policy behind the attorney-client privilege, it's completely undermined if we allowed people to use it to commit crimes or frauds. And that
No, yeah, because even with like patient doctor like protection, they have to report like shit like a crime. Like it's like I was shot. Well, how? Like, how did you shoot yourself in a way that's clearly not able to be, done? Like, somebody shot at me. I was in a gunfight. This is just a random example. Or it's like, if there's children coming in with like bruises and shit, and it looks like they've obviously been treated poorly by their parents, like they have to report that shit. Oh my God. Anyways.
that's how you get evidence from the former president's attorney. And I think that they will argue that it was incorrect behind the attorney-client privilege.
Let me back it up just a little bit. Sometimes I have to re-listen to things because I listened to it incorrectly.
You don't get to obtain any of this information because it's protected by the attorney-client privilege. If you think about the policy behind the attorney-client privilege, it's completely undermined if we allowed people to use it to commit crimes or frauds. And that's how you get evidence from the former president's attorney. And I think that they will argue that it was incorrect to say that the crime fraud exception applied.
But a judge doesn't do that willy-nilly. I mean, a judge has to be presented with enough to decide to engage that crime fraud exemption.
Exactly. And it is a high threshold. And let's remember that judges are former attorneys. And if there's one thing that attorneys really hold dear and think is quite serious, it is the attorney-client privilege. It's not something that you take lightly at all. And again, it is the rare case where the crime fraud exception exists, and is the rare case where a federal judge says that I think this is a situation where it has arisen, so much so that we can ask this attorney for information that we otherwise would not be able to obtain.
Okay.
Jessica, before I let you go, what else should we be thinking about here, either on this question of the Trump legal team, according to Bob Costa's reporting, is going to basically go after the way in which this investigation was done? Is there a test we should be looking for in terms of the validity of that argument, or anything else, while details are in the infant stages here, that you would be looking for as the details come in?
So obviously the specifics of the charges, whether or not the indictment lays out any factual specifics, or if the indictment is really just bare bones. In terms of the former president's allegations that essentially this is...
I want more deets. It's too I don't know a good word to describe this, but it's just it's like there's a lot going on. This is a really big deal, but at the same time, we don't have a lot of details on specifics, but it's we do, but we don't. I don't know how to describe the situation. It's I don't know.
As a political witch hunt, I would just say that is what he has argued with respect to every investigation that involves him. So what will we look to see if there's any there? If they file motions in court and if a judge grants those motions. But short of that, it's very different what you hear outside the courtroom versus what you hear inside the court.
That's probably...
Jessica Levinson, thank you so much for helping.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm kind of getting at. You don't really know what's going on in the courtroom.
Yes, get a handle of this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins me now on the phone. Ed, how does, being a former president, being a case based on the actions only a person in his position can do, change the case from what we're used to in criminal trials, where, I mean, this is all brand new territory here for a federal indictment of a former president.
It sure is, John, and it's notable that he announced this, as you've been pointing out. He announced this himself on a social media platform that he established, and then just minutes later, his campaign sent out a fundraising email telling his followers, telling those that have been donating sums of money to his election campaign that he was indicted, and asking them to donate again to keep that campaign going.
Oh, my
This
God.
is uncharted territory, of course, and something very different for American politics and even for the American legal system, because you've never had somebody quite like this.
Boy, howdy, we've been saving so much money by not buying Target Pride and the gay beer. We can now give it to our president.
Face this kind of indictment from federal prosecutors. And so we wait to see here in the coming hours how other candidates in the Republican contest react. I can tell you over at the White House, they have no official comment tonight. They've referred us to the Justice Department. The Justice Department, of course, has referred us to the Special Counsel's Office, which our colleagues say has no comment tonight. The president was asked about this. This is sort of about the, concern that there may be people now in the country anticipating this indictment, and what he would say to convince skeptics that they should trust the independence and fairness of the Justice Department that Trump continues to attack. The president, in a news conference alongside the British Prime Minister, said, quote, "I have never once, not one single time, suggested to the Justice Department what they should do or not do relative to bringing a charge or not bringing a charge," he said, as his temper kind of got the best of him. In other words, trying to say to people, unlike my predecessor, who dabbled and tried to interfere in Justice Department activities, he has not done so, both because of the criminal cases, the investigations surrounding the former president, but also the one surrounding his own son, which continues as well with a federal prosecutor out of Delaware. So in other words, saying, I have not meddled, I don't intend to meddle, and I can tell you based on our reporting at the White House that they do great work to try to wall off the White House from the Justice Department when it comes to these matters. Every other time there's been some other development in the Trump cases, when you ask the White House, did you get any heads up? They said, we learned about it the way you did on the news, or through you guys. We did not get any kind of formal heads up, and that's by design.
And they are trying to maintain a line which is...
Hey, Rennie. I've never called you Rennie ever. It sounds kind of cute. Renaissance fairy. Did the aliens give Trump back after they... Yeah, I guess so. They said, screw this guy. They should have just ejected him out into space at that point.
What really this case is all about. What are the lines of the law, and do they apply to all Americans equally, even to former presidents? Ed, you've been out in Iowa. You've been covering Republican presidential candidates. Former President Trump is the leader of the Republican Party. He is the far and away frontrunner in that race. Given what you're reporting and what you've seen, what's your sense of how this is received in the political world? Because obviously the president announcing this on social media first is taking advantage of his political support and rallying them for his legal case.
And he's doing that because he remembers that when he was indicted in Manhattan, his numbers went up. And I think his opponents remember that as well, that the support, if anything, is just solidified and may have grown depending on...
It's making him out to be a martyr, is what's happening. Interesting stuff. I mean, we'll see what happens. It's going to be pretty neck and neck here. I would hope that he doesn't get elected again, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Yeah, right. Honestly, we wouldn't be surprised. I think Pence is running. I don't think he's gonna do very well because, like, Republicans don't even like him. I think Trump does something for the Republican Party in some sense, but, I don't think the Republican Party is down with Pence, though. God, a lot of shitty runner-ups. Who else is running? Who all is running for president right now? Alright. We got people I don't fucking know. New York Times. I don't want to subscribe to your ass. We got Mike Pence, Doug Burgum, Chris Christie. That's a... Imagine having Imagine having a double first name. As your name. Ron DeSantis. Ugh. Tim Scott. Glenn Youngkin and Joe Biden. Or timeline. Oh, that was just the timeline. Okay, so we got Joe Biden. We got Kennedy. Great. Look at all these motherfucking people I don't even know anything a goddamn about. I don't think Pence is gonna, like, I really don't think he's gonna last long. Ron DeSantis might get somewhere. This is just shitty. Like, this is shitty. These are, like, really shitty options. Like, I almost don't even want to fucking vote. I mean, I will, but it's just like, Like, there's nobody here I would remotely give a shit. We'll keep an eye on it, though.
On how Republican voters were being surveyed. So we'll see here in the coming days how Iowa Republicans, New Hampshire Republicans, South Carolina Republicans, so we'll get the...
Ron DeSantis is one of the most disturbing candidates. Yeah, Elise, you know, honestly, if anything from that list, I mean, I guess I know who I don't want more than I don't really want anybody, but I know who I want least. That's Trump, Pence, DeSantis. Oh my god, I feel like an MTG, like drawing my cards out of my deck. I'm like, can I mulligan all these fucking all these cards, all these options suck. Full mulligan.
First crack at this, respond to this, and then how the party does overall nationally. And you've seen most of his opponents say, look, if he wasn't the guy who had been president and was running again, the Justice Department might not be doing this to him. In other words, saying he's being targeted because he's a Republican president and this is a Democratic administration. But I can tell you, John, if you continue to look at those numbers that suggest maybe 35, 40, 45% support for him, and it's not getting beyond that, the other candidates know, if you do the math, that there's a universe out there that he can be beat if you can clear the field and keep it to just fewer candidates. And we talk to voters who say, look, I appreciate what he did. If it's ultimately him versus President Biden, I'll do it if I have to. But there is other there are other options out there. I'd like to hear from them because this other guy, as one voter put it to me, has just a lot of stuff. Trump, his baggage, in other words. And if there's somebody else who can do this and not come with all the legal and personal baggage of the former president, then at least that voter and many others we have heard from and we suspect are out there, and the campaigns believe are out there, may ultimately opt to go with somebody else. But it's just too soon to say here, knowing that there will be various ways that this news is consumed and absorbed by people across the country tonight. And then we'll see how his opponents react. Some of them are set to be on television tonight or tomorrow, or will be campaigning tomorrow, making appearances across the country. And we'll see how, if at all, they discuss this and either express support for him or suggest that the legal process should continue to play out. This is uncharted territory like we've never seen before, both within the Republican Party and then, of course, for Democrats sitting there waiting to see what that party ultimately decides to do ahead of next year's election.
And just to remind those who are perhaps just tuning in, a multiple count indictment CBS News has confirmed of retention of national defense documents and also obstruction of justice. Ed, it occurs to me the president will appear in Miami at a federal courthouse on Tuesday at 3 p.m., according to the former president, but we've confirmed that it'll be Tuesday. This is going to draw out unless the president reaches a deal, which Bob Costa suggests there's not any small, even sliver of a chance that he will, that the former president will fight this with everything that he can, but 14th, that this will roll out.
I think the 14th is technically President Trump's birthday. Dang, he's going.
Through the primaries, during all the debates, perhaps into the general election.
Well, we know already that at least the Manhattan case is scheduled to roll out through the general election, and at least or towards the end of the primary season next March, when he is slated to appear in a Manhattan courtroom to face those charges related to business practices primarily there in New York. Who knows what the schedule will be like in terms of the federal case, and we still, of course, are awaiting word of a potential indictment in Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, he can still try to fucking run, but that's going to be situationally difficult considering you got to, like, keep up your, like, campaign schedule, and then on top of it, like, the schedule with, like, all this law bullshit that's, like, legal bullshit that's going on. I mean, he's going to have a really fucking busy schedule. Like that, I don't know. I mean, he's old as fuck. I don't know how he just doesn't croak over from, like, fucking stress. Or maybe he doesn't experience stress. Maybe he doesn't experience any feelings. Completely void of emotion.
With the election interference charges that are believed to be the focus of the investigation there. So, yes, we very well may see the frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination sitting in courtrooms in Atlanta or New York or Washington or Miami or shuttling between all of them while still somehow maintaining a campaign for president. And that is where I wonder at what point does the party tolerate that? Do voters tolerate that? If there are other opponents out there.
Listening to Sam Cedar, Elise says, caller called in from Florida reporting DeSantis started preparing his own kind of personal militia 2 years ago. Yeah, that's not going to go well. Reminds me of the Mormons. You know, the Mormons always cry about, like, how they were, like, religiously, like, persecuted, and that's why they had to, like, move to Utah. Not true. The Mormons were organizing their own militia, and they were actually planning to take over the government, and so that's where the federal government was like, ha ha ha, leave. You're gonna get the fuck out. Go somewhere else. So, really interesting. When you start organizing your own army or your own, like, militia, like, it's just not gonna end well for yous. It just is not.
Who aren't in courtrooms but are instead in the VFW halls and the church basements and the living rooms of voters in those early primary states, eager to hear what they have to say.
Ed, I wonder if you have any thoughts about whether the nature of these charges, as we understand them, change what has been a pretty familiar pattern in the age of Donald Trump, which is to say There are
Donald
accusations,
Trump.
sometimes made in the press, sometimes made by officials, and there's a rallying around the president. What's different in this case is that these are documents that are so sensitive in the handling of them, perhaps during this trial, they might have to go into special accommodations because some of this information, as we understand from our reporting, is as sensitive as it gets, which leads us to national security, which leads us to sensitivities. And I wonder, this is where the question comes, whether you think as a political matter, the fact that these are national security documents, these are secrets, perhaps the most valuable of the United States, that might change the political reaction, particularly from members of Congress who are stewards of those same secrets, the leaders of Congress who get to see these secrets in the president's own party, whether that will perhaps change the tradition.
Oh my God. It's so comical. Like, it just looks comical. There are these old ass banker boxes, and it's even like in red, top secret. I feel like I'm looking at a freaking cartoon. It is cartoonish. It is cartoonish how this man has just a bunch of these, like, top secret files in his fucking, like, spare bathroom. All over the floor. Ew! What if he's, like, what if he's taking a shit and he's, like, sitting there on the shitter? Reading his fucking, like, secret documents, trying to figure out what to do with them. And what is his plans, anyways? Like, what is he supposed to... Just wants to look, maybe? Just wants to see? Just wants to read everything? Wants dirt on other people? Like, I don't understand the motive. Somebody help me. Somebody make it make sense. Make it make sense. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm distracted, like, by my sticky hands. I think the pretzels are making them sticky.
National political rallying behind the former president.
Perhaps, but let's remember we're still awaiting resolution of the Justice Department investigation into the sitting president's handling of this kind of information at his home and at his former office when he was a former vice president. So that, you know, because remember, in the wake of the two investigations beginning earlier this year, you had members of both parties up on Capitol Hill saying,
oh, even Biden had his hand in the cookie jar. Like, what is going on? What are these people looking for? Rich elite plotting? That's not hard to figure out. Do we need a bunch of documents for that? Access to PSYOPs? Probably owed favors to some folks and or thought he could make money from sharing the docs. Yeah, I mean, the man's in a lot of debt. There's a reason he's asking all his fans to, like, send money to him. Owes people favors. Probably is easily, influenced because I feel like other political leaders or like people from other countries, leaders from other countries, I see it being really easy to manipulate them because you just like tell him how wonderful and amazing he is and then like please ask for some shit. I don't know. Plotting with other countries. It's obviously got to be money motivated. Great work, team.
well, this just clearly shows us that there's a systemic institutional issue with classification of documents. And so unless they can prove in court or start to allege that something he was in possession of caused other things to happen in the national security realm, there may very well be Republicans who say, okay, yeah, but the other guy was doing it too. and so did former Vice President Mike Pence, who was just cleared by the Justice Department last week. So it may be less a partisan or concern about Trump issue. It may just revive the belief that Democrats and Republicans had on both sides that there are systemic concerns with how anyone gets to handle this information. And I think absent details of the result of him having that information and what risks there might have been, that would continue to be.
What in the spam? Why are we getting spammed right now? Okay. Go away. Jesus Christ. Why is the person already still here? That's weird. I feel like this is another one of those things where, like, the person... like, it's... I don't know what the hell. Great. Mark, will you see if you can try and, like, delete this person? Or Philip? We had this issue once on a different live stream. Well, I'm gonna wash my hands while Mr. Burgles does his thing. I guess I'll just keep timing him out, if at worst. Great. Alright, I'm working on it. I don't know how, like, YouTube's been, like, fucking up lately. Yeah, right. I believe I have a trick up my sleeve. All right, well, how about is it really multiple accounts? How does somebody make like 10 accounts though? That doesn't make any sense. Like, this is fascinating. Like, how does somebody actually do this? And why me? Do 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 do. Pew pew. It's like whack-a-mole. Different email address. Who has that time? Like, it's so fucking hysterical. Like, who the fuck has time for that? Oh my god. Tell me what energy drink you take. Wait, no more weird energy drinks. That kind of like, that definitely was bam, Mr. Burgles. Dude, like, it's pretty impressive. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's either, well, if they're a team, they've got nothing better to do. That's even sadder. I wonder if they clam down. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it is. Thanks. Trust me, if we make it, we can make through this just fine. Yes, you did. Start playing whack-a-mole. I don't know. Sorry. I was actually just reading. I was just trying to see if it was like a common like thing that happens. Anyways.
The argument that both sides would make. We'll see.
We'll see. And is it your understanding? You mentioned that the White House, they're not going to be commenting on this at all. The president affirmed that in his comments at a press conference on Thursday. What's your sense of the rest of the Democratic Party and the pressures that some of them might feel or opportunities they might see to engage in the political side of this process, which is partially what the former president would like, given his past practice of baiting his opponents?
Yeah, and I think that'll be a real test. Is how does the Democratic Party, at least writ large, respond to this? Look, they've been making the argument he's dangerous to democracy, he's dangerous to the rule of law. That Republicans continue to support him and other people who denied reality about the 2020 elections. If they so choose, they'll continue to lose elections. So yes, watching the fringes of the party or those that are more outspoken react to this in the coming days, and how that could blow back on Democrats certainly remains to be seen. I would think that there are some more senior leaders or those involved in the campaign who would urge restraint and silence, in essence, and allow this to play out and allow Republicans to be left to have to respond to this on the campaign trail and on Capitol Hill and in other ways as this plays out next week. The president is set to go tomorrow, the current president, to North Carolina with his wife for two different events. North Carolina is a state that the White House believes the president can win for Democrats again, the first time since 2008. And he'll be focused on some economic and military issues in a state where both of those topics are top of mind, believing that having only lost by a few points in 2020, it's gettable for them next year. And,
Hope you got all day, motherfuckers. And for my regular chatters, we got a 5-minute slow mode on, so just just deal with it for now. They'll go away. They always go away. Shoo flies.
Conceivably, with that state's mix of centrists and independents, if this keeps up and if the Republican Party doesn't react the way voters in that state want, that's where I think Democrats think they might have a chance. And that will be the goal throughout the rest of this year. Keep the president being president, meeting with world leaders, greeting the troops, talking about the economy and all the things he had done over the last few years to potentially set the economy in a great shape going forward. And stay out of this stuff the legal problems facing his predecessor as long as possible, in hopes that voters see him as a serious, a serious option and worthy of reelection.
And that North Carolina event will be one to watch with the former president, the former vice president, and I think also the current sitting governor, Ron DeSantis of Florida. Ed O'Keefe, thank you. We're going to go to Scott MacFarlane, who has some for us in Washington, who has CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane, who has some new information. Scott, what can you tell us?
CBS News confirms it will be an arraignment proceeding Tuesday afternoon in the Southern District of Florida. When you go for arraignment in the federal court system, they read you the charges. They give you a chance to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And typically, John, they set bond conditions for a defendant, a criminal defendant, at an arraignment. It would be fascinating and potentially provocative to find out what bond conditions are ordered and agreed upon for a former president of the United States. In the Southern District of Florida,
Hey, Morg, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat.
they refer to the assignment of cases to blind random selection, which is true for other federal courts in America as well. They will truly pick a name out of a computer-generated system to assign the district court.
Is this barrage? Probably because I'm talking about Trump. Probably. Which is, I don't know, dumb. Y'all are like double hiding people.
Judge for this case. Now, he may appear before a magistrate judge, a lower-level judge who handles just initial proceedings Tuesday, but ultimately this case moves to a federal court judge, a district court judge, some of whom in Florida, some of whom in Miami, have been appointed by then-President Trump, which opens up a whole nother kettle of fish. We had one House Judiciary Committee member today, Glenn Ivey, Democrat from Maryland.
Hey, Elise, I just threw you on as a moderator. Sorry, I probably should have asked, but, you know, if you don't mind, you don't have to do anything, like, really, just if you feel like pitching in or stuff. The more mods, the better.
Former federal prosecutor who told CBS News, if this case is assigned to a Trump-appointed judge, that judge should seriously consider recusal based on the unprecedented and unique political dynamic at play there. But the arraignment is Tuesday afternoon at the federal courthouse in Miami. Now, we have seen Donald Trump arraigned quite recently in Manhattan, in that local prosecution from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin.
And it's going to happen again and again and again. Trump. Look at this shit. Look! He's actually sitting on the shitter looking at boxes of fucking, ew, they better sanitize those now. The man needed, that'd be the best fucking excuse. Like, I just need all these documents because, you know, I just need some reading material on the John. Newspaper isn't doing it for me. I mean, I guess I'd sit there and do that. Needs a cold toilet. And those are the box. Yeah. There's more in the shower. Hey, next, Mr. Burgles, like, are you, like, Trump supporters? Is that what's going on? Just checking. I'm just curious. Alright, dropping it. Oh, Trump arraignment. Goody two shoes. This is gonna be fun. Hopefully this sort of makes it so his schedule is locked up and, he can't really do well in his campaign. I don't like any of the options. Actually, I said that right as, let's see. I think that next one just said that. I don't like the options we have. Yeah, me either. Anyways. Next. We are going to, actually, we might go into this because this is actually pretty good. I haven't seen it yet. I've just seen snippets of it. Let's see. But we do have this amazing thing. I guess there's like a recent UFO sighting, and in this, not only was there like some estranged 911 call, but there's actually police footage of it too. So that's what makes it interesting to me. Let's see. Sorry, I was distracted. I need to grab another drink and then I need to use the bathroom. But then we're going to look into this UFO business. Everybody put on your investigative hat. Your investigative hats. All right. 1 second. What happened to my... Here we go. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. The Dems are 20% less awful. I mean, I think they're awful just like in their own special way. I mean, all of them are awful, frankly. But, the thing I hate with Democrats the most is that they're incredibly self righteous. They're always like virtue signaling, like, we're doing all this great stuff for things. And then they just only do it on surface level. And then they just cater to their corporate masters and overlords. Like, because if any of their policies go too hard against the overlords, then they're going to send in that one Democrat who fucks everything up. You know what I mean? U.S. politics are just a train wreck in general. Exactly. That's why I like sticking to the principle of just teleocracy. Teleocracy is my go-to political stance. It's it's a system where all of humanity is able to reach their full potential and thrive, not just basically survive. Both parties are full of neoliberals who safeguard market advantages over human needs. We know, yep. We ain't no liberals here. We ain't no libtards. Okay, my friends, should we move on to a UFO? We need a little palate cleanser from Trump. That was a little too much orange flavor in my mouth. What is my hair doing? I don't even know anymore. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is doing. I just don't know what the hair is doing, man. I'll probably take the 5-minute thing off if we're in the clear soon, which we will be.
It is the police call everybody will be talking about.
Aw, thanks for popping in, Cassie. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. A family says something crashed into their backyard, prompting them to call 911, saying they saw creatures walking around.
Our 8 News Now investigators digging into this for weeks now, and tonight our David Sharns with the video you will only see on 8 News Now. David?
Right, Denise, sources telling the 8 News Now investigators that several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property. Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
Listen.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us. And it's
an 8-foot person. So they're seeing two creatures. They're like 8 to 10 feet tall. They got giant eyes and big mouths.
there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
You know, props to the 911 agent. Like the way she responds to this is like, I mean, I couldn't even, even as a 911 operator, you're already getting calls for like lots of fucked up shit. Okay. You'll be back. I'm like Mr. More like Mr. Bunghole. Mr. Bunghole. Anyways.
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
That's weird. He doesn't though. I'm sorry. There's something in his voice, though. It's a little too cool, if you know what I mean. It's a little too chill for seeing that. I would definitely have like a quiver in my voice. I don't know. Maybe he's so shocked. Like you sometimes that happens. I mean, I've been through, I guess, some experiences like that when I've been like so shocked or like so emotionally overwhelmed that like all my emotions shut down. But that's just, I don't know. We got to go back and listen to this again. I'm just like so baffled. Like it's just his like tone of voice. I don't know. There's just something off with it.
Person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us. And it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Subjects. 2 people, I mean subjects.
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and And they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Okay.
Well, the 8 News Now investigators obtaining video as officers then responded to the.
So, yeah, okay, so this doesn't end here. Here's the next piece of information, which is police footage of UFOs in the sky. And by UFO, I mean very plainly, like, unidentified flying object.
The call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro Police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's.
So the officer saw this weird blue thing fall from the sky, and exactly a few minutes later, this person makes this 911 call saying, I'm seeing creatures in my backyard. Like, this is like blowing my fucking mind. Hi, Suzanne. Oh my god, there's like more moderators than regular chatters in the house right now. Everybody is got their loins girdled. That's why you don't fuck with us, you know? Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. I got backup off the wazoo. I have my own little militia. Remember earlier I was talking about like never like form a militia or whatever. We're not in like a real militia. Obviously, we're not gathering together into like stockpiling weapons, but as moderators, hell yeah, the moderator militia is in the fucking house. Luckily shit's calmed down. I should be able to maybe like your flaming sword is a spatula. And the troll ass is a French toast. I think we might be okay now. I can take off the limit. There we go. I'll put it back up if it happens again. Lee, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that super chat. I really appreciate that. It's so good to see you. I gotta back this up because this is just like so crazy. Okay. So, everybody. First, okay, and this is something that happened like just a couple of weeks ago. I think like just a little over a week ago. So this is, yeah, we were attacked. It was funny. It was actually really funny. Like, I just don't even, it was like kind of confusing. Like, what just happened? We were playing whack-a-mole. It was like, we interrupt this stream to play a quick game of whack-a-mole. By somebody named Mr. Bunghole. Anyways. Whack-a-bunghole. So they were posting like really rapidly, so I finally put the whole chat on a 5-minute slow mode, so you could only post a comment like every like 5 minutes, and they finally gave up. So, I'll get you, my pretties, and your little troll dog too. That was fun. That's a good sign. See? That is a good sign of growth right there. When we're interesting enough to put that much effort into that, we are the fucking shit, yo. We are hot shit, all of us. People can't resist us. They just can't. They can't leave us alone. We're too fabulous. Using boundaries as superpowers? Fuck yeah. Okay, so, no shit. This happened like, this thing that we're watching now, this happened like just a little over a week ago in Nevada. And what happened is there's a 911 call of somebody like, first, there's police body cam footage of an officer seeing some weird blue streak fall down from the sky. And there was witnesses. And then a few minutes later, there's a 911 call of somebody in that neighborhood saying there's 2 weird alien creatures in my backyard. So, I mean, I'm just like, my voice is like, this is exciting. I have no idea what's going on. If it's fake, how? I mean, 2 separate accounts of like people talking about shit. That's what makes it interesting. It's not just regular UFO sightings where you just get the video, and it's not the 911 call by itself. I think either one of these by themselves would be like super strange, or not super, well, strange, but like, it's like, okay, you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, add it to the list, put it on the mantle with the others. But the fact that this is like 2 things together, this is like really fucking interesting. So that's why I think it's exciting.
Scared the people living on this property. Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes and.
He doesn't describe that they're skinny though. Like, it just says they're tall. Like, are they tall and huge, or are they like tall and skinny? Like, are they gray? Like, what's going on?
They're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Okay.
Well, the 8 News Now investigators obtaining video as officers then responded to the call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro Police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, and these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's...
The officer is totally freaked the fuck out. Thank you, Elise. Oh, and Cassidy got that. How wonderful. Let me put it on the board. I swear I put like Elise's name on my board every week, and it's to the point where like I think I'm just gonna keep it permanently at the top. Thank you so much for your support, Elise. It's so wonderful you do that. I love the buying memberships for other people. I think it's a great way to pay it forward. Okay. Listen to what this cop says. He's so freaked out.
More than an hour after that bright light, officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a
was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard, or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear, they're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too.
This is gonna sound like a stupid question. Did you see something falling out the sky just now? Oh my god. What a crazy, what a crazy series of events.
The reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
I like the officer. If you see that shit again, don't call me. Like he's all freaked the fuck out. I would be too. I would be a little concerned. So that's a really interesting thing going on here. What can we say happened? We don't know. We weren't there. We didn't witness anything. But it sure is interesting that you have both, the cop seeing something. It's like on the body cam footage. And then you have the 911 call in the same area. Oh. Thank you, Susan. Oh, okay. So Philip did some investigating and found out that the Mr. Burgles thing is actually like some troll guy who does this, and he films people's reactions. Because a lot of the accounts are like 3 years old, more or less. So cool. Well, I hope that's really nasty. Because some of those names on the accounts, were, bad. Like, one of them was, the N slur, so, that's not good. I was gonna say, hopefully, our take is good, but hopefully I was boring enough. So, anyways, phew. We just got a little bit of a pranky poo.
So yeah, this is quite weird, Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very...
Mark, so there's going to be clips of our chat with some loon self-important monologue rolling on top of it. Awesome. Oh my God. Lee, a little bit. This is national. Yeah, right?
Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and on.
Yeah, the troll. So it was like a flood of a person named Mr. Burgles or Bunghole or something. But there was that had to have been 30 accounts, I think. This is actually kind of interesting. I think it was 30 accounts. So if you blocked one, then it looked like it didn't block, and it was just somebody saying I can't even remember what he was repeating. That's how uneventful it was. But yeah, it was kind of like a bot swarm. I hope he had fun. Burgles always win. Oh, okay. Well, no, Burgles doesn't always win. Burgles took a fat L in my chat. I don't think we provided enough interesting commentary. I think he's looking for people who like cry and get frustrated. I am not that streamer, honey. Honey, I am not that streamer. There ain't gonna be crying and screaming on from me, okay? Yeah, he lost today. That's so funny. I didn't even remember it. That's what it was. All I kept seeing was the watermelon emoji. I was just like, why the watermelon? But now I want some watermelon, so I don't know. Yeah, I tried to do a quick search of it. That's why I was like silent for a while. I was like searching it on Google and I couldn't like quite figure it out. There wasn't anything like popping up, so oh well, it's over.
Honestly, quite scared as you heard them in the call. No, they don't seem impaired in any way. And whatever crashed by the time the police got there was gone. But sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard. Exactly what? We do not know.
I mean, it's so interesting. So, like, the Metro officer sees something, the neighbor sees something. I mean, so what could it be?
Well, we know that there are obviously a lot of military bases around this area. George Knapp covers a lot of that stuff for us on the 80s Now Investigators. We're showing you drone video from above that area. And we know, of course, Creech not far away, Nellis Air Force Base not far. I checked in with them. They say they are not involved at all, and we are waiting to hear from the Pentagon as well.
And you talked to these people. It seemed completely legitimate to you. And do you have any personal thoughts on maybe what it was?
Right. So it seems from talking to our sources that something happened. There was obviously some flash in the sky. A lot of people saw it that night on the night of April 30th, early in the morning on May 1st. Did that exact thing land in their yard? I don't know. But these people said they saw some SUV circling the area. Could this have been some piece of equipment that malfunctioned? Maybe they saw something and then someone came. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Right.
Someone came and retrieved it from the backyard in the SUV. We don't know. This all comes as a former high-level intelligence officer, a veteran, was on News Nation talking about how there is a program where the government collects some unidentified objects. So this might be that.
Oh, bye, Cassidy. Sorry, I totally missed that.
We just don't know. We're going to work to find out, though.
And
Brian
no
Dees.
substances. They were looking with clear
substances.
eyes. Goodness.
Very.
They weren't high, were they? So I don't know what that is. I think it's really interesting. It's certainly fun. I like that cop was like really like freaked out about it. Really interesting stuff. Yeah. So, that is that. That's pretty much all the information on that. That was pretty short. Short but punchy. So I don't know if you all have been keeping up with Illuminati Triangle Head Lady, but she's gotten herself into some hot fucking water. And I have covered that, and it's gotten worse. Like, in the beginning, I'm like, I'm still on the fence. Like, if she, rectifies herself and repents, so to speak, I'll keep watching her. She did not do that. She's actually doubled down. The people coming out speaking against her have very concrete evidence of her just not being a good person. And I don't mean generally, I mean like in her life. It's like whatever, her life's her life. She's been extremely rude to people and harmful and hurtful. And there's like a lot of evidence. It's not just like one tiny little thing here or there. It's not like a little scuff, between coworkers, which happens. You know, I mean, it's like people aren't perfect. You're never going to find a perfect person, all right? We're all assholes sometimes. But when you have a constant pattern where you're not getting better, and in fact you're getting worse, it's time to think about like getting rid of that person out of your life. So we're gonna listen to Marky just update about this, because I like to watch YouTubers like summarize it all.
God, I really am just asking for my own cease and desist at this point, aren't I? Yep, today we are talking about someone I have definitely never spoken about before, and this definitely isn't like my 8th video talking about this person, and it's definitely going to be a very fresh topic. Okay, you know what? As much as that was sarcasm...
Yeah, okay, so her real name is Blair, and she used to work with other people on a different channel back in the day. And those people quit working with her because it just went really bad. And it was really deep. It was almost like there was a lot of interpersonal like turmoil with her and that like 3 or 4 other people. One guy, she posted publicly like his suicide note he wrote back in the day, which was that was a really bad, ugly move. She bought a car for this guy and then repossessed it when he was like oh god, there's just frankly so much fucking shit. Like, in fact, why don't we just backtrack a little bit? Like, she's not good. In fact, is there like a playlist on it? Okay, no.
So recently on the Marky channel, we've been looking at some of the worst people on the internet, you know, some really disgusting situations. So today, I thought we could take a little break from that, you know, we're not going to be talking about any criminals or like the YouTube pranksters who are pranking the homeless. We're actually just going to be looking at one of the most petty situations instead. And here's the YouTuber in question. They're called Illuminati.
It's not petty
Don't really know how to
anymore.
pronounce it.
This was released a month ago. It's not petty anymore. It's gotten much worse.
It's spelt naughty, but then I've heard people say Illuminati, but I don't know if that's just because they pronounce it like differently in like an American accent. So realistically, I have no clue. I'm just going to say Illuminati because I think that's what most people have been saying, and also Illuminati sounds like it could be some like weird porn website, so Illuminati. I think we're just going to go for Illuminati. And as you can see, they have 1.6 million subscribers, and they make like documentary style videos. I haven't really seen any of them before. Clearly, they're very passionate about their videos, and we'll see why with this situation. So this situation started about 10 days ago when Illuminati made this tweet. Not legal eagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style, and when they didn't give up on the info, they literally copied it.
So this whole shit started when Blair publicly tweeted to another YouTube channel called Legal Eagle. A Legal Eagle is a YouTube channel where it's a lawyer that talks about legal issues and stuff like that. That's happening in mainstream media. So Blair came out and accused them of copying her video editing style. And it was just some random style of like a page at the top that was like ripped. And it was such like a general thing. Like you really couldn't like accuse anybody of plagiarizing that. So, but the thing is she didn't message them privately and raise her concerns there. She immediately was running out of the gate and she just tweeted like, you are copying my shit, what the fuck are you doing? And Legal Eagle is like, what the hell? Legal Eagle actually did ask her about her editing style, but again, the editing style is not anything that you can like really capitalize on or copyright because there's tons of other people doing it.
it. And by the way, I have the messages from the editors and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. And here we have a screenshot of the email that was sent by an editor for the YouTube channel Legal Eagle, and it says, "Hi Blair, I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there was some After Effects plugin you guys use for things like the intro to the first NFL video, where the lighter colors appear to stick out in 3D. We could recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method you guys were using. Here's the video I'm talking about just so you know what I mean," and he sent a link. A very innocent email, right? It's just someone who works as an editor for another YouTube channel, they've watched Blair's video, seen a specific edit they liked, and they're now asking how to do it. But Blair didn't see it as an innocent email. Instead, she actually took it as if Legal Eagle were just copying her videos. And she went on to show some examples of this, right? With example A here, where apparently they've copied this paper tear effect, which is one of the most, like, basic effects that I've seen so many YouTubers use.
Yeah.
And even worse than that, they also copied this highlighter effect, which yet again, every YouTuber has used. Yeah, it seems like Blair thinks she's like invented these editing styles, which like I said, are just very basic editing styles, and if someone has used them, it's not copying, in the single slightest. Now, Legal Eagle actually responded to this and said, "Hey Illuminati, I think this is a big misunderstanding. Perhaps great minds think alike. No one on my team is trying to copy you. Without an exhaustive review of your channel, I believe we used those two styles before your channel did. We've used them for 3 to 4 years. Danny is a great and thorough editor. When he reached out via email, he was just hoping to find out what plugin your team used on a particular video, a very common practice among editors. He was not looking to copy anyone's style." And it's mental that Legal Eagle even had to explain this because, like I said, such a normal email. It was an editor asking for tips on editing, eh? God, what a criminal. But this is where things start to get interesting, because Illuminati started getting a bit of backlash for these tweets because she was just overreacting and trying to call someone out for something that didn't need to be called out. And when this backlash started happening, a bunch more information about Illuminati came out. So the first thing I saw, which I found very funny, was this tweet from H Bomber Guy, and he shows an example of Illuminati actually copying someone else, except it wasn't just an editing style, it was a word for word in her video.
Professor Hugh Fudenberg.
Professor Fudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Yeah, literally word for word there.
In 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and
This isn't the only one of her videos. I was really disappointed to find this out, that there's a couple other videos that I've seen similar topics on, and I'm like, this is like the same thing, but her video came out later, so, which is sad because like I thought her content was original, so I'm like, I like the way she put things together, but it just turns out it's mostly just like a sham.
Prescribing of controlled drugs.
Then in
that was a lot. Surely
he
it's not
was
word for word.
suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Literally word for word, and this is the person who's calling someone out for copying her editing style. Doesn't really make sense, does it? But then after this, another YouTuber actually started calling out Illuminati, and it was someone who has actually had a lot of experience with Illuminati. I believe they even had like a channel together at one point. It's a YouTuber called The Click, and he went on a 16-part thread just talking about his experience with Illuminati. Hey peeps, I have seen the recent drama regarding Illuminati and would like to clarify I'm not affiliated with her and haven't been for over 2 years. I left her and her collaboration group, Sad Milk, due to similar behaviour as seen in recent events. Lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour, I think hard to know, screaming.
So pretty much after this public instance, this shit that went down, her previous employees or people that worked with her came out and they said she's like this all the time. This isn't just like a singular instance. The most aptly named collab ever. Seriously, Sad Milk, yes.
At me for an array of random things. Calling.
Oh yeah, total lack of integration. You know, I think Blair, this Illuminati Blair, I think she's so used to being in the position that where she calls out other bad and like immoral and unethical things that it's almost like she can't do that for herself. Like she's extremely self-righteous.
me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. She would turn friends against you or specifically team up with people she knew didn't like you, so she had allies against you. Rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. And then he goes on to explain that there's video clips of him like 11 to 14 years ago where he's saying some offensive things, and they started resurfacing all of a sudden, and he started alluding to the fact that this was probably Illuminati that helped resurface these videos, and goes on to say that Illuminati kept telling her to like address things even though they had, but she was saying it was a bad apology and some other stuff like that. And then he also goes on to explain that Blair tried to gain access to his Discord apparently, which sounds a bit mental at first, but this isn't the first time she's done something like this. Because there's a YouTuber called Tommy C who has done quite a few collaborations with Blair like a couple of years ago, and Blair actually had access to his channel. Now this is actually a normal thing for YouTubers. You can allow people to have access to your channel, and now it's a lot better than it used to be. Like now you can set people as like an editor, so they can only change certain things. They can't like delete your channel out of nowhere or anything like that. You can also allow people just to view your YouTube studio. They can't actually change anything. But back when this situation happened, if someone gained access to your channel, they could pretty much do anything. And Blair took full advantage of this because she found a clip in Tommy C's video where someone makes a fat joke to somebody else. It's not Tommy C who says it. It's not Blair who's like the butt of the joke. It was just a random joke that someone made calling someone fat. And because of this clip, Blair actually messaged Tommy C to say, look, I've seen this clip. I no longer want to work with you, but I wish you the best. And then she went behind his back to delete all the videos that she appeared in. So because someone who's not even Tommy C himself made a joke that she didn't like, she went on Tommy C's channel without his knowledge.
That's fucked up. She didn't even discuss the situation with this other person who shared the channel with her. She just went ahead and deleted videos. Like, without, like, you would think that you would at least have the courtesy to phone that person up and say, hey, I really want these videos taken down. Can we make that happen? Can I do that? And you know, like, it doesn't make any sense to just, like, automatically tear things down. It gets worse.
To delete videos. Like, that is genuinely mental. And Tommy C actually went into details on how annoying this situation was and how upsetting it was.
And it really bothers me that I'm never going to get to see those videos again in order, because not only are they drama news videos, we did skits and stuff in between them, and we worked real hard. And, you know, I bought all the graphics and did all that stuff, and they're gone. They're never coming back.
Yeah, I would genuinely be fuming if someone did that. You can't just delete someone's videos that they've worked hard on because you didn't like a joke they said. Like, if you don't want to work together anymore, fair enough. That's your own decision. But don't delete their videos. And there's a bunch more accusations that have came out about Blair, like people talking about how, like, messy her house was when they stayed over and all this stuff. Like, there's so much shit that I can't even get into details with. But because of all this backlash, Blair then uploaded this video called Illuminati Exposed. And she goes through a bunch of these accusations. She starts off with,
that's where I got my first introduction to all this drama. I had no idea what was going on, and I watched Illuminati release her own video discussing the drama, and when I, like, listened to it, I felt like it was kind of Swiss cheese. There's just some holes in it, and it was a lot of, like, excuses. And so that was just kind of like raising a red flag. And then I started to read what the other people were actually saying, and I'm just like, this is bad. And these people that are speaking against her aren't slandering her. They're not even saying like horrible, mean things about her. They're just coming out with the simple facts, and they have receipts. They have a lot of proof of her actions. And it's, you know, very convoluted stuff. This is really important or disappointing. And I think it's important to, like, talk about these situations where there's a content creator that you really like, and then perhaps you're finding out more about him to the point where, like, you're deciding, like, it's time to let it go. This is not the first time this has happened to me. There was a content creator, his name is Def Noodles, and I really loved him until he ended up changing directions with his channel. He opened up his own comedy club. He invited a troll to his comedy club. When the troll showed up and stepped up on the stage to do a roast battle, Def Noodles came out onto the stage and shoved the guy off in a really hard way. And then I watched Def Noodles say, I didn't shove him that hard. I barely tapped him. but it was plain as fucking day. And I'm just like, okay, I can't with you anymore. Like, that's just something that's not okay. You straight up shoved him, dude. And anybody who spoke out against him and kind of gave him some critique, like, hey, that wasn't cool, he would double down and be like, you know what, you're just fucking stupid, which is a bad attitude. I gotta use the bathroom. Hold on. Everybody in the bathroom. I love women who have to, like, go to the bathroom in herds. It's amazing. It's like you all have to go. You know, I've gotten the best support and therapy in, like, the women's bathroom in a club. There's something about, like, drunk girls. They're so nice in there. Like, they're just like, if somebody's talking or crying over a boy or something, they're like, shut the fuck up. Just leave him, honey. You're fucking gorgeous. You don't need him at all. Like, it's so supportive. Honey, oh my God, I love your dress and your shoes. You're so gorgeous. Fuck him. You don't need him. I should have grabbed another drink. Let me go do that. Oh. I know this is funny to say. I just think it's cool we got trolled like that. It's like, hey, we're getting up there. We're getting there. People are giving a shit about us. Somewhere there is somebody who thinks we're worth their time. Beautiful. Mwah. All right, anyways, back to the Illuminati.
the initial thing that happened where she was tweeting, calling someone out for copying her videos when clearly they didn't copy her videos. She basically apologized for that, and she apologized to Legal Eagle and shows like a screenshot of a message that she had sent apologizing privately. And then she goes on to respond to the tweet we mentioned earlier from H Bomber Guy where it looked like she was actually plagiarizing a video, and her explanation of this is a bit strange. Like, she says that she didn't plagiarize the video because she had quotation marks up for a second on one of the sentences that she said in this video, and she even has at the top saying that it's the lawsuit with FDA in 1989. But the problem is here, no one's saying that she didn't credit the lawsuit. People are saying that she didn't credit the person's video that she literally copied word for word. Like, they weren't just...
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You know, it's that thing when you write a paper in school or college, like, and you're all writing the same subject, like, or you're reading another paper on the same subject. It's like, fucking word it differently. It's not hard to look at a sentence or like a paragraph and just type out the same like points, but like in your own personal way.
Reading the same lawsuit. In Brian's video that she copied, he was paraphrasing. He was using his own words included, and she just copied that word for word. It wasn't just reading a lawsuit. And also, people wouldn't even really care about this whole situation that much if she wasn't the one who actually tried calling people out for copying in the first place. People are just pointing out that she's a bit of a hypocrite. And then the next part of this apology, which is really strange, is that she starts responding to The Click, who made the thread, like, talking about her.
The Click and I had shared Discord moderators around the time of Sad Milk being created. Due to the Click's inaction, our shared moderators had brought a situation in his server to my attention, a situation involving pedophilia. In Click's Discord, there was a 19-year-old bragging about a 12-year-old that he was claiming to be involved with.
Okay, so she mentions this person who was on the Click's Discord server who was talking about how he was like a pedophile, basically, right? But then she goes on to blame the Click for the fact that this guy was allowed on the Discord in the first place.
So we used this individual's ID number and we banned them from the Sad Milk server and from my server, and we reported them to Discord's trust and safety team, who we hope did pursue this further. Then I went to contact Click to see what was going on, and it was mainly because I didn't want to believe that he would blow off someone clearly discussing such an inappropriate relationship. I am not trying to accuse the Click of pedophilia, nor do I have any reason to believe that he could be a pedophile. However, he cultivated an environment that was a breeding ground for inappropriate behavior with minors to occur, and that's exactly what happened.
An absolutely mental take, right? She's literally trying to blame the Click for what someone else said, and then when you hear the Click side of the story, it's even more mental. As for the Discord, yes, we had a random creep in the VC. It's a large public Discord, it happens sadly, as more server owners will attest to. A couple of mods failed to act in a timely manner, they are not on the team anymore, obviously. Also good to keep in mind that these mods are community volunteers, not trained law enforcement. But the claim I didn't respond to it is technically true because it was 3 AM my time zone. By the time I woke up, the individual was already banned. So she really tried.
So she tried to blame this guy for a public Discord server where there's like thousands of people on it. You know, you can manage a Discord server or like a Facebook group as best as you can. Katrina says, I'm on Click's Discord. Yeah. So, like, you can manage, like, your server as best as you can, but you're still going to have some weirdos. But, yeah, so Click was actually asleep, and Blair was trying to say that he allowed it to happen. He had no fucking clue what was going on because he was a fuck asleep. So it's like when they messaged him, he wasn't responding.
I to tell the story in a way that made the Click look like he was okay with pedophiles being in his Discord and talking about pedophilia, but in actual reality, he was just asleep when it was all happening. How manipulative is that? And yeah, there's a bunch more accusations that Blair kind of talks about in her apology video, so if you do want to see a part 2 to this video, let me know.
Yeah, we're gonna see that.
So recently, I've made a couple of videos talking about the Illuminati situation, and it was mainly about her beef with the Click. The Click, of course, being another YouTuber, but as much as I would love to sit here and continue listening to his beautiful voice, Illuminati has also got beef with quite a few other people.
Yep.
Maybe the word beef isn't the right word to use, because that does make it seem as if she's gonna, like, I don't know, challenge them to a boxing match, which, I mean, weirder stuff has happened, but I don't believe that is gonna happen. So instead of beef, I will just say that it's really just Illuminati embarrassing herself, really. And yeah, the main reason why I'm making this video is because in my previous videos, like I said, I was just talking about the click situation, and the vast majority of the comments were saying that I should take a look further into kind of what's been going on throughout the years, in fact, and yeah, there's a lot to get through. And one thing that's actually worth noting is the fact that Blair has now just been uploading videos like nothing has happened. Literally just her normal style of videos, and hasn't addressed anything since the Click's video. And when you bear in mind the stuff that the Click actually revealed, you would think that Blair should be responding to this. I mean, she's kept up the original video that was full of manipulation and lies that has been proven now, but she hasn't responded to any of the new claims, which seems very odd to me. But yeah, let's actually discuss some of the other situations that I haven't covered yet. For this first situation,
Yes, one topic did.
I wanted to talk about, it actually involves a YouTuber called Cruel World Happy Mind. Now, at present day, they have 511,000 subscribers, so obviously a very big channel, but at the time of this drama, I believe she only had like 20,000 subscribers. So this was really a drama between a really big YouTuber and a much smaller YouTuber, and that's kind of important to the story. So this whole drama actually started when Illuminati, or Blair, actually copied, believe it or not, Cruel World Happy Mind's video, also known as Madison. Hey hun, sorry I had to. I don't know if you know my channel, I'm a really small YouTuber who has been really inspired by the content you make. I got a few messages about the video you posted about Tyra's MLM, because I've done a video on that topic. I'm really happy that you're spreading more awareness on this topic, but it did low-key feel like a lot of what was said in the beginning of the video was really similar.
So here's a smaller creator who made a video on a specific multi-level marketing scheme, and very shortly after she released her video about it, Illuminati released a video about that same thing with like pretty much the same premise, but it was like back to back, you know, so pretty much stealing content ideas from smaller creators, thinking that they wouldn't notice.
Similar to the things I discussed regarding.
So this is the smaller content creator being brave enough to message Blair and say, hey, I think this might have been an accident. I don't know. Like, I guess just trying to salvage some of that originality that she had. Oh, my hair. My hair is like too long to like stay fluffy on top, but it's like, I don't know what it's doing. Like, I don't like whatever the fuck this is. Sorry. Anyways. Let's go back to this.
Regarding Tyra's MLM and her controversies, the rabies bit, etc. Coincidences happen, and I'm sure as a larger YouTuber, you are accused of stealing content from people you've never heard of or seen before, so I get if this message comes across that way. With the intention of just being open and honest, I was really hurt by the video though, because you're someone who has really inspired me and the content I make, so I wanted to reach out and hopefully have an honest but positive discussion on it all. Either way, I still appreciate the work you do. Honestly, a really nice message, isn't it? It's not like she's just calling her out and telling her that she's in the wrong or anything like that. She's saying, look, I realize that coincidences can happen, but I did kind of want to talk about it because it did seem a bit sketchy. But Blair actually ended up having a big problem with this message, which is absolutely mental, because when she found out that someone could be copying her, she went and called them out publicly on Twitter and didn't say coincidences could happen. But not only did Blair not appreciate this message, the way she actually ended up talking about it seemed very ingenuine.
Something I recently learned, apparently, is there is this whole anti-MLM community, right? I kind of thought I was on my own little island, doing my own thing. Maybe that's my own ego.
Yeah, I'll let you know right now, Blair. If there's one thing I've learned about you over the last couple of weeks, you definitely have an ego. And that doesn't always have to be a bad thing. It so happens that you have also made it a very bad thing.
Or I don't want it influencing what I do.
Yeah.
So I purposely like have terms like that blocked from my YouTube search, and that kind of stuff can't influence me. What I did have happen though recently, which
I'm not exactly sure if I believe that. She's saying that she doesn't watch any content that is even remotely similar to her content because she doesn't want it to influence her, and I kind of get it in that regard, but also, that just seems a bit stupid to me. I feel like it's pretty healthy to watch people who do similar stuff to you. Like, not in a way of, like, you've got to copy them or anything, but
Yeah, Mark says public call-out culture as a first response to people you've been personally in contact with and collaboration with is incredibly bad form. It really is. It's just, it ain't cute. It ain't cute. Message people privately. And if you can't message people privately, I don't know, message somebody else privately that you can talk about it. But dragging the dirty laundry out into the public makes you look tacky, not the other person whose laundry you're dragging out.
It's good to keep up to date, to see like what's working and what's not, so you can really keep on top of your videos and make them the best you can. I don't know, the way that she says this, and the way that she like refuses to even say that she might be inspired by other people's content, like by watching it, seems a bit weird to me. It's almost like she's really trying to make it seem as if there's no way that she could copy people, knowing fine well that she has copied people before.
I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel, but it's a very small YouTuber.
I feel like if you didn't copy her, you would be pretty happy to just tell people what her channel name is and not say, oh, I don't want to give her attention, because then people could look at the video and then make their own mind up, you know? It just screams guilty.
But it's a very small YouTuber claiming that I copied her.
So also, just the way that she goes, it's a very small YouTuber.
Yeah, that's kind
Who
of...
the fuck are you like? I
Yeah,
mean, she said it herself.
seriously.
She has a very big ego, and it's very evident.
So she messages me and she goes, I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to and you copied my video and I want credit. Right? So I didn't know who this person was.
That's not what she said. That's not what she says. She didn't come out right off the bat and say, you copied my video, now I want credit. She wrote out a very heartfelt message like, look, I really look up to you and I put a lot of work into this and I just, feel like maybe this was a bit, of a copy, but I can't be sure, obviously. Like, if it was me in Blair's shoes, I would respond back kindly and just, have a little bit of a conversation about how I came up with the idea or something, or just be really transparent about, the process of it. Because, musicians do this a lot, too. There's songs that sound similar to other songs in melody, in rhythm, in topic, but there's only so many music notes and combinations of chords and rhythms that you can put together before there's going to be some overlap, okay? I mean, we're talking about a bunch of chefs that all have access to the same ingredients. It's just a matter of how you take those ingredients and make your own personal twist on a signature dish or, on something that people are used to consuming. But, I've seen plenty of musicians that are able to have a conversation of how they came to that rhythm, that melody, that conceptual idea.
Was worded very differently to the actual message, wasn't it? I mean, this situation is 2 years old, and you can already see the way that she likes to manipulate situations, which is still clearly a big factor that we saw from her, statement video. I was gonna say apology video, but it really wasn't that. It was a video of her just trying to manipulate people, and clearly this has been happening for a while.
Right, so I didn't know who this person was, so I went to my moderators in my Discord server and I was like, hey, I screenshotted the message, I sent it to them, and I said, do you know, is this a YouTuber? Can you guys tell me who this is or what they're even talking about? Because I had no idea.
What a load of shite. Even if you didn't know who this YouTuber was, but you saw them message you saying you copied one of their...
The way, her tones and inflections are talking about it, it's, a little too over the top. You know what I mean?
Videos. Obviously, you would go on their channel and have a look at the video yourself before you go to your Discord moderators to say, is this actually a YouTuber? Clearly she's lying here. Obviously, you would check the channel straight away. That would be the first thing you did. But yeah, after Blair just decided to straight up lie on a podcast, Cruel World Happy Mind, or Madison, actually went onto her own video and kind of told her side of the story. Now, I believe the original video has been deleted, so I've only got highlights of the video from Tipster's channel, so we'll go through that now.
I never straight up accused this creator, this larger creator, of copying me. On top of that, something I didn't mention in that video, and that this creator seems to conveniently also leave out of this whole story. At the time that people were messaging me this, there were no sources on this person's video. The only thing it had in the description was in parentheses, sources coming soon, which is why I think a lot of people assumed that they copied me and didn't give me credit or whatever.
Yeah, honestly, if you see someone else's video and it seems to be very similar to your video, making the exact same points, and we have seen proof of Blair just saying word for word what other people have said in previous videos, so it's not exactly far-fetched. But if you did think someone's video was similar, there's no harm in asking. Like, you might be wrong at the end of the day, but at least you can have a conversation about it, and yeah, like I said, there's no...
At least have a conversation about it, even if the conversation is kind of sour or salty. At least have a fucking conversation about it. Don't ignore the person's message and then completely twist it, go on a podcast and say, well, they demanded I take it down. That's not what the creator did. The creator is just like, this seems like a copy. I don't know. I really like you, so this kind of sucks. Like, I don't know how to feel. Can we talk about this? Like, you you don't owe anybody your time, but surely, like, if another creator did that to me, I would be like, oh my god, like, yes, let's have a conversation about that. Like, I would feel bad that they felt bad. Like, I would assure them, like, I would never want to hurt them. And if I was genuine in not copying them and I literally came to the same conclusions, I would simply just explain how I did so. I would explain the thought process and the way I came to that. But it just I don't know, people.
harm in asking, unless you're asking Blair, then apparently there's a lot of harm.
And I watched the video, and while a lot of similar things were said, coincidences do happen when you're researching for something. You can stumble across similar sources. I've made similar points that other YouTubers have made on a topic unknowingly, because sometimes that's just how people's minds work.
I mean, look, she's being very nice about it still, clearly, right? Well,
Yeah.
they actually ended up having a conversation after this video was released, and then Illuminati actually released a statement on Twitter, kind of saying what has happened from that conversation. Just got off the phone after a 3-hour-long conversation with Madison, and I'm very happy that we're finally able to talk and resolve our issues privately. Ultimately, there was a series of misunderstandings from both sides. We have worked those out to stop the escalation of any drama. Which, as a separate tweet,
That still seems like a weird cop-out. That still feels like an inflating, like, we've worked everything out and we're fine. Like, where's, like, a public apology? Like, you could say something like, we have talked and I'm very sorry for the way I handled this, and that was, you know, incorrect. We're working on this, and I, you know, support this person. There's just no indication of growth.
completely fine. But then the next tweet seems a bit weird to me. She will be removing her part about me in a video she recently did.
What? This is crazy. She will... What?
In return, I will not be doing the planned live stream on her. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm clutching at straws here, but that wording seems a bit odd. Maybe it's just because I've seen how Blair's mind works over the last few days, and maybe I have a bit of bias now, because I've seen how Blair has manipulated people. But the way I'm reading this is as if, like, Illuminati is saying to Madison, if you delete your video on me, then, oh, I won't do this big, like, hit piece live stream on you.
Yeah, that's weird to mention. We've reached a treaty, and we will cease fire on both sides.
Like, maybe not blackmail him, but it does seem a bit manipulative. Like, of course, the smaller channel is probably going to delete their video so they don't get this massive channel taking digs at them that could ruin their career. I mean, look, that could definitely be wrong. Like I said, there could be a bit of bias in that, but yeah, that's just the way I kind of took it. It seemed a bit odd. But let's move over to another piece of drama that Blair has been involved in, and this one actually came to light a lot more recently. But before we get into this mess, if you haven't already subscribed, please consider doing so, because I'm about 10,000 subscribers away from 400k at the minute, so it really is kind of like the final push. So if you do want to help out, that would be lovely. This was one that was heavily requested in the comment sections of my previous videos on Blair, and it's between Blair and a YouTuber called Wonderstruck. Now, at the same time that The Click actually posted their thread talking about their experience with Blair, Wonder actually posted their own thread. I'm aware of the bridges I burned and I remain where I am. After Sad Milk split, it was a constant negative echo chamber that I took part in. Regardless, I used to edit for Sad Milk. Blair made no effort to take direction. She made effing about herself. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing to of family I had, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up trying to get some editing in if editors were short-handed. I missed Christmas with my brother and father fixing a mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to even get paid. So straight away we're seeing that Wonder said it was a bit of a bad working environment, and even goes on to say that they didn't even actually get paid, what, until half a month after, which, by the way, doesn't...
That's, it's like a dumb detail, but that is one thing where I'm just like, getting paid for not getting paid for half a month, like, I mean, you typically get paid, like, monthly or, like, twice a month, or, like, bi-weekly, so that doesn't, that's a little weird detail where I'm like, that sounds like normal. So that seems like something weird to complain about.
Actually really seem that long to me. I mean, most people in most jobs get paid monthly, so getting paid after like 2 weeks after doing something doesn't really seem like that crazy to me, so that part I don't really get. And then Wonder actually goes into more detail about Blair in terms of Blair actually sending out lawsuits to anyone who speaks negatively about her. Wonder then also goes into more detail about how when they lived with Blair for 30 days, the house was an absolute tip, and actually shows like pictures of how messy it was. And then goes on to say that Blair actually threw Wonder's YouTube play button in the bin. She personally threw my YouTube play button in the trash. If that isn't
Okay, so what happened is Blair decided to get involved in real estate. She bought a house for the team to live in. She made Wonderstruck move there from like far over from like a different state. And I think this is in Idaho or something, I can't remember. And Wonderstruck flew from Texas. Also, Blair bought Wonderstruck a car, and things didn't go well in the house. The house was a mess, and there's more pictures. Like, there's a ton of pictures. Like, the house was trashed. And at some point, Wonderstruck moved out. I can't remember if he got kicked out, if she kicked him out, or if he left because it was too hostile. So he drove back home in the car that she bought him. There was still payments to be made on it. And while Wonderstruck was down in Texas with his father, she had the car repossessed. She repossessed the car with his items still inside of it. And she took his items, like his YouTube play button, which is that little placard YouTube thing you get for like getting a lot of followers, and like a computer and some clothes and like other stuff. Like, she took those items and just directly put them in the trash.
Symbolic, man. I don't know what it is. Like, I would love to know the context of that, because that actually is insane. I mean, maybe there isn't a reason behind it. Like, no reason would really justify that anyways, but maybe Blair doesn't have a reason in her head at all, because we've seen some of the other stuff she's done with, like, Blair deleting other people's videos and stuff. Clearly, she doesn't give a shit. But either way, Blair actually responds to Wonder on her YouTube video, and then goes on about a topic that wasn't even brought up by Wonder. Now, this topic in particular is Blair talking about how she actually helped Wonder get a car. So Blair says that Wonder was in a bad situation financially and she wanted to help out a friend, so she actually paid for finance on a car, and then Wonder would pay her back for the finance. But then Blair goes on to say that she ended up taking the car back like a month later because Wonder went against some contract or something like that.
The first was the proof of insurance that Wonder never provided. Insurance that is something federally required of any vehicle on the road in the United States. The second infraction on our agreement occurred when Wonderstruck left the state of Colorado to go back to Austin, Texas. You can clearly see these stipulations in the document on the screen right now.
Okay, so as you can see, Blair actually had someone write up a contract to which Wonder actually signed, because Wonder was using Blair's car technically, and apparently Wonder went against two parts of the contract. But then Blair goes on to say that when she actually got the car back, it was a mess, and she shows this picture that has like some trash in like the back of the car, and it also shows this picture where there's a crack in the windscreen, which obviously, if you're just bearing in mind what Blair has said here, seems very shitty. But like a lot of things that Blair has said over the last few weeks, this is very manipulative, or at least it seems that way when you're bearing everything in mind, because Wonder actually responded to this whole video. As for the car, the contract was not legally binding. I had an ex-police officer, a former contract maker, and a lawyer look over it. It is a fluff contract. Okay, so apparently the contract isn't even a real contract, but let's actually see if Wonder did bear in mind what the agreement was. Okay, so Wonder goes on to say here that they actually did have insurance, which obviously goes against a big part of what Blair said, but the difference here is that Wonder actually shows proof. As you can see by this screenshot, it's an email from an insurance company saying the car has been insured, and as we can see by this screenshot, it's an email from 2 months later saying that the insurance has been cancelled. So already it seems like Blair has lied about part of this, but let's carry on. The car never resided in Austin, Texas. I was not living there. My address had been changed to Colorado Springs. Now this is obviously something that's quite hard to prove. This is really just who you decided to believe at the end of the day. None of us really know, but if this is true, obviously it goes against what Blair said, and that was the second claim as to why Blair said she was going to take back the car. But then Wonder goes on to say that the car wasn't even returned because Wonder went against these agreements. It was actually because they weren't on speaking terms anymore, and Wonder had already spoke to people about returning the car. I discussed with Oz, due to Blair and I not being on speaking terms, about returning the
I don't know why, but this YouTuber's voice, he sounds just like the guy who did that really bad homophobic video on Mr. Beast's friend that came out as trans and non-binary. Does anybody remember that? What was that? It sounds like the same voice of this bumpkin guy, but it's like it's like as if, okay, I'm not saying it's the actual same person, but it's like as if he recorded it and then dropped the tone, or like just dropped the octave down. It could be a coincidence. I mean, it's like saying, well, this person has a Southern accent and this other person has a Southern accent and they sound the same, so clearly they're the same person. So it could be a coincidence, but he's got the same vocal fry style.
What's up, boys? It's Bumpkin. What has to talk about it and give their opinion on it, because it just matters so much and it's gonna change.
No, not this guy. No, that's not the right video. Oh yeah, Sunny Veet.
The Chris Tyson situation could, prompting replies such as, "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example,
he's got the same kind of cadence.
The car. Blair asked that I pay the depreciation value, and I agreed, meaning I would pay even without having the car. When I asked to see what I was legally bound to,
It's that same vocal fry.
example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay, so
Grandmother. Car. You guys see where I'm going with this? You guys see why I'm like, this is like, This sounds like the same shit. I'm not high, right? Like that actually sounds like similar, right? Yeah, okay. It could be a coincidence, but I'm just like, what if it's the same guy and he just dropped his voice an octave? Like, in editing. But yeah, now that I hear them side by side, I don't think they're the same person. I think it's just the same. They're probably just from the same area and learning the same, like, inflections.
Never received an answer. Blair then, in the dead of the night, came to my father's home and revoked the car along with all my possessions inside of it. The car was a mess due to me living in it. The windshield was cracked when a semi-truck kicked up a rock into it. I went to the BMW dealership and they said I could bring it back later that week and they could fix it no problem. I was there due to blowing a flat. Blair has this record. I would not have returned the car in that state and I never intended to. Blair revoked the car because she knew I was not legally bound to it. Which obviously is a very different story because Blair is saying that the car was returned in a complete mess, but what Wonder is saying is that the reason why the car wasn't exactly in a great state is because Blair actually took the car back without Wonder even knowing about it. So yeah, obviously you can say Wonder was being messy, but if they were returning the car when they knew about it, they would have cleaned the car, according to them. And then obviously the windshield being cracked, it was apparently from a truck kicking a rock into it, which is something you can't control. So
I mean, the picture of the garbage she showed in the car, it was like, what, a couple of, like, crusty socks and, like, I don't mean crusty in that sense, but it was, like, a couple of old socks and, like, a couple of, like, empty drink containers. That doesn't constitute as being completely trashed, okay? I went to public high school. I know what it's like to sit in the back seat of your friend's trashed car. You know that car that has shit piled up like a fucking hoarder house? Can't even put your feet down. You have to sit crisscross applesauce.
if that was true, then it just goes against what Blair is saying. The way Blair kind of described it... Are you alright? Do you want it? Go and say hello to the people. Hey, you want your time to shine, I get it.
Puppy.
Fucking hell. Wants the attention like always, I know. But yeah, the way that Blair described it, obviously, is as if Wonder just, like, destroyed the car and then give it back completely destroyed, which doesn't exactly seem to be true. But then we get more details about this whole car situation, as Wonder goes on to say that I had no way to retrieve my belongings that were taken in the car and in Colorado. I had no money to my name due to moving, insurance, and monthly car payments, followed by deposits and application fees for apartments. I sent multiple legal demand letters for my belongings after Blair said she would make arrangements to return them, which she never followed through on. And yet again, Wonder's actually provided proof.
This is like so like non-important to worldwide events right now. You know, sometimes we cover heavy topics on here, like, you know, trans issues and shit. Sometimes I just want a little tea, you know? Sometimes I just want to get into some drama. Oh, thank you so much, Rebecca, for becoming a Mona. Oh, I need to change that. For becoming a Zeta. I need to change that. I don't need to. I don't have to. I just want to. Let's see, Rebecca. Was that 2 or 1 Ks? Oh. Thank you so much, Laura. No, that was just 1K. Why did I think that was 2 Ks? Oh. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm like getting hungry and I got frozen pizzas. So I'm getting that shit started.
For this with this email to Blair, basically saying that I need my belongings back. And we also have this document showing what was actually in the car that Blair didn't return. So apparently there was 3 wall paintings, 1 merch hoodie, a 4K computer monitor, purple tub light, YouTube award plaques, microphone mount, boxes containing personal items, and then lists like a few different things like a camera and a PlayStation console, like a lot of expensive things. Then we've got a set of computer speakers, a skateboard, 47-inch television, GoPro camera and camera kit, and multiple Sting light sets. Now, first of all, I have no idea how all of this fit in a car, but apparently it did, and Blair hasn't said that this is untrue, so if it is true, that is a lot of expensive items that Blair has just taken from Wonder and not returned. And then Wonder finishes off this whole car situation by saying that as per the contract, it was not legally binding. However, if it were, I had paid for a full month of the car and it was repossessed before that time. So if it were legally binding, Blair would owe me that remaining amount for that month. But yeah, I would love to know your opinion on this whole situation, because realistically, none of us really know what has happened. Yes, we've seen bits of proof here and there, but none of us...
Deeper.
Like, you know what I mean. Yeah, I do know what you mean, Callum, but it looks like your worst nightmares clearly came true. Because literally half an hour after I uploaded this video, Wonderstruck actually tweeted out saying that Blair, aka Illuminati, just sent me a cease and desist for speaking out against her abuse.
So after everybody sharing all of this stuff that she did with proof, she started sending out a cease and desist. Which is not the same as suing, by the way. It's literally just a note that says stop.
I will not be silenced. Like, just when you think that maybe she's on the right path here, you know, like she released a statement basically saying that a new statement's coming where she's gonna take full accountability and stuff, she then goes and fucks it up straight away. Because we see YouTubers do this all the time, and most of the time, it just makes you look way more guilty. Especially when you clearly don't have a case, and you're realistically not going to try and take this to court, because a lawsuit's a proper ball ache, you don't want to go through that, and you are just sending this cease and desist as a bit of like an intimidation tactic. I mean, that's what Jason Wojo was trying to do with me that we spoke about a few videos ago, and also I do actually have a bit of an update on Jason Wojo that I'm going to put at the end of this video since we're talking about cease and desist, so we will get to that. But firstly, let's continue with Blair, because it's very clear what she's doing here. She's trying to intimidate Wonderstruck, and it seems like it's specifically Wonderstruck, because no one else has came out and said that they've also received a cease and desist. I mean, the Click actually responded to Wonderstruck's tweet with a bit of a joke, saying, English isn't my first language, but this is an odd translation of taking accountability. But because he replied to this tweet and didn't mention the fact that he also received one, I can only assume that he didn't receive one. So if she only sent one out to Wonderstruck, I would love to know why, and I can only assume that it might be because the Click is like a 1 million subscriber, very rich YouTuber, I assume, and Wonderstruck used to like work for Blair, so maybe she feels like she has a bit more power over Wonderstruck and she can actually intimidate him because she knows that the Click wouldn't care too much about the financial risks of taking it to court, maybe. But where this becomes extremely ironic is when you look at Blair's most recent statement. She says, word for word, I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice, and then she goes to try and silence people. So not only have you been throwing false allegations about that have been debunked in many videos, but you're also now trying to silence people. So you're doing effing that you're apparently against. And also, do you not think that you should just maybe give Wonderstruck a break? I mean, you literally went on a public YouTube video in front of like 1 million people and spoke about his mental health, spoke about his suicide note, spoke about private conversations that he wanted to keep private, and you spoke about them without his permission, and now you're sending him a cease and desist to try and scare him, as if he's gonna go to fucking court. I think you should just probably leave him alone. You not reckon? No? Maybe even apologize? No? Okay, maybe I'm a stupid one. And also what's confusing to me is that Blair is a YouTuber that's been around for a long time. She makes video essays about companies that have like done like dodgy stuff like scams or whatever. So surely she knows a good deal about PR, right? Because she talks about a lot of it in her videos. So why did she send a cease and desist and not realize that this is just going to make more people talk about the situation? Like, well done, you've just given a free pass to every commentary channel to make a video talk about this where it makes you look bad. Like,
I don't get it. Are you dumb? But anyway, let's actually go through some of the responses to Wonderstruck's tweet here. We got one that says, laugh my ass off, she's so predictable. I mean, quite literally the most predictable person I think I've seen at this point. And you know what? In my last video, when I said I hope she doesn't send out cease and desist, I didn't think she would. Or at least I thought that she was maybe like too smart for that because she would know that would only make her look worse. But then she went and did it. So
it was at the point of the cease and desist where I'm just like, cease and desist, it's not in itself bad to do. Like, I mean, sometimes it's really warranted, especially when somebody just doesn't shut the fuck up about you. But, like, these are people with evidence in a situation that needs to be spoken about. The worst thing you can do is double down.
clearly my expectations were way too high. If you need a lawyer, maybe hire Legal Eagle. I mean, wouldn't that be a great twist to the story? And to be fair, I don't actually know that much about Legal Eagle, and I don't know if they deal with situations like this, but even if they don't, I reckon just go for it, you know? For the story.
Hey, Kate, thanks for buying the Zeta shirt. The Zeta Archway shirt. If you all want to get in on the new Neogenian shirt, there's the comment pinned at the above of the chat. Top of the chat, and you can click on that link and get access to the shirt. There's the regular traditional t-shirt style cut, and then also if you click on the rest of the store, there's like a scoop neck with like shorter sleeves, and it's got like curves into it.
Like, imagine how good that ending would be. And also, it does provide me with more content to talk about, so I can make more videos on this topic. So, for selfish reasons, I definitely want to see this happen. And so the bullying continues. Ignore her. She has no case. Streisand is in full effect. Streisand. I have no idea what that means. Honestly, like, the last, 6 videos, I feel like I've always had one word that I've really struggled with, and I don't know what it means, and it seems like Streisand is now a word that I have no idea what that means. So if you could let me know in the comment section down below, please do, because clearly I need to be educated. But yeah, I get what they're saying here with, like, the bullying continuing, because, like I said, Blair has, like, outed so much shit about Wonderstruck that...
Yeah, exactly, Laura. So it's like there's a difference between sending a cease and desist because, like, people are being fucked up, and sending one just to intimidate somebody.
He didn't want out there, like, about...
I mean, she posted the first video and lied in it. So, I mean, what are these people supposed to do? Not say anything back about it?
His mental health, suicide note, all this stuff. And now she sent him a cease and desist. Like, maybe give it a break. And from everything I've seen, Wonderstruck's made, what, one video talking about it all, and also made, like, a couple threads talking about it. So, I don't really get it. Like, at this point, I don't even think Wonderstruck was really talking about it that much anymore. But yeah, I would love to know your thoughts on this. Do you think this will ever go to court, or do you think it is just a bit of an intimidation tactic? I think the latter, but yeah, let me know your thoughts down below. And now, I do actually want to talk about Jason Wojo, since we're talking about cease and desists. Because if you did see one of my last videos, he obviously tried threatening me with a cease and desist to stop talking about him, which I knew was just a bit of like a shitty claim. I mean, he literally asked me on an Instagram comment to like email them to receive the cease and desist. Like, wasn't exactly professional. But one thing I've seen recently about Jason, because since I've been making these videos, so many people have sent me like ridiculous amounts of information about him. But what it seems like is that he doesn't just allegedly scam his own editors, he allegedly scams the people that actually pay him money. Like, you know, his actual job. So from what I understand, Jason's whole thing is that he works like companies to like help their ads and stuff to like to promote the companies or whatever. And like he's like the genius behind like these companies going viral or something. I don't really get it. But if you just look at the reviews of Jason's company, there's a lot of negative reviews. And these are confirmed because Jason Wojo, the owner, as it says here, has responded about it and actually responded saying like, I know we work together. So what we're about to read here is definitely from one of Jason's clients. Jason breaks FTC compliance by deceiving consumer with his ads. Look up Wojo Media on BBB and read the complaints. He's also been reported to the Attorney General as of yesterday for misleading consumers and making false claims about all the businesses he has helped scale. And yeah, one thing that becomes very apparent as you're reading through this is that it's not really shocking. I mean, are we really shocked that Jason Wojo lies and scams people at this point? Like, it really isn't shocking. But the quantity of people that he scammed and the way he's going about doing it just shamelessly is mind-blowing. While we investigate some of the companies he's involved with, many of the testimonials were paid, and you can tell as most of them say the same words. Some 5-star reviews on Google are from his own contractors, and even one of his videos as well, so far from what we've seen. His own media buyer, which I can't reveal
reveal who, told me in a Zoom call that Jason's a total asshole and pays him nothing. What? Jason not paying people stuff?
Jesus.
He would never. As a virtual marketer, his job is to convince you to hire him for incredible ad content and incredible attention to help grow your business. He does nothing. He simply outsources all your information to people in other countries that do not speak English very well, make mistakes, respond late during their working hours, and are basically inattentive and lost the entire process, including Jason, who never provided any numbers or info on my account, or what to do to grow my business. He will pop up here and there to disregard any concerns and say he will make changes, but in fact does the bare minimum. I was told after I signed the contract I would need $2,000 to run ads, a total of $5,500 the first month with no guarantees because it takes time. After the fact. Huge scam. Don't hire, we are coming after him and will not stop. So yeah, as you can see, this is someone who has worked with Jason, they have their own company, and they wanted help, like, with marketing, right? And Jason will help get people, like, ridiculously good ads. That's what he, like, says he's gonna do, right? But in actual reality, he takes an extortionate amount of money from these people and promises no results, so when you don't get any results, you can't really say anything, I guess, because he didn't promise any numbers. And yeah, like I said, this is definitely from one of Jason's clients, because he responded to this and said, even though working with you was not the best experience, we work well with our other business owners, which, I mean, I'm very doubtful, but who knows. One of Jason's old editors, who also got scammed, actually reached out to this business, like, to just confirm stuff, and they even said here, he scammed me for $7,000. So not only is he just getting people to work for no pay, allegedly, he is also allegedly scamming people who literally keep his company running. So I don't really get how he thinks it's gonna last very long. I mean, it seems like he's doing well, because he has the supercars and stuff, so clearly he can get away with scamming people, allegedly. And as this carries on, it is...
Anyways, I think that's enough about Illuminati. Anyways, it's just getting worse. Like, she's just sending more cease and desist letters, and then she's telling her community that she's done absolutely nothing wrong when there's clearly some things that she should answer for. It's, you know, it's getting ugly. It's getting ugly for her, and I've decided to unfollow her for that. How's everybody doing? Remember to like the live stream if you have not. Would appreciate that if you gave that like button a sweet caress. A sweet caressing of the like titty. Be gentle. Be gentle. Gently now. So, why don't we catch up with a little bit of the drama with Target and the sort of TikTok wokey people. Not wokey people, or anti-woke people. You've been up since 5 a.m.? Oh. That's too early. They're shitting their pants about Target there. You know, it's really... My overall opinion with the Target thing is I think Target's pretty weak for taking down a lot of their Pride displays. Just because it got a little hostile. It's like, gee, it sure isn't fun when you actually face the dark side of Pride. Eh? You know, when people threaten your life, but because they're a corporation, they can just, like, turn it off. They're like, okay, we just won't do that anymore. It's like, well, we still have to deal with it as actual real trans people and gay people. So, you know, I definitely think they're pretty spineless in that sense. Not that I gave a fucking shit about Target Pride anyways. The clothes, honestly, to me, looked ugly. I'm like, no offense to the designers. I'm just like, that is not my cup of tea. Like, I appreciate it, though. But, yeah, Target taking it down and not really, like, explaining anything to their creators or anything like that. It was pretty spineless. And I think allies need to be prepared to get ugly. if they're gonna call themselves allies. Yeah, they just weren't that great looking of clothes. They just, I mean, the swimsuits I'm like, I kind of like that. But no, they aren't protecting their creators at all. They don't even check in on them. They're just like, we gotta take this out.
Trans TikToker Kelly Cadigan has recently proved that she is very good at multitasking, specifically at making both ends of the political spectrum absolutely hate her.
You know, I'm starting to think I have an act for getting everyone to hate me. Like, I'm quite good at it, honestly.
Kelly Cadigan has a platform of nearly 1 million followers on TikTok, and her recent political pendulum swing has brought even more attention. Kelly's TikTok debut began with just general videos about her experience as a trans woman. Starting in late March, however, there was a sudden shift in her content, and over the next few weeks, she would start posting increasingly conservative takes to the point where she burned a pride flag and rejected the LGBTQ+ community entirely.
The burning of this flag means I'm leaving this cult.
The same community that she's now crawling back to after she realized that the leopards eating people's faces party would in fact eat her face too. Oh my god, who could have predicted such a twist? The crock of shit that Kelly would be spewing for the next 2 months straight was officially kicked over when she posted this video.
And yes, I think we should call this person a woman because they don't deserve any respect. If you think me not using the correct pronouns for a child unaliver, if that's your main priority, I think you need to get your priorities straight.
So it seems like this is the first time that Kelly received serious criticism from her community, and she clearly took it.
Hey Laura, that's really good news. I'm really happy to hear that. Good show. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, Kate Paul, she keeps going back and forth. It's really confusing. This lady, like, she keeps saying, like, I'm in support, but then I'm not. Like, we'll see.
It super well. In this video, she's arguing that she should be allowed to misgender the person responsible for the horrific Nashville tragedy because that person doesn't deserve to have their pronouns respected. The argument seems pretty straightforward. If someone's a bad person, why should I worry about respecting their pronouns? But it's an incredibly shallow way of viewing the broader issue. What you're implying by this is that a person's gender identity is a conditional privilege and it can be stripped from them as a form of punishment. This obviously is a super slippery slope because then the question becomes very subjective as to how bad a trans person has to be before you get the free pass to misgender them. The person Kelly is misgendering, let's be clear, is literal scum scraped off of someone's shoe and forced into a human-shaped Jell-O mold, and I hope they spend the rest of their life making toilet wine. But using their correct pronouns is not about respecting them. It's about your view of gender identity as a whole. But if misgendering murderers is a slippery slope, then Kelly hit the snow like a bobsled in January because she immediately graduated to putting down non-binary people and taking a very hard stance against people transitioning before the age of 18, even though she got to do that.
So in America, we have this thing called freedom of speech.
So she's actually trans. Okay. Okay.
If I'm walking down the road and someone wants to call me he, him, I might be upset about it, but there's nothing I can do about it because that's people's First Amendment right.
Correct. It is that person's First Amendment right to misgender you. But it is also your First Amendment right to call that person an asshole. God bless America.
I've done my entire transition. I've been on HRT. I've had 2 different breast augmentations. I've had the literal surgery. I have female anatomy, or at least the closest thing I can get to female anatomy. If I'm not offended, why does it seem like so many people in the community, particularly the non-binary community, are offended.
Notice the tone of superiority as Kelly rattles off all of her medical procedures. She's gotta make sure that she's out transing all the other trans folk.
Yeah, that doesn't make
Congratulations,
sense.
Kelly. You had access to incredibly expensive surgical procedures. I present to you the gold medal of the Trans Olympics.
Is it because a lot of you guys, the only transition that's taking place really is your pronouns? Because to me, my transition and who I am is a lot more than my pronouns.
The implication that the transition of a non-binary person is simply an adjustment of grammar ignores the intense body dysphoria and feelings of isolation in our heavily gendered society that many non-binary people experience. In fact, many non-binary people go through gender-affirming surgeries just as invasive as Kelly's.
If you want to call me a conservative, call me a conservative. I believe in protecting children. I believe in not respecting child unalivers. And I believe people that make transitions should go through a lot of therapy and make sure it's right for them before they jump into this. And they should be over the age of 18.
So at this point, it's pretty clear from Kelly's verbiage that her algorithm was sending her down the alt-right pipeline with express shipping. This is only a day or two after her community confronted her, and she's already spouting off right-wing catchphrases like, "Think of the children!" Now, it would literally take me hours to debunk Kelly's entire catalog of half-baked political takes that she posted after dropping that banger, so instead, I'm just gonna give you guys the highlights of Kelly's magical journey of radicalization, and then we're all gonna sit down with some popcorn and enjoy the
Ollie
inevitable
London shit is
dramatic
this?
apology that she posted a week ago.
I'm really tired of being bullied by my own community. I think it's so sad that I've gone to the right and I've felt so welcomed, especially on Twitter. I love Twitter. You know why, guys?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say with that, though. It's not about them being more welcoming. It's like they don't actually like you. You're just very useful to them. So it seems like they like you. They don't. I've never experienced bullying by the LGBT community at all, but I have experienced bullying by like transphobes, so
Because I can have a conversation on there with people that I don't even agree with all the time, without it being a huge fight.
I'm sorry, but did you just say that you could express an opinion on Twitter and it not turn into a huge fight? Did we download the same app? It's the one with the little blue birdie on it, right? The one where a woman's comment section turned into a war zone because she had the audacity to say that she enjoyed drinking coffee in her garden with her husband? That app, Kelly? I just want to remind you all that this is only 2 days after Kelly first got criticized for misgendering someone. And now she's not just flirting with right-wing ideology, she's getting to second base. It's at this point that a formidable challenger entered the ring, a very well-spoken, non-binary trans activist that goes by the username Nominal Naomi.
Kelly, we need to talk.
Round one, fight! Naomi invited Kelly to debate her on stream about her budding conservative beliefs, a debate that lasted over 3 hours. I'll have the full stream linked down below, but the highlight of the debate was when Kelly let this stink bomb loose.
Honestly, back then, a lot of Black people participated in the slave trade themselves, so...
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend slavery?
It was a product of the time, dude. It was
you trying to defend slavery?
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
I did, and I think that defending slavery is cringe as
defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
Okay, Kelly, that's enough. Here's a friend.
Oh my god, I need to lay down. Like that, what? What the fuck did I just hear with my own ears? I can't even, like, emote. Unplug the internet. Yes, I know, right? Woo, I'm, like, winded. I don't even know how to respond. I'm just making noises. Jesus Christ.
Only tip for my viewers: if somebody says slavery bad, the first thing that should be coming out of your mouth is certainly not, yeah, but. Also, for any of you fortunate enough to not know who Matt Walsh is, he famously said this.
Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
How you doing? Should have a seat over in that chair.
Kelly very quickly backpedaled on this particular statement because who would have thunk it? People don't really like when a saltine sister says slavery wasn't that bad.
In terms of what I said about race, I completely, not only did I phrase it the wrong way and I should have said comfortable instead of enjoyed, I honestly shouldn't have said it at all. Because it wasn't my place. It was something that...
You think there was nothing within yourself to stop you from saying it in the first place? Why were you so comfortable saying it in the first place? That's a question I have.
I read the headline out of in The Atlantic a long time ago, and I didn't really read the article. I think I barely skimmed it, and I should have, because clearly it made me say something that wasn't accurate, and now the internet thinks I'm racist.
Me when I do a little uh-oh spaghetti-o whoops-a-daisy and say that black people maybe kind of like slavery.
Pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Is cringe contagious? Should I contact my family and tell them I love them before I become infected? I'm sure Kelly would insist that this video was supposed to be ironic, but her intention doesn't really matter, because at that point, her comment section became flooded with conservatives giving her the pat on the head she was fishing for.
Oh, no.
Condemning your own community is a small price to pay for the adoration of a random TikTok user with a Confederate flag as their profile picture, huh, Kelly? It's at this point that Kelly began her infamous series, It's Day Blank of Being on the Right, openly mocking trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney's series, It's Day Blank of Being a Girl.
So it's day 1 of being a conservative. So it's day 3 of being on the right, and today I'm going to be removing my pronouns from all social media. So it's day 4 of being on the right, and today I'm talking about why I'm taking the term cis out of my vocabulary. So it's day 5 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about what is a woman. So it's day 6 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about why the term birthing people is offensive to women. So it's day 11 of being on the right,
Oh my
and today I want to
God.
talk about why I'm owning
You've gotta be
the
kidding
pick me
me. People like this don't exist. Really? Do they really exist?
status.
This little series crescendoed with the very dramatic video where Kelly went on a lengthy tirade and burned a pride flag.
This flag doesn't stand for equality for everyone. This flag stands for you're gonna agree to what we say, no matter how many times we change the meaning of this flag, and if you don't, you're a bigot. Well, if my own community is gonna call me a bigot, I'm not gonna stand for my community anymore. The burning of this flag means I'm leaving this cult. And from now on, this is the flag I'm standing for. This is my community. Because this country is what gave me the right to transition and be who I am. So this is the flag I'm gonna stand for.
That's such an oxymoron. That really is such an oxymoron.
America.
America.
Alright, let's get this fucking go.
Hey Kelly, if you're gonna try to convince your new super patriotic conservative fan base that you're one of the good ones, maybe don't drag a United States flag all over the ground and step on it. But just as easily as she abandoned her own community for right-wing approval, Kelly flipped like a coin at the Super Bowl again. Her It's Day Blank of Being on the Right series abruptly ended, and she posted that she was actually just a right-leaning centrist. And then she posted saying that she didn't know what she was politically. And then she posted saying that she rejected labels altogether. All within a couple days. Like all disgraced influencers, the
This
link
is
to
totally.
apology video.
This is another Ollie London. Straight up.
Videos started popping up soon after. Before we dive in, I just want to preface by saying I am completely in support of rehabilitating people who truly want to unlearn their bigotry and become a better person. I think people like myself, who unfortunately once also identified as conservative, are especially sensitive to Kelly's situation because we can remember a time when the kindness and patience of other people were integral to detangling us from radicalized thinking. That being said, rehabilitation...
Thank you so much, Becca. That's a nice turd.
should not be blind acceptance, and the level of harm a person has caused should also be taken into account. In this particular case, Kelly parroted right-wing talking points to a massive audience, and the ease with which she yo-yoed between polarized ideologies undermines any trust we can have in her sincerity.
You know, growing up, I always wanted to be friends with the people who hated me.
Oh, wow. We're getting like a dramatic...
No. I would never... Nope, that is just a thought and a strategy that never crossed my mind. Wanting to be friends with people that hate me? No, fuck them. If you hate me, fuck you.
Dramatic villain origin story. Oh, you thought I was kidding about the popcorn?
Just because I wanted to be seen as normal so bad. And I almost feel like I kind of never grew up. And even in my 23-year-old self, I still feel like I'm that 15-year-old that's constantly looking for validation through not just cis biological people, whatever you want to call it, but just through Republicans in general.
I'm impressed. I mean, she's really trying to get that Oscar nomination.
And I think I'm coming out of it because I've just kind of been thinking a lot about the people I talk to on Twitter and the things they say to me, like calling me a trans-identifying male or a man.
So the leopards started eating your face, like everyone told you they would, is what you're saying. You ready to head to the bank and cash that reality check? Everything she's saying might be completely true, but it's not an apology. It's an excuse. You didn't care about the right oppressing trans people until they didn't want you to be their little mascot anymore, and they started oppressing you. And if that's what it takes to redeem Kelly Cadigan, so be it. I'm happy. But it doesn't change the fact that it's pathetic.
I think I'm just starting to see the reality that, like, the people on the right don't actually care about...
Yep. Thank you. They don't actually, that's like the only fucking like truth to that. They don't actually care. They just want like somewhat of an acceptable version of you that they can like use to speak against everybody else that they hate. There's no such thing as a normal trans or a normal gay. Like, it's just like you're either gay or you're trans or straight or whatever else, you know, whatever it is you are. It's just kind of like bending yourself to these conservatives in such a way that it's a part of you that wants them to accept you. But they don't, and they will never. And the sooner people like come to terms with that, the better it's going to get.
Breaking news! A local woman discovers that the sky is blue.
I felt like I was gonna be like Candace Owens and you know, get my own show on the Daily Wire and be a pick-me and own that title, and it's just all like for what? Even if I did like get major success, it would all just be so fake and full of hate, and I just don't know how I got here.
Well, actually, Kelly, because you so carefully documented every single random politically charged thought that you've had over the past 2 months publicly on TikTok, it's very easy to see how you got here. I think this first apology video would get like a 17% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's pretty self-centered and performative, but you know what, Kelly? Give it another shot.
I don't want to come on here and cry. Like, I want to be just real I'm sorry to Dylan Mulvaney for taking your Days of Girlhood shtick and using it for my own conservative grift. I'm sorry to the Black community for what I said about slavery. I shouldn't have said that. And to non-binary people, I'm sorry I said your identities aren't valid.
Okay, this is a good start. She's listed out specific communities and people to apologize to directly.
So I actually just came to Target because I was going to pick up a new pride flag because I wanted to prove to you guys that I do support this community and I do want to change.
Oh, awesome. Regaining the trust of a community that you completely sold out for the low price of $10. Call now and we'll double your order.
I'm not going to be like the bigots on the right and tell you that I need to understand you to accept you because I don't.
Guys, I'm not like those crazy bigots on the right. Aren't you a crazy bigot on the right, though? Oh, come on. That is so last week me. First off, just gonna say, as
So
someone
last
who
week
could
me.
easily camouflage themselves inside of a hospital, not my place to accept her apology to the Black community, so I can only extend the olive branch so far. Aside from that, here are my thoughts. As usual, take them or leave them. I have massive concerns about Kelly's motivations. Why did she go to the right?
Yeah,
Because
me too.
people on TikTok were mean to her. Why did she go back to the left? Because people on Twitter were mean to her. How do we know that some overzealous 14-year-old with blue hair won't call her out on something and she'll get upset and go running back to the conservatives again?
That's
I
what
think
I'm
what we're
thinking.
seeing is somebody whose sense of self-worth is so closely tied to social media that their identity has corroded into just mirroring the opinions of whoever is giving them the most likes. We really need to bring back journaling. Instead of screaming every random thought you have on a virtual megaphone, take a second, write it out, let it marinate in the cranium for a little bit, and then you can declare your potentially incredibly dangerous opinions to a million people. I would actually highly advise Kelly to immediately get off of social media, at least for her mental health. Most recently, she's been crying because Blair White blocked her on Twitter, which tells me that instead of actually rejecting the political party that denies her womanhood, she sees the right as like an estranged lover. I think it's gonna take a lot more from Kelly than recording a few monologues in her car to prove that she's sincere, and I'm not the only one who thinks that.
There's genuinely nothing that gets under my skin more than when bigots try to rebrand themselves without actually doing any work or having any kind of internal shit.
It's gonna take a hell of a lot more than you posting TikTok videos and tweets about your newfound revelation to undo the harm you actively caused within our community.
The amount of damage that you did just because you wanted to be a pick-me.
My conclusion is that we can't really know if Kelly's apology is truthful until we see what she does over the next few months. I welcome her to educate herself. In fact, I highly encourage it, and I don't really have any hostility towards her.
Honey.
She just has a lot of work to do. I would absolutely love to hear y'all's take on the situation. Making this video was a lot like trying to cut soup with a knife. Just really messy. But I think
Meh. Honestly, like, I kind of think similarly. I would be really surprised if that girl stuck to her current ideals, but we're gonna have to see how it goes in the long run. I just don't like, she's just like Ollie London. Ollie London was like, I'm trans Korean and my pronouns are core and in, and now I'm a trans woman, and now I'm just gay and reformed, and now I'm a Christian. It's like, but it was like very like quickly, it was like every fucking like couple of months he was like changing things. So you're gonna be a technomancer. I don't know, it's just really ridiculous, like switching around like so much. So yeah, it's like you got to see what people do in the long run, because like you can't really believe.
This is why a lot of the LGBTQ
that
community does not like Pride Month. It's not real. They don't actually care about this. They don't actually care about us. They care about taking our money. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. I am very upset. Target, who has been profiting off of LGBT people for years now, decades maybe, has officially abandoned its allyship during Pride Month. The freaking first day of Pride Month, they said, never mind, I'm out, goodbye. This was due to conservatives, duh. Transphobes. I'll say transphobes not to offend the, trans accepting conservatives. But yes, transphobes have, created a giant scene. They're being little snowflakes. They're going on a temper tantrum. And Target has taken their side. They said, we're taking some stuff off the shelves. Pride is canceled this year. We're not doing it. The gays don't mean that much to us. For today's video, we're gonna dive right into this mess of a situation.
Yeah, I really
actually
like
did a bit
Samantha.
of an investigation myself. I went into my local Target the other day, maybe like 2 days ago, ripped what I could find of their Pride section apart, and I'm here today to expose the truth. I'm here to expose Target for what it really is. It's the whole Bud Light controversy all over again, I swear. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that before we get started. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Oh my god, I have a headband in. My hair's down, I have a headband on. Do we like the look? What do we think?
Yes,
I think it's cute.
I like it. I like the
Are you done? Thank you very much. Also, make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all those different places. Keep us up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Patreon and a Twitch channel where I'm going to be playing video games very, very soon. My first Twitch stream is going to be on this date. Yeah, this is the date of my first Twitch stream. We're maybe gonna have some guests, maybe not. Probably. We're gonna be doing a nice little welcome to my Twitch channel segment, and then we're also going to be playing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, the brand.
Alright, let's get
I
to it.
love Target. I am the epitome of that white that just goes to Target and buys things that she doesn't need because
That
it's
white
there,
bitch
and why
that
not?
goes to
And it's right
Target.
next to my gym, so I go work out and then I stop by Target. It's just such a perfect little routine. But I can't do that anymore. No longer will I be visiting Target. I may have done that yesterday, I won't lie. I've actually made videos on Target's Pride collection before. I think I made one either last year or the year before, like reviewing their Pride collection. Actually, I think I just reviewed a bunch of different Pride collections and Target's was in it. But I'm well aware, and I'm sure a lot of you are well aware, that Target has had a Pride collection for probably the last 10 years, if not more. I totally made up that number, but it's a long time. They've had it for a while. They have been making bank. I mean, I don't really know how much they've been making, but I'm assuming that they've made a lot of money off of LGBT people, off of people that are buying this Pride merch. This year was no different in terms of the Pride products. I'm reading on this article right now that
I just
Target
really don't
actually had
care
over
about, like, I really don't care to be represented through, like, Target with, like, clothing, rainbow clothes.
2,000 products in this year's Pride collection, which is crazy. I mean, like, it's just insane. That's so many products. Like, it says that the Pride collection includes clothing, books, music, and even home furnishings as part of the collection. And it says the items include quote-unquote gender fluid mugs, queer all year calendars, and books for children aged 2 to 8 titled Bye Bye
Queer all year calendar. Dang. Bye bye binary. Nice.
Binary and Pride 123 and quote unquote I'm not a girl. I mean, personally, I wouldn't buy those things. I wouldn't even buy them for my child if I had a child, just because, like, it's just not the vibe. But I mean, hey, there's somebody out there that will buy it, and I'm all about celebrating Pride. I don't care. Like, if a corporation wants to go out and make a whole big Pride celebration, a whole Pride display, sell a bunch of Pride merch, that is totally fine with me, as long as they're gonna put their money where their mouth is and their mouth where their money is when it comes down to it, which unfortunately Target has not done. We're all well aware of the political climate surrounding LGBTQ people right now, especially the trans community, you know.
Yeah, we're under fire
rumor
this
narrative
year.
going around saying that trans people
There's
are
a horrid
grooming
amount of
children.
bills.
I don't get it, but one of the main arguments is that me living my life as a trans woman and then maybe being around a child is somehow grooming that child into being a trans person. Listen, I don't have any stock in the number of trans kids out there. I don't get commission for every kid that transitions.
Right?
I genuinely just don't care.
There's
that
no
much. So
commission
narrative
for
is
that.
a little bit weird to me. And
You
it's
don't get
also
any
a bit
benefits.
tired. Like, haven't we heard this before for, like, gay people? Drab, boring, yawn. But that is just to say that the political climate surrounding trans people right now has not been good. It's been really, really, really bad. There have been close to 500 anti-LGBT bills proposed around the country this year alone, the highest number that there has literally ever been. And so, of course, I mean, we should have seen it coming that people were going to have a little bit of a field day with Pride Month. And they have. They definitely have. The Matt Walshes of the world, the Ben Shapiros of the world, of course, are going off on their rant saying that, I don't know, Pride Month is demonic and they're making products for young trans people and, you know, they're transing kids. But I don't weird. I don't know. Don't worry, we will be getting into the products. We will talk about the products. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't worry. But of course, once this collection came out, people started making it a big deal. Being the little snowflakes that they are, you know? It's the middle of June, but they're still snowflaking. Snowflaking? Is that a word? They've all been making videos about how Target should be canceled and they should be the next target, get it? The next target of this conservative movement, of this anti-trans movement, in the same way that Bud Light was their target for the last couple of months. If you're unfamiliar, I did do a video on the whole Bud Light situation, but basically Dylan Mulvaney did a sponsorship with Bud Light and the conservatives lost their minds. I genuinely feel...
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I don't genuinely feel anything about this, but they were seriously acting like Dylan spit in their beer and they were all gonna catch some sort of trans disease or something, but that's not what happened. Like,
it's just I love like being called like sensitive when like I don't see anybody more sensitive than these fucking like transphobes.
Literally, she just drank a can of Bud Light
Good night, Becca. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you.
On TikTok, and people couldn't handle that. They couldn't handle it so much that they literally boycotted Bud Light. I mean, you saw the TikToks of the steamrollers running over the cans of Bud Light. You saw people destroying their Bud Light cans and boycotting the company, all that kind of stuff. So much to the fact that Anheuser-Busch actually came out with a statement and said, like, they just apologized for it. They're like, sorry for, you know, working with a trans person. It will never happen again. I see you, Anheuser. Poor Dylan. Damn. Anyways, the transphobes have done it again, and this time it's Target. Let's take a look at some of the products that were listed for Target's
Yeah,
Pride
funny
Month,
when it
shall
gets
we?
dicey,
Okay, so
they
this one is
back
a bunch
out.
of rainbow stuff, like a rainbow skirt, rainbow pants, and it says bien proud. I don't speak Spanish. I think bien is good and proud. Bien. Muy bien is very good, right? I don't know, but it's just cute. I will say though that it is a onesie. These are all like baby clothes, so I think that that's kind of what did it.
It's just that it's a little bit of a waste, like, I feel like, because babies don't know what the fuck, like, you don't know if your infant has, like, a personality yet. But then again, cis straight people, like, put clothes on their little babies, like, little baby boys, like Lady Killer or something like that.
People are like, oh my god, you're gonna put this
Ladies,
shirt with a
man.
rainbow on my child, and my child's gonna be gay, my child's gonna another boy. Stop thinking about your kids like that, you weirdos. It's just so funny to me because the transphobes posting videos like this and pictures like this complaining about baby clothes that have pride stuff all over them is that the same people have no problems with other t-shirts that are much more sexualizing in nature, but you know, they don't say anything about it. Like the shirts that say like ladies man or like heartbreaker, stuff like that. They have no problem with that. They have no problem selling their little baby boys off to their future wives. They don't care. And this one has a giant arrow pointing to a fanny pack that says, "We belong everywhere." They're mad. They're like, no, you have to stay in your closet. Stay away from me. This is my Target. The only complaints that I have about this Target Pride collection is that they're just not cute. Like, I'm so sorry to the trans people that created this because I know that they did hire trans artists to create a lot of this merchandise. It's just not my vibe. But whatever, that's fine. There's also been a lot of like average citizens just going into their Target and being upset about this. I may argue that the Ben Shapiro's and the Matt Walshes may have motivated them or may have influenced them, if you will, but they're still there. They're still out there. Like this one, like this TikTok of this man literally going into Target and dismantling, taking apart the Pride
that was
display
one
and
of my
making it.
favorites.
First of all, calm down. It's not that serious. It's really not.
He did
And
like
also,
the softest like step on it.
Listen, I'm not about outing anybody, but if you're gonna destroy our Pride merch, you deserve it. But now the one product that I've seen most transphobes complaining about is a bathing suit. So this is the bathing suit, and apparently it is a tuck-friendly bathing suit, which transphobes are arguing is marketed to small children, little girls, little trans girls, if you will, which I don't know, is I guess transing the little kids or something. I don't know. Whatever they're saying about trans kids, they don't think that we're real or something. Just to let you know, kids are trans. They're not being pushed to be trans. They're not being influenced to be trans. There's just kids that are trans. It's so sad that conservatives literally have to go after children to get their point across. To get anybody on their side, they literally have to lie
and they don't even
about
do it
children.
with care
And so
either.
I was sitting here
They
and
just
I was
do
like,
it because
you know
they
what?
can.
I have to just go see for myself. I have to go into Target. I have to find out. They're out
Good
here
night,
telling me that
Melinda.
there's tucking bathing suits at Target. I'm gonna get 3 for my little nephews too.
All right, you guys, I'm here at Target. I just got out of the gym, so don't judge me if I'm a little sweaty. But yeah, I'm here at my local Target. I'm about to go inside and see what all the drama
A
is
full
about. Because honestly,
investigation,
conservatives are little
girls.
babies. So I'm like, they see one thing with a rainbow on it and they're gonna freak out. So I'm like, is it actually worth the freak out? Spoiler, I don't think it will be. But I'm going in there anyways because, you know, I like to see both sides. I like to give them a chance. I don't. So yeah, we're gonna be hunting for the bathing suit for children. You know, the one that has the tucking material in it, the extra coverage for trans girls that are tucking. I don't know right now, but I think that's pretty much all that people are upset about. We're gonna check it all out. Okay, you guys, so as you can see, I am walking into Target. This is the Pride collection that everybody has been freaking out about. Personally, it looks a little bit small. We have some cute little shirts, we have some cute little dresses with like little rainbows on them, some rainbow cups, some rainbow candles. Pretty much any of the products that Target has, they throw a rainbow on it and put it in the front of the store, and that's your Pride collection. Like I said before, I do believe that Target worked with trans artists to create some of the products.
Yeah,
here,
I don't
which
know
is
about
great.
this.
That's what I mean by these big corporations actually putting their money where their mouth is. Like hire trans artists, hire LGBT artists to create the actual products that you're selling to the LGBT community. That's great. And look what I freaking found. I found the infamous tucking bathing suit. Here it is. I do have to say, this ain't fitting any nephew of mine. My nephews are pretty small, pretty petite. I'm kidding. They're literally just like small children, but this is not fitting a child. Also, do you see this on the wall? It says adult sizing. So yeah, I don't really know where people got the idea that these tucking bathing suits were made for children. Also, I found
They're not
these,
made for
these
kids.
little American flags.
Yes, somebody put American flags there.
Stuff. They said proud. That's
America's the real pride.
my pride. The American flag, bitch. So yeah, you guys, that was the crazy, infamous tucking bathing suit that has caused this huge uproar. I think they also had some binders and some other, you know, like trans specified garments, but I didn't see them. I haven't really seen much about them online either, so maybe those are the products that Target has decided to take down. But yeah, even though these bathing suits and most of these products were made for adults, all have been going around on social media saying that they're for kids and saying that Target is pushing the woke agenda to children and transing the kids and, you know, the typical things that they say. To be honest, I could deal with that. Like, I don't care what a conservative says. I don't care what a transphobe says. They've been saying the same, like, they've been going off about this stuff for a while now. It doesn't really faze me at this point. I feel like it doesn't faze most people at this point. They're just like, oh, okay, you're being transphobic and homophobic again.
Oh,
Unlike the average...
I don't like transphobia, okay? I don't like transphobia. I don't like homophobia. But I love it when homophobic and transphobic people do like ridiculous shit very seriously because they think like the guy who took down the cardboard pride sign in Target and like stepped on it a little bit. Like that was so fucking comical. They did hire trans artists. They actually did. The problem is after so many employees were getting harassed for the display, they took down the clothing line, but they didn't notify them at all. Like, at all. Like, hey, we're taking your shit down. So, like, they had to find out through the news. I need some salad dressing with my pizza. Hold on. Whoop. Or pizza that's hot. Okay. Shall we continue?
Concerned citizen, Target was concerned. On May 24th, 2023, before Pride Month even started, I mean, they obviously had the Pride March out early, but before Pride Month even started, they released this statement. It says, for more than a decade, Target has offered an assortment of products aimed at celebrating Pride Month. Since introducing this year's collection, we've experienced threats impacting our team members' sense of safety and well-being at work. Given these volatile circumstances, we are making adjustments to our plans, including removing items that have been at the center of the most significant controversial behavior. Our focus now is on moving forward with our continuing commitment to the LGBTQIA+ community.
How?
And standing with them as we celebrate Pride Month and throughout.
You can't even stand with us with shitty clothes. How can you stand with us and celebrate Pride Month when you can't even stand with us over a fucking clothing line? Like, if you're losing your shit over that, like what, you're just gonna march in the parade? That's it? We're just gonna do the fun stuff only? Yeah, we'll stand with you until it affects our bottom line. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't understand these people. We're gonna celebrate it in any way except for this, because it's just getting a little too heated. It's getting a little too much. We can't handle it. Even though you have to handle it like all the time with all the death threats and shit. We're just gonna like veto that part.
The year. Our focus now is on moving forward with our continuing commitment to the LGBTQIA+ community.
You can't even commit to a swimsuit.
And standing with them as we celebrate Pride. Hold on. Standing with us where? Like,
yeah,
what do you mean standing with us? What happened? Got a little heated and now you can't take the smoke? Some transphobes and homophobes got upset with you and now you're gonna back off your allyship? God forbid Target has to deal with the hate and the discrimination and the volatile behavior that the LGBTQIA+ community has to deal with every day. We don't get to take our products off the shelf and say, you know what, we'll skip Pride Month this year. We have to deal with it. We have to get beat up in the streets all the time. We have to have our rights taken away. We have to have our lives debated politically every single day. Our sense of safety has been shattered. And the only way for us to get it back is to have these major corporations like Target standing up for us and saying that being trans is okay, being gay is okay, being part of this community is a good thing. It's okay. And we'll stand next to this community even when there are haters, even when there are people trying to discriminate against them. This is why a lot of the LGBTQ community does not like Pride Month. It doesn't like when these major corporations, you know, put up a pride display and sell pride merch to all of us because it's not real. They don't actually care about this. They don't actually care about us. They care about taking our money, which Target has made abundantly clear with this press release. So you can take our money for years and years and years and years and years off of a collection that is aimed at us, but then when you have to deal with the same struggles that we deal with, that you're saying that you support us with, you back off. You say, never mind. You say, we'll skip it. Effectively signaling to transphobes that they won and they can be crybabies and they can throw a temper tantrum, be little snowflakes and have our moment of pride of being proud of ourselves taken away. All for what? Because some...
That's what I'm saying. Like the most important thing about being an ally to the LGBTQ community, the biggest key is you gotta be ready to get dirty. If you're not ready to take the heat, you're not ready to stand with us. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work like that. You can't pick and choose the battles when you're being an ally.
Closeted gay man came in and took your sign down because people are posting on TikTok that they don't like your store anymore. Trans people are dying, babe. We're dying. It's just so fucking frustrating when companies are so out and so loud and so proud about being allies to the community and then do shit like this. Like I have multiple like night shirts in my closet that are from Target, you know, where they sponsored LGBT events that say Target Pride and have big rainbows and stuff all over them. That's not what an ally does. If you want to be a good LGBTQ friendly company, you have to put your money where your mouth is. And I keep saying that over and over and over again, but it's true, even if it means feeling discomfort like the rest of the LGBTQ community, because that's what an ally is. It's taking that burden off of the community and helping to lift us up. And what Target has done with this announcement, and same with Anheuser-Busch when they, you know, apologized for working with Dylan, what they've said is that LGBTQ rights only matter when it makes them money. And as soon as it stops doing so, as soon as it's no longer profitable for them, we're done. We're back to square one, if not in a worse position, because now they've shown that it's okay to revoke your acceptance, revoke your support of the community. This is so disappointing. Target, do better. Companies out there during Pride Month, please do better. Like, honestly, if you don't want to support us all the way through, if you don't want to stand in the heat, get out there.
I mean, there are like people are already thinking it's a political like statement. So of course the conservatives are going to come up and be like, well, challenging, you know, like your beliefs and stance on it. So they should have had employee training. Why isn't there any employee training for this? I need to wash my hands. They're sticky from the pizza. This is the kind of stuff where I have a problem with people thinking that the way to boycott things or to sort of like have a movement of activism is simply by purchasing or not purchasing items. Like, activism through capitalism may feel cathartic, but I think it's just kind of like a fart in the wind. It just doesn't do anything. And if anything, it just kind of like distracts from like the real issues that need to be had. Like, we need to be fighting this sort of stuff not through capitalism. We need to be doing it on other terms. I mean, Target doesn't even have the gumption to like stick through and follow through with actions that say, you know, they're actually in support of the LGBTQ community, but then it's like they go ahead and do the opposite. They're like, well, we took it down just because like it was dangerous. It's like, you took it down because you wanted to protect your employees from danger. That's not in itself a bad thing. I support that. But the problem is we as trans people, we as in like me, an actual trans, I'm not saying that you're all trans or gay, but like, We don't get to do that. We don't get to be like, oh, this is getting too dangerous, I better take this off. Like, that's an extreme luxury. Okay, it's dangerous, and we just have to live with the danger. It gets really difficult. I just scraped the shit out of the roof of my mouth with that pizza. Yeah, it's not like they didn't have the money available to set up security. Yeah, exactly. I have like a curtain of like skin from the roof of my mouth. No, I really did like scrape the roof of my mouth. I think I might have burnt it a little bit too. So I have like all this skin that's just like... Anyway, yeah, it's kind of sore. Better cool it down with a fresh beer. I feel like I've been having like a lot of beer, but I don't really feel anything. I don't know, it's weird. Sometimes I feel like when I pace them out enough, I just like maintain the same fucking buzz. Pizza and beer is so good. Friday is my beer day. It's like the beer day. Anyways. I love this face.
The kitchen. I'm just kidding. But don't make these giant pride collections. Like
the shitty kind. I call it camp water, camping water. It's Coors. Oh god, I would kill for popcorn right now.
Stop. And like I do have to say, like I understand. As much as I don't want to, I do understand that it's a corporation, it's a business, it's there to make money. Honestly, I think you would have been financially better off if you had stood in your support for the LGBTQ community. The majority of Americans support this community. 70% of Americans want big corporations to have a pride display and to...
We would have protected you and your hideous clothes. I don't mean to insult the designer. I'm just like...
You know, support the community.
They're mid. They're mid. Come on.
Nike, and look at like M&M's and all these different companies that have stood their ground supporting the LGBTQ.
There's plenty of other companies that have stood their ground. I think Toyota now, I think it's Toyota, where they're like taking a stand. Or was it Chevrolet? I don't know. It was whatever like car company. You made burritos? I want a carne asada. Or like a breakfast burrito.
Community and have become better off because of it. The conservatives and the transphobes moved on to somebody else once they said, we're not backing down from this. This is what we believe, these are our values, and this is what we will stand by. So honestly, like morally, they should have stood by us. Financially, they probably should have stood by us. I think they're just dumb all around. And the people destroying Target, like, go to a rage room, like, get a hobby. Maybe some anger management too, because y'all got issues.
I know, I just can't even imagine, like, making the, like, actual fucking decision to go into Target and then, like, get angry at the rainbow stuff and, like, film yourself destroying property and getting trespassed as, like, as if it's, like, some sort of holy mission that God sent you on himself. God told me to go into the Target and throw the swimsuits to the ground. Like, yeah, you're a real God warrior. I'm a God warrior. This isn't even Christian. This is dork-sided!
I miss the days when kids would be at pride parades and pride celebrations and everybody would like love it and be so cute because they would be there like celebrating their gay cousin or their gay aunt or like their gay dads or, you know, their trans sister or something like that. And it was always so cute and wholesome. And now everything is just on fire or something. But yeah, you guys, I mean, this has just been a mess. I really, really hope that Target comes back around and says, you know what, we're going back again. We supported, then we didn't support, now we're supporting again. I don't know, it would be a nice thing. Who knows, maybe this was just a big publicity stunt to get people talking about Target and stuff, which if it is, can y'all stop? Like, I hate when companies make publicity stunts out of the LGBTQ community. Like, even with M&Ms, they were like, okay, well, we got canceled, so we're done now. You're not. We're not some political football that you can use to throw back and forth and to, you know, up your numbers and get clout off of. Like, we're people that are struggling.
Oh, I totally forgot. I think M&M's completely canceled all of their characters.
Over the past couple days, some news broke about something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I just wasn't sure if I had the mental fortitude to even really tackle the subject in video.
Months ago.
So I've been back and forth on whether or not to even address it, because it's going to be hard to get through this without shedding a few tears, but sometimes I think it's kind of important to show vulnerability. I'm not some emotionless husk. Men can cry. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that demonstrates strength. So you know what? If you're a man watching this, go outside right now, look at a beautiful sunset, and just cry your eyes out, you little bitch. Today, I'm going to be crying about the loss of the M&M's spokes candies. Wow, even just saying that out loud was painful. It felt like poison and fire and flames leaving my mouth. But it's the truth, and sometimes it's a tough pill to swallow, but you gotta swallow regardless. It was revealed this week that the decision was made to bench the M&M spokes candy, the beloved characters of the M&M universe, which has deep and expansive lore that spans decades. It's some of the most...
They will be remembered throughout the ages.
well-crafted lore up there with some of Tolkien's work. So to have them sidelined and even just blatantly retired is tough. They can take away our spokes candy, but they can't take away all the loads I've blown looking at them. God damn, those sexy M&Ms, the green M&M, especially with those high-heeled boots, hubba hubba, Jesus fucking Christ. The nuts I've busted looking at that, and I know I'm not alone. For years, the M&M spokes candies have ranked among the hottest things in the world, like above waifus for weebs even, you know? I'll drop the sarcasm here. I'm sure for a while you've at least been somewhat aware of what's been going on with the M&M's spokes candies. For a long time, they were just like goofy little skits they do with the red M&M, you know, doing shit. Before
there really
movies
wasn't
at
much
AMC
thought
theaters,
process
they'd have that
to the
little short that would play where all...
There really wasn't much thought process to these M&M candy like characters. I don't think anybody really give a shit. And as for like M&M as a company to like make, or Mars Bar, whatever it is, like for them to like extend it out to like make like a gay one or like a trans one or a non-binary one, I just don't even give a shit. I don't need to be represented through candy, alright? I don't need to be represented through fictional characters. Like, nobody asked for that. Like, you really could have just, like, left that alone.
All the M&Ms get kidnapped, strapped to a rocket, and he's defusing a bomb, and then someone's phone goes off, and it's like, the M&Ms don't want you to have your phone on during a movie. Put it on silent, please. It was just a very large marketing campaign that used these characters for a long time. Well, over the last year or so, they took those characters and then gave them weird backstories. Like, they tried to make the M&Ms have some kind of relatable stories associated with them, so it was like this big marketing overhaul in order to deliver a message that, you know, everyone should come together. Everyone is welcome with M&Ms. You know, let's unify the world with M&Ms and our fiction, our lore around them. It was a really goofy campaign, and it got a lot of pushback. But at the forefront was someone named Tucker Carlson, who had a fucking meltdown about the M&Ms no longer being sexy. Like, he could
Literally,
no longer, in
his candies melted over this.
good conscience, jerk off and ejaculate to the sight of them. He had this huge rant about it, like the green M&Ms, her boots were taken away and given like sneakers, and he lost his goddamn mind about it. And this became a huge meme, and it even became a point of debate and controversy. And then all of this bubbled over for the last year or so, and now they've recently come out and just completely scrapped everything to do with the spokes candies, which is such a weird decision in the first place. You could have just said, all right, we won't even give them backstories. It doesn't matter. Because it's not that fucking important. It's just candy. You make candy, right? You're not changing the world. I mean, you're changing the weight of the world with how unhealthy your products are, but you're not, like, actually improving the world. You're just making fucking candy. You know, there's no reason to try and make these wild, pretentious statements about the candy you're making.
Cassie, wow, I love candy. I wish they had an extravagant backstory I could think about while eating it. Like, seriously. Like, I just, like, who gives a shit?
And the personality associated with it, it was a weird idea that wasn't executed well, but it led to some unforgettable moments and memes as a result of it. So I am a little sad to see that go. They've been replaced with Maya Rudolph, who's going to be doing a Super Bowl commercial for them. Now, I think there is a conspiracy that has a lot of weight to it, that this is a bait and switch where Maya Rudolph's going to announce, like, the M&Ms are sexier than ever, and then they're going to come out and all goatsy themselves or something, like a big fucking orgy. Like, I do think there is a chance that this is all just another big marketing push in order to hype up this controversy and play into it. But I also could be totally wrong, and they really just didn't want to deal with any kind of, like, public, you know, outcry and hoopla, so they just decided to completely, you know, kill off the spokes candies. Just fucking put them down. But anyway, I went over this on stream, and I want to show some of those clips just to go over it a little bit deeper, but that's basically the situation in a nutshell. Oh, they even put out a Twitter statement. America, let's talk. In the last year, we made some changes to our beloved spokes candies. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, and we definitely didn't think it would break the internet. I hate that expression so fucking much.
Me
I really
too.
do.
Instant
That
cringe.
is just so awful. But now we get it. Even a candy's shoes can be polarizing, which was the last thing M&M's wanted, since we're all about bringing people together. Therefore, we have decided to take an indefinite pause from the spokes candies. In their place, we're proud to introduce a spokesperson America can agree on, the beloved Maya Rudolph. We are confident Miss Rudolph will champion the... Who the fuck is this guy? He has nothing to do with M&M's. We're confident Miss Rudolph will champion the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels they belong. What are these huge statements? You make chocolate. You just make chocolate.
You literally
What do you
make
mean?
chocolate. Like,
We're saving the world one M&M at a time. This went like 3 different ways. This went fucking cattywampus real quick. Is he happy or sad?
cattywampus. I haven't heard that term in so long. Cattywampus.
I can't tell. I'm gonna miss the sexy M&Ms. I still don't know what the fuck what the point was in all of this shit. This was the dumbest ad campaign ever. Alright, you guys remember the orange M&M? Yeah, so he has anxiety, but he doesn't let it define him. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll think about that next time I'm eating M&Ms. Which one got naked during one of the commercials?
Oh my god.
That was like, 10 years ago. There was the one where it like ripped off the coating. Do you think the decision to get rid of the mascots will hurt the company? Man, fuck no. What? The decision to even give them lore was useless anyway.
Yeah.
It did nothing except... I mean, maybe it actually helped them because it got people talking about M&Ms. But no, I don't think it's gonna fucking hurt them. It's not like...
Oh my god.
Hello everyone, it's me, Curtis Connor.
Speaking of woke shit, let's listen to Noah Samson talk about this anti-woke YouTube channel. I don't need representation through fictional candies. I just, it's not going to interest me. Oh my god, product placements in like old movies is so fucking funny. I love the thing in like Wayne's World where they make fun of that. Product placement for like Doritos and like Tylenol. Tylenol, little, yellow.
iPhone 14 Pro Max, here for another video on YouTube.com. Today we're going to be looking at a video from the Anti-Woke YouTube channel, Think Before You Sleep. I use anti-woke in a general sense. It's kind of anti-feminist, anti-SJW sort of stuff. This video, called How Woke Propaganda Works, is a reaction video to a video from Novara Media, and it's hosted by Ash Sarkar. I'm just going to play his video, which plays her video and his reaction, and then I'm going to talk about what we're seeing. It's going to be slow, it's going to be
And then I'm going to play it. It's going to be an inception. Let's go. Everything anti-woke leads to fascism, essentially. It's how it always works.
And chunky, but we're gonna have fun with it, and we love it. Thank you. Let's go.
Lately, I've been seeing this thing pop up on social media.
We are going to talk about how you can become a traditional wife.
Some younger millennials and Zoomers have decided to embrace living la vida casserole, dedicating themselves to cooking, cleaning, and child rearing, while their husbands or boyfriends, I don't know, chuck firewood or go to their job in human resources. This isn't...
If anybody doesn't know, there's like a term called, like, they call them trad wives, and trad is just shortened for traditional, so traditional wives, so they just call them trad wives.
Just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
Oh no, women doing housework, child rearing, right wing, traditional. What has this world come to? This is terrible. Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
Ow, ow. So that's what this video is like. Random stock image, smug, whiny commentary that takes the first 20 seconds of the introduction to a video and does a little bit of a straw man, summarizing the trad wife social media phenomenon as women choosing to stay home and work.
Deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
It's a classic example of a straw man. However, I think we can grant some leniency because it's a sarcastic kind of like preaching to the choir that already gets what I'm saying sort of thing. So let's just keep watching and check it out.
Why is this important? 3 things. These women are often really young, in their 20s, and they're preaching the values of submitting to a husband to an audience of other young women.
Gee, as opposed to what the mainstream left is promoting to young children during family-friendly events? Also...
So this voice isn't the actual, like, guy presenting. This is, like, the commentary that the guy is giving on the this is a lot of Inception. So the lady is the video we're watching. When you just get the voiceover, it's the dude critiquing it, but he's a piece of shit. And then you got Noah, who's like the mustache dude, who's like responding to this guy's response. And I'm responding to that response. This is a little much. I should have done my research anyways.
Why is submitting to a partner bad if it's done so by choice?
This video has 300,000 views, and the channel has 700,000 subscribers, and this is the level of commentary. Pure, raw, unfiltered whataboutism, straight from the source. He is here referencing the right-wing propaganda movement to frame things like Drag Queen Story Hour as being inherently predatory towards children, and turning them trans, hitting them with the trans ray. Part of the problem here is that the audience for this kind of video is so fully bought into right-wing propaganda that an assertion like that can just go fully unchallenged. They listen to Ben Shapiro, they follow libs of TikTok, they see the constant misrepresentation of drag queens and trans people, grouping those together because they like to just sort of group them together, and how RuPaul is coming to your house to break through your window to hit your child over the head with a hardcover copy of The Giving Tree. It's very scary and very real stuff that's going on.
Also, why is submitting to a partner bad if it's done so by choice? You just said a thing with a negative tone without explaining why it's wrong, particularly when one of the most common things women ask for in a relationship is leadership from men.
Source? Can we get a source? Me, when I pull an idea out of thin air, the most commonly cited thing that women want is for me to go to bed at my bedtime. The woman is my mom, and she represents the thoughts and feelings of women across the globe. Also, he's like, you're using this negative tone without explaining why it's wrong. You're 40 seconds into the video. The video hasn't started. This is the introduction. The points are being listed out, and then they're gonna go in detail if you watch the video. All you gotta do is watch the video. But this person is allergic to pre-watching, which we love on this channel. We love it when they're contradicted later, and then they just don't even bring it up. But maybe he's a mind reader. Let's watch.
The tradwife trend doesn't exist in isolation. It's linked to deeply regressive political and social movements such as Christian and white nationalism and anti-feminism.
Well, we knew they couldn't make it the whole video without calling someone far right, ignoring the fact that I bet if you actually surveyed the women who run these tradwife channels, none of them listen to Nick Fuentes.
Me, when I make stuff up, I love the way he does that. I bet if you asked these people this thing, they'd say what I think, because that's how statistics work.
Connections can also be more explicit. One mumfluencer called Wife with a Purpose issued a white baby challenge, calling on women to have as many white babies as possible. This is an idea.
What? What? Excuse me, what? Have as much white babies as possible? Why? What the fuck? You trying to make the coming race? Like...
is central to neo-Nazism.
I love how showing a Christian nationalist and then a white nationalist is just calling people far right with no basis. They are those things. They are self-proclaimed. You can see it in the it's look at the shirt. Listen to Nick Fuentes anytime he's talking. That's what he is. It's okay to just like live in reality, you know?
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool.
We knew they couldn't make it the whole video without calling someone far right.
He also just once again puts words in her mouth. She didn't say that the women that run these tradwife accounts listen to Nick Fuentes. She said something different than that, which you can run it back and listen if you want, but it wasn't that.
Also, how are Christians regressive? I mean, Muslims have traditional values. Are they regressive too? It's weird that only one religion was mentioned during the entire video. But again, you're just saying things are bad with no reason why.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to put on a coat because, you know, sometimes you're just a chilly boy. He asked the question here, how are Christians regressive? But that's not what she said. She said that Christian nationalism and anti-feminism are regressive. And those aren't the same thing.
Nope. Honestly, if somebody says they're Christian, I gotta ask, like, is it like, I don't know, like groovy woke Jesus Christian or like gunshot American flag Jesus? Because there's two fucking different Jesuses going on here, if you catch my drift.
As Christianity. It's really nice that when he's done making what he thinks is a point, he says, also, really makes it easy to debunk each thing he says because they're separated, nice and easy. Bringing up the fact that Ash is a Muslim and finger wagging, well, actually, to an argument she never made. It's goofy behavior. That's what I would call it. Goofy behavior. Preaching to the choir behavior because they don't care. They aren't intellectually logged in. They are getting mad. This video is making them mad. It's supposed to make them mad, and it's succeeding. It is 99% likes.
It's part of a wider shift of young people being dissatisfied with neoliberalism and wanting social change.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
I'm uneducated, and I'm making that your problem. I remember there's some old anti-SJW videos that did this same thing.
So, like most people who grew up immersed in the neoliberal ideology of the West.
What? Neoliberal ideology of the West. Let's just break that one down for a moment, shall we? Neo, meaning new. Liberal, the idea that the world should be governed on a principle of liberty and equality for all people. And this is supposed to somehow be a bad thing to think.
Loudly proclaiming that you don't know what a word means. It's supposed to be like a comedic thing, like, oh, the woke left is going so far with their terms, they're just making words up. When neoliberalism is really a politics 101 concept, at least understanding the basics of the term and what she's trying to say here. It's not a simple concept, but acting like it's a new thing it's silly. You know, it's silly.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says. A misguided expression of the desire for social change. Again, just one little example of what you're talking about to show why the trend is bad. I understand that this is like an outline of your speech, but at least give me a teaser so if I only watch the intro, I know why this is bad, as opposed to only knowing that this is bad.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, he admitted. He's just admitting it. This is responsible content creation 101. It's one thing if you're a viewer and you need a little bit more context in the introduction to a video, but you're a content creator making a critique. You are critiquing the ideas here, you disagree with them, and you are so lazy that you can't just watch the video first. That's all you have to do. Is watch the video first. I need a little treat, a little teaser before I can decide if I want to eat the meal.
Surely between calling your opponents far-right extremists and all that expensive and fancy editing, you can afford to do that. But maybe it's not the purpose of a media outlet that clearly bleeds money to be honest about their portrayal of info. And when I say bleeds money, I mean that this 300K sub channel called Novara Media has trouble hitting 50K views on an average video, yet somehow is able to afford a staff of multiple pundits, editors, expensive equipment, and a studio. With all these expenses, there is no way this channel makes money, so clearly someone is paying for this information to be spread.
This is where a fun conspiracy begins. He speculates that this channel must be bleeding money, while not mentioning the fact that they have thousands of donors and paying subscribers outside of YouTube. He mentions it later, but that's why this claim that they're bleeding money is speculative at best and dishonest at worst. Also, to be clear, this is a media organization that is building a YouTube presence, and just because that YouTube presence has yet to become profitable on its own, somehow means that there must be secret people behind the scenes pulling the strings. This gets really good though here.
What is Novara Media? Who is this presenter, Ash Sarkar? Well, I found this video of her on Piers Morgan where she says this.
I'm literally a communist.
That's not a shock. But what is a shock is that you can buy jewelry of that quote or t-shirts that say marks on them on the Novara Media website shop, which is very capitalist of them. Wait, did that jewelry page say topple and burn? Yep, it did. You can't make this stuff up. A group of communists literally partnered with a company called Topple and Burn, which really just signifies the sort of violent behavior that communists are known for. This stuff is just right in your face.
He's actually got a point here. Topple and Burn is a pretty dangerous dog whistle. Some of you may recall the January 6th protesters decked out in their merch. As soon as you put on the necklace, it makes you storm the White House. It's true. Many are saying this.
Anyway, then I stumbled across their Support Us page where it says, defy billionaire-backed media and back truly independent journalism. I wish I recorded my initial laughter while reading this because I work in this industry and there is no way that they could afford this staff with a small YouTube channel and independent donors.
Okay. I work in this industry. You have a YouTube channel, man. You have a YouTube channel. Anyone with a blog is just working in the industry now. And look, I get that he's trying to say he has a YouTube channel. It's successful. He understands the rough breakdown of ad revenue and things like that. Still very funny to call having a YouTube channel working in the industry. The industry he doesn't work in, though, is the journalism industry, the one that takes into account the donors and speculates on another channel's earnings. Pocket watching. This is called pocket watching. I'm gonna skip ahead after this part because he's just doing a thing where he's just like being kind of mean, I guess.
Novara Media wants you to know that they know what the cool kids are into.
Mainstream media sucks.
It literally sucks.
Amazing dance moves, Ash.
Why are you shitting on Ash's dance move? She's just having a good time in that video. Come on, man. I challenge you, think before you sleep, to post a video of you dancing and see how people on the internet talk about you. Just saying. He uploads a stock image of Aruba bouncing up and down or something. What? I'm literally one of the images. I'm dancing. This is me dancing.
Now let's go over the numbers. Novara Media boasts that they, at the time of the video, had 200,000 subs and 2.5 million monthly views, which sounds like a lot, but it's not nearly enough to accrue 6,000 donors. I don't know any 200K subscriber channels with anywhere near that number of donors. I get like double their monthly views. I have promoted donations in the past on many videos, and I don't even have 200 monthly supporters between Patreon and Subscribestar.
This one's so good. This one's so good.
He
I've
just
completely
own
failed
himself?
at building a Patreon audience, so everyone must.
Did he really just own himself? Like, even I know my Patreon is low because like I don't put the effort into it like I do the YouTube channel. He really just like owned himself and just said, I don't make this work.
Also do that. Again, the logic here is just bonkers. work. The reason I'd imagine no one wants to sub to his Patreon is because he's not a particularly entertaining or talented creator. He just shovels the right-wing slop into the audience's mouths. This is modern-day Fox News. They sit there and they watch, they get mad at the source material because it's being misrepresented, of course, and then they go on about their days. Paying extra to hear more of this guy's voice? No thanks. None for me, thanks. I thank you, but none for me, thanks.
And I don't even have 200 monthly supporters between Patreon and Subscribestar. So who gave them the exposure to get thousands of donors? You would need monthly views at least in the tens of millions to get that.
Go right now to any of the top pages on Patreon. Think before you sleep. I'm talking to you. Maybe you'll respond to this, maybe you won't, but if you're watching my video, go to the thing and look at the viewership. They don't need 10 million. They don't even need 1 million. It's just, you need to just have a good content and a good relationship with the audience. It's harder for you because you do propaganda and they don't care about you. They care about getting mad.
Yeah,
that's it.
exactly.
Okay, this is where the real expose begins. Here we go. This is good.
Here's where things get more interesting. I went to this website here and found that Novara Media partners with a group called the Media Fund, who also partners with a group called Open Democracy. Open Democracy receives money from the Ford Foundation, and it also received hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2021 from the Open Society Foundations.
Notice what just happened there. He just jumped from one thing to the next thing to the next thing without proving a real connection. Novara Media partners with the Media Fund. The Media Fund partners with Open Democracy. Notice Novara Media doesn't partner with Open Democracy. It's a guilt by association. There's an intermediary party. Party.
Some of you tinfoilers might already know who runs the Open Society Foundations, but for those of you who don't, let's go to their website. Oh look, it's billionaire George Soros. I swear when you study this stuff enough, it feels like all paths eventually lead to George Soros.
Okay, that's weird comment there. But again, Novara Media is not funded by George Soros. This is full speculation and guilt by association dressed up as investigative journalism. It's horrible. It's hilariously bad.
We're free for all to access, free from ad partnerships, free from paywalls, and free from the influence of the super rich.
The founder of Novara Media, this guy here, Aaron Bastani, has also written for the George Soros-funded Open Democracy, and Novara Media did a podcast with Open Democracy's founder as well. So who exactly is funding you again?
My favorite tech YouTuber did an interview with Bill Gates, and ever since then, it's all woke 5G vaccine propaganda. Again, trying to prove a link by association. So snarky and smug, and all just so obviously wrong and reaching.
Also, according to The Guardian, this group called the Media Fund that Novara Media is a part of has all sorts of regulations, which means not only do they probably have billionaire donors, but they also have a politically driven regulatory organization that they have to adhere to.
The National Union of Journalists Code of Conduct, which is to demonstrate a commitment to factual and accurate reporting, and within a year of joining, become fully unionized workplaces. It does say new partners must be approved by existing partners, suggesting that right-wing outlets are unlikely to be selected. But again, does that prove an agenda? No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
unlikely,
It shows
must
a
be
general trend of the types of publications that get selected. But the wokeism comes before that selection. They're already woke. There's no one telling them to be woke. Again, I'm using woke in the way they understand it. To them, it means left-wing, liberal, anything over there. That's what it means. Shout out to Little Joel.
Hey, booby champs.
Okay, so now we're moving forward to the meat and potatoes here, which is the claim about propaganda. The first claim being it's full of straw man arguments. This video from Ash Sarkar. Let's set aside the fact that the video so far has had billions of straw man arguments and just see what he's got to say.
More importantly, though, and now that we know who's behind this company, this Tradwife video from Novara Media is an excellent example of using heavy amounts of propaganda to get you to believe a certain narrative without any actual evidence that what they are saying is true. So let's get back to Ash Sarkar and discuss how the propaganda works by first showing you how they only use one-sided strawman arguments.
Like with the example of finances, the idea of submission is that by giving up her independence, autonomy, and power, a woman will be taken care of by a good and godly man. She serves him, he serves Christ, but only one person is scrubbing out the toilet.
Okay, and only one person is dealing with an asshole boss. Only one person is repairing the stuff that breaks. Only one person is lifting the heavy stuff. Seriously, these feminists love to forget all the traditional male house chores, while at the same time being incredibly demeaning and insulting to men in their portrayals.
You know, the reason Ash describes what the male's role is here as just serving Christ is that historically there is an imbalance. The idea that these traditional gender roles are a one-to-one exchange is false. That's why feminists historically have fought for what they've fought for. It's really pedantic to take Ash's outline of this idea and declare it a straw man when it's not even the argument. You're just taking everything she says and breaking it down like it's too much. It's bad. It's dishonest. Like, listen to the next part.
The influence of fundamentalist religion extends far beyond whatever private arrangements a couple may have as part of a household. housewife culture is dominated by aggressively anti-abortion, anti-birth control, and anti-sex views.
Oh, interesting.
At the start of the video, he makes the point that Ash is declaring traditional gender roles as inherently misogynistic.
Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
But here she is very clearly refuting that notion.
And look, I'm not saying there's anything inherently degrading about being a mum or making nice meals. I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too.
Why didn't he delete that part from the beginning of the video? Because he does not care about being honest. That's not the point here.
Yeah.
The point here is shovel, 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 shovel.
I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too.
Now you might say it's just a coincidence that she talks
Why
about how
is
she
he
can
the
make
beater
complex
like that?
meals while making her boyfriend look stupid. Surely they aren't intentionally trying to make men look bad here.
Okay, this is where we get to this sort of incel vibes from this guy. She plays a clip of him, you know, being silly with the whisker. And he's like, you're making him look so stupid. How could you do this? He must be so embarrassed that his girl is making him look like a cuck. But it's like, bro, it's a silly clip. It's a silly clip. An example of him making an elaborate dinner and being a little silly while he does it. What? How does that? What? How is that her making him look bad? It's just funny. Super triggered and sensitive at the slightest hint that a guy is being poked fun at, and he's not even being poked fun at. They're dating. It's fine. It's funny. Chill the fuck out.
Though the idea of women being confined to the home while men do things like go outside and work isn't exactly new.
Is there any comparative description here that doesn't attempt to make men look like crap? Women are confined to the home while men can just do whatever they want. Maybe they go outside and work, or maybe they won't. This video has BuzzFeed levels of self-awareness.
She didn't say men can do whatever they want. She said men are working. Somehow he has managed to get lazier than he already was by just completely not listening to a 5-second clip. It's a 5-second clip, man.
You could easily flip this and say that men are forced to do the will of a boss all day while a woman gets to stay home watching soap operas and doing whatever she wants.
Men going outside and going to work, which is what she said,
while men do things like go outside and work,
is in the inverse summarized as women staying home and watching soap operas all day.
I bet if women actually gave men a choice to stay at home versus work for some boss they don't like or for rude customers, a giant portion of them would gladly not go to work.
So here he's being an accidental feminist by promoting the concept of a stay-at-home dad. The anti-feminist framing is being a stay-at-home mom is better for you, actually.
Interesting. Yeah, he totally just fucking outed, like, the idea that there could be a stay-at-home dad. Like, that's perfectly fine. And then, you know, a traditional or somewhat traditional woman would go to work, like,
it's easier and better for you, and you like it. When the feminist framing is, you can be a stay-at-home mom, we have no problem with that. All we're saying is that you should have the right and autonomy to choose. Very simple, very simple.
Oftentimes I hear, and keep in mind this isn't data or anything, this is just anecdotal, could have a lot to do with the selection bias and the, you know, the people who wind up in my office. But that it's kind of completely acceptable to a lot of my male patients that they have a partner that doesn't earn money and that a homemaker is like a laudable position. But women that I have as patients don't really feel the same way. They're actually very few.
Random clip of Dr. K, which he prefaces by saying this is anecdotal.
Keep in mind this isn't data or anything, this is just anecdotal.
Love that. Love that. This guy hates data. He hates it. Just listen to how much he hates it. Listen to what he says next.
They're actually very few.
Yes, as far as I can see, including the many examples of women's testimony that I provided on this channel, the reason that house husbands are almost non-existent is because women generally don't want a man who stays home. They want a guy who makes more money than they do, whether they are politically on the left or the right. This is all compounded by another one-sided feminist lie, which is that housework is unpaid.
As far as I can see, including the many examples from my channel, which definitely doesn't have a particular agenda involved. Definitely not. Definitely not. Editor Noah, just go ahead and scroll through what the types of videos he makes and the types of agendas of the people he presents are made out to be. Okay, I got somewhere to be. It's getting dark. I'm maybe gonna finish the rest of this video later. We are 9 minutes in of a 30-minute video, and this video must be jumping up to the 20-25-minute range.
Stay-at-home dads. Has anybody ever seen Mr. Mom? It's kind of a funny movie. I think it's like Michael Keaton. And, like, his wife gets a job and he gets laid off from his job. So he starts doing, like, all the stuff she did. And it's, like, just a horrendous struggle for him to get through all the house chores and stuff. But he ends up finding, like, out, like, how to do that in his own way. Mark must almost, yeah, grocery shopping, cooking, family. Broad stereotypes are just ridiculous, exactly.
If you want a 3-part series from this creeper, let me know. If you don't, and if you hated this, also let me know. And I'll see you on the flip, on the Philip. I'll see you.
I like Noah Samson. Let's see.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the channel. It's me, your host, Woke iDubbbz, back with another Wait, I'm getting word that iDubbbz is Woke iDubbbz now, apparently. Great, just great. As if Western civilization wasn't falling hard enough already. A few days ago, I did a video on this anti-woke,
I am really jealous of the mustache and the mullet of Noah. Like, it's like, that's a handsome man. So, okay, so he released the video we just watched. He released like 3 weeks ago. This is like 2 weeks ago, so there's some beef.
Feminist channel, Think Before You Sleep. If you haven't seen that video, I would recommend watching it so you can have the full context to today's video, and so I can get a bunch of views and money and keep my social media communist grift going. Think Before You Sleep decided to respond to my video in a community post on his channel. His reason...
No way, no. Oh my god. I need to like... Okay, I still have half my drink. I need another one. I also need some water. Okay. Let me get... I need an assortment of beverages. I need a root beer and another beer and water. Yes. Oh my god. I got... Yes! Tea! I love it! It's tea time! Stoke up another pizza, honey. We got some tea going on. No, you gotta do it. I'm busy. Please. I'm like, boy, stoke up another pizza. We got tea time. Heed. Move now. Has anybody ever seen So I Married an Axe Murderer? This show's so fucking funny. When he's like the old guy and he like makes fun of that kid and he like calls him head and says his head is huge. It's like Sputnik, round but pointy at parts. Heed, move now. It takes a village to raise a child, I swear.
For that being that he's already responded to Ludwig, Hassan, and Vosh, and we're all the same guy with the same arguments apparently. Of course, I think it's totally fair to opt out of making a video response. He's busy. Wow. He's got better things to do, like explain to us how feminism is making women fall in love with Justin Bieber or whatever. It's important political work, and I respect his decision to pursue it. But I am a commentary YouTuber, which means that I do not have better things to do. I have time today. This video is going to be a bit of a slog, so to minimize the sloggery, I'm just going to go through and respond to Think Before You Sleep's main complaints about my video in order of relevance. The full post is linked in the description. You should go read it to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting anything he was saying. Last thing here.
Fucking Lord. This guy is so butthurt. He was critiqued that he wrote a fucking novel. Oh my Lord. Man up, dude.
At the end of his post, he writes this: TLDR, people I disagree with are wrong. Also, if you don't want to read it, then use text-to-speech. Full screen a stock image, and it will be just like watching a video of mine. He's got a sense of humor here, which...
You need some absinthe. Me? I need absinthe? I don't like absinthe. I think it tastes like a nutsack. I mean, if you all like it, that's fine.
I think
Not
that's,
for
that's
me.
good. But instead of doing text-to-speech, I had a better idea.
It tastes like old licorice balls.
I'm gonna soothe the audience's ear wounds suffered in the last video by having someone with a smooth, calming voice read Think Before You Sleep's voice lines. Andrewism is the one. He will be doing that today.
Thank you. Oh my god, I love that. So the guy's voice is so fucking like annoying. They're like, we can't even listen to him. We're gonna listen to somebody read him.
Hi, Andrewism.
Awesome. All right, we're doing this with the dog. Noah Samson. Take 1, take 0, take 2, however many takes this takes.
Go check out his channel after this. He uses his same voice over there, and his videos are as good as his voice, which means it's very good stuff. Okay, long intro over. Let's begin. The first critique from Think Before You Sleep that I want to look at is that of hypocrisy. I criticized him for not watching Ash's video in full, and yet I only reacted to half of his video. This is a contradiction. Laziness for me, but not for thee, if you follow. Let's read that now.
Noah only reacted to about half of my video. His video was 21 minutes. Mine was 30 minutes. So by his followers' logic, he must be taking me out of context and avoiding crucial points so he can sell a narrative.
No.
By your logic is one of the funnier online argumentation tactics. Its pervasive use was summed up well here in this Vulture article. Feel free to pause and read. But one major problem with the by your logic line of argumentation is that it's often totally vacuous. And that's the case here. In his entire post, Think Before You Sleep doesn't give any examples where I took him out of context or avoided these crucial points of his. Let's keep reading though. He continues.
Noah used this as a point to call me lazy and say, just watch the video, bro, which is probably a projection on him because I know he watches/watched Vosh, and Vosh openly admitted to not pre-watching content before he reacts to it when he reacted to my Ludwig video.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. The prosecution is referencing a very dark time in the defendant's life where he did indeed still watch Vosh.
If Noah actually watched my full video and didn't just stop at the halfway point like his video does, then he would know that I referenced stuff at the end of the Novara Media video in my video, which means I would have had to watch the whole thing to reference that material.
Okay, now we arrive at my main point for this one. Yes, he does include clips in his video that come up in the end of Ash's video. However, this response totally misses the point of my critique. Evidence that you watched the video isn't evidence that you understood it. When I say watch the full video, bro, watch the video. All you gotta do is watch the video. What I'm referring to is the fact that there are claims made in his video that are directly contradicted by things mentioned later in Ash's. For example, at 28 seconds into his video, Think Before You Sleep.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought this was splitting hairs, but no, this actually makes sense. It's not about just literally watching the whole video. It's like, it's understanding the full context of it. That's typically what that means by saying that phrase. Like, are you understanding the full context of, like, what the person is saying? Because sometimes you don't need to watch every single minute of the video to understand the full context. And if somebody is misleading in a context, but then, like, drops it at the very fucking end, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, typically when you give a context to your point, you do it through and through.
Says this.
Oh no, women doing housework, child rearing, right wing, traditional. What has this world come to? This is terrible. Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
But Ash, at just 1 minute and 28 seconds into her video, says this.
I'm not saying there's anything inherently degrading about being a mum or making nice meals. I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too. But the trad wife trend isn't just...
It gets funnier the more we see the beater eating, okay?
A way to talk about the experience of being a woman and doing domestic labor. It's saying that being a woman or expressing your femininity most fully means doing all the domestic labor.
If he watched the video 3 times, as he later says he did, he would know that claiming multiple times that Ash is trying to argue that being a housewife is inherently misogynistic is dishonest. It's a misrepresentation. but he does it anyway. Whether or not Think Before You Sleep actually watched the video in question is obviously speculation on my part, but if he did watch this video, then by leaving contradictory points in it, like this one, he has intentionally misrepresented Navarro media. Another thing to point out here is that Think Before You Sleep doesn't play this clip of Ash, the one that contradicts his entire narrative, until 7 minutes and 28 seconds into his video, despite playing the claims just before it at the start of the video. This allows him to frame Ash in a much more negative light to his audience than is warranted. Okay, the second critique we're going to look at is Think Before You Sleep saying that I misrepresented him by my use of a clip from Sean's video about teal deer. Let's read.
Yesterday, a current / former Vosh fan, Noah Sampson.
Again with the Vosh thing. Come on, man. You're being really loud. Seriously, man. Yeah. I don't need people hearing that. If I had to venture a guess as to why he brings that up 4 separate times, I would say that he's dropping a little bit of poison into the well. Poisoning the well. His audience does not like Vosh. Check the comments on this video for evidence of that. So to me, this feels like he's maybe priming them to not...
I'm very hot and cold with Vosh. Some things I like. There's other ways he talks about things and goes about things where I'm just like, you lost me.
Take me seriously or discredit me for my unfortunate former content consumption choices. Maybe not, you know, but also maybe. I don't know, you tell me. Anyways.
Yesterday, a current / former Vosh fan, Noah Sampson, made a reaction to my video on Novara Media with Ash Sarkar. A video where he calls me lazy and dishonest, while at the same time putting so little work into the video that he forgets to clarify to his audience that I and Teal there are not the same person. So I got many people in my comments accusing me of something that I didn't say.
Think Before You Sleep continues on this point later.
He makes a reference to 2014 YouTube and puts Teal there on the screen, who proceeds to incorrectly define neoliberalism and edits the video in a way, probably by mistake, that makes it seem like I said it, which resulted in a ton of people accusing me of something that I didn't say.
Okay, so no, just no. The fact that Teal Deer and Think Before You Sleep are different people is made obvious by a number of context clues. I preface the clip by saying that Think Before You Sleep reminds me of the old anti-SJW videos. I remember there's some old anti-SJW videos that did this same thing. When the clip plays, the source of Sean's video is displayed clearly on the screen. It also shows the year, 2016, which is well before Think Before You Sleep even uploaded his first video. Yeah. While both of their voices do have a similarly titanic smugness, Teal Deer has a British accent. I'm here operating under the assumption that viewers will recognize the difference between a smug American accent and a smug British one. If this was a mistake, then I am deeply sorry to all those affected. But when he says that people in the comments are accusing him of saying things he didn't say, what is he talking about? I think this is one of the comments in...
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a weak argument. That's a bit, well, people are confusing me for this other person, so you didn't do a good enough job, like, but it's plain as day if you pay attention. Like, that's another thing. It's like, this guy really, like, he watches videos, but it's like he doesn't really know how to put the context together very well at all.
Question. The reason being is that this is one of the only ones from his video that he responded to, and it makes a claim similar to the one that he outlines. You basically just said, all video, I'm uneducated and will not educate myself, so you're wrong. How do you talk about politics not knowing what neoliberalism is? To which Think Before You Sleep responded, that's not what I said. I said the audience isn't going to do that, and therefore constantly using terms they don't understand without explaining them, like the pseudo-intellectuals love to do so they look smart, will confuse the audience and make them tune out. That's not what you said though, is it? Think Before You Sleep. Ash said this.
It's part of a wider shift of young people being dissatisfied with neoliberalism and wanting social change.
And then you said this.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
That was it. You didn't give any examples of Ash's pseudo-intellectualism, and you definitely didn't ever actually explain the term neoliberalism. The joke you made was that you don't know what it means. By your logic, your own audience must have started shitting and farting as soon as they heard you make that joke. So it's gross. Okay, I do see the appeal of by your logicing someone. It's fun, it's cathartic in a sort of Reddit kind of way. Now, he echoes this point later in his response.
To add the context of that, in my video, I feigned ignorance about not knowing what the term neoliberal means. It's a script scripted video, guys. If I generally don't know what a term means, I can just look it up.
First, I love when he says
No, you
this
didn't.
video
You
was
just
scripted.
said
If
you
I don't
didn't.
know what a term means, I can just look it up. Because I wrote a video essay, if I got anything wrong, no, I didn't. That's what that means.
I did that as a joke because Novara Media uses the term neoliberalism a lot in the videos that I watched, yet I never saw them define it. It kind of seems like Novara Media's videos let's just say you're not the intended audience. Anyway.
I'm trying to cut down on critiquing comedy, but this joke, as he's described it, only works if his audience knows that Navarro Media does what he says they do. But he never explains that. He doesn't even mention it. So how would they know? Regardless of intent, the joke that's being made in the text is that you don't know what neoliberalism is, and that her use of it in that sentence was unintelligible to you.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
And to be clear, you know, that's a fine joke to make. It is preachy in that it relies on his audience's pre-existing biases about leftist intellectualism or whatever, but there's no need to lie about it. The commenters aren't mistaking you for Teal Deer. They've recognized that you both basically did the same thing. What is truly hilarious, though, is how similar his response is to Teal Deer's.
YouTube commenters were quick to point out Teal Deer's mistake, which led to him claiming it was just a joke, which led to the rather obvious follow-up question, what was the joke? And I guess after getting a bunch of comments explaining his mistake, Teal Deer got sick of it and added the following disclaimer to the video description. To all the people telling me I don't know what neoliberalism is, you missed the joke. So here it is, spelled out for you.
So he made a joke that didn't make any sense, and later tried to retroactively explain the joke by including context that wasn't present in the original video. Context about leftists using terms they don't understand in order to seem smarter than they really are.
I know you're trying to invent a load of bullshit nonsense buzzwords that people can then go home and throw out on their Twitter and Tumblr accounts to try and make themselves look intellectual while they're talking about some mythical patriarchy.
This fits in perfectly with what he says next.
I did that as a joke because Novara Media uses the term neoliberalism a lot in the videos that I watched, yet I never saw them define it, which is a common thing the intelligence... Which is a common thing the intelligentsia loves to do to make themselves appear smart.
What is intelligentsia? The intelligentsia. Oh my god. We are all now in the intelligentsia. The intelligentsia. I like that, actually. That's funny. All right, this is funny. I like this. I'm sorry if it's a little boring. I think this is spicy. Like, I like this. I love it when people go back and forth and, like, break down, like, well, I didn't say that. What I was really saying. It's like, it's such a weird, tedious argument. Elites, when you mean natural gifts. Yeah.
When really all they are doing... Am I the intelligentsia? Anyway, which is a common thing the intelligentsia love.
He had to go back and pause. Am I the intelligentsia?
Loves to do to make themselves appear smart when really all they're doing is alienating their potential audience who has no idea what they are talking about.
The Teal Deer allegations are just smacking this guy silly. Okay, enough of that. The next point here is guilt by association.
I did enjoy the fact that Noah said he's just saying they are guilty by association toward me when I talked about Novara Media's financial ties, but ignores the multitude of times that Ash relates trad wives to a bunch of people they outwardly don't like and makes them guilty by association. How dare you?
Goalpost shift. He didn't merely talk about Novara Media's financial ties. He continually and explicitly stated that Novara Media is both influenced and funded by George Soros.
Oh, look, it's billionaire George Soros. I swear when you study this stuff enough, it feels like all paths eventually lead to George Soros. The founder of Novara Media, this guy here, Aaron Bastani, has also written for the George Soros-funded Open Democracy, and Novara Media did a podcast with Open Democracy's founder as well. So who exactly is funding you again? Particularly considering that Novara Media obviously has some big funders, and is not a grassroots channel. More importantly, though, and now that we know who's behind this company,
they're not. The ties are guilt by association because Novara Media is not partnered with anyone that's funded by George Soros. It's a partner of a partner. Elsewhere in the post, he elaborates on these funding claims.
Soros gives open democracy tons of money. He can use that leverage to pit open democracy against Novara Media if Novara Media doesn't toe the communist line.
No evidence. Zero evidence for this assertion. Just, he could do this, and I don't have any way to prove it, but he could. He's writing fan fiction for anti-Semites. Quick joke explainer there. I'm not calling Think Before You Sleep an anti-Semite, but insinuating that all information channels are controlled by George Soros is very often used as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Love to have to explain my jokes so I don't get jumped on by a bunch of goobers.
But really, if Novara Media wants to show people they don't have any elite investors, then show us a full audit of your 10,000 donors. As far as I can see, they don't do that. We might not find billionaire investors, but we could very well find multimillionaire investors. Ironically, open democracy shows their donors, which makes them more honest than Novara Media.
Again, pay close attention to the language he's using here. We might. We could. Okay, well, you haven't. So until you do, what are you saying? You're just insinuating blame where no blame has been proven. For Think Before You Sleep, innocent until proven guilty doesn't apply to leftists. It only applies to men that have been accused of sexual assault. For some reason. It's weird.
Literally, the Hitler was a vegetarian, therefore all vegetarians are Nazis argument. You can disagree on whether I provided adequate proof or not, but don't then completely ignore it when Ash Sarkar uses the very tactic you're accusing me of. A lot. You don't want to be accused of taking things out of context or avoiding points that are inconvenient to your narrative,
How did he take him
would
out of
you?
context?
Yeah,
He
no.
hasn't taken him out of context at all. he's very well taking him within context. It just yeah.
Well, would you?
Even if Ash had used this tactic, which she didn't, I'll get into that, but even if she had, that would hold no bearing on the validity of my point. The mere fact that I didn't mention something that you think Ash did is not evidence disproving my argument. He also ignores my critique here by just saying that you can disagree. I did disagree, and you just didn't address the reasons why I disagree. That is pretty important, in my opinion. Like, I get, this isn't a full response, this is a text post, but do that just once, that's all I'm asking. He later reiterates this misinterpretation of Ash's words.
The reason I spend so much time fact-checking is so I don't make mistakes.
Oh, so intelligentsia is actually, that's actually a word. Intelligence, intellect, brain power, capacity of mind. So it is a term, intelligentsia. We are now using that in our vocabulary now, kids.
Like arguing that a significant portion of tradwives are neo-Nazis based on a tweet that had 6 likes on it.
She never argued that, though. Hey, come here. Think before you sleep. Where did she argue that? Cite where she argued that. You can't? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Now, what Ash did say was this.
There's an overlap, therefore, between the tradwife trend and white nationalism. This overlap can be implicit, subtle, and unconscious, taking place through aesthetics. This might be using adverts of white nuclear families from the 1950s to stand in for the universal ideal marriage, or contrasting the ideal tradwife to the stereotypical boss bitch, who's always associated with hip-hop culture and almost always black. This reinforces the idea that the ideal, most elegant, and most desirable model of femininity is white European.
Which is obviously a much more nuanced take on the issue than Think Before You Sleep makes it seem. Just like in his video, he reduces her perspective down to she thinks a lot of tradwives are Nazis, when that's just nowhere to be found in her video. I just want to say a few more things here before we wrap this video up, because I know it's dragging on. Here's Think Before You Sleep scolding my audience a little bit, but it doesn't solve the problem of people thinking that they have these amazing critical thinking skills while simultaneously only being able to repeat their creator's talking points verbatim, which is a problem because the creator didn't put the proper amount of OCD into his video to make sure things were reasonably accurate. If Think Before You Sleep has a problem with audience members going around repeating talking points verbatim, he should check the comment sections of literally any of the videos that he's responded to. The Novara Media one is a good start. Came to the comments, wasn't disappointed at all. If Ash is a Muslim, as she has claimed in the past, surely she would be aware of the traditional family structures that are a foundation of the vast
Bye,
majority
Kate.
of
Thank you
Muslim
so
families.
much for
Or is it only
coming.
bad when the Christians do it? Does that sound familiar to anyone?
How are Christians regressive? I mean, Muslims have traditional values. Are they regressive too?
We're totally independent.
How are Christians regressive? I could spend a whole 8 hours on that subject alone. I could go on and on about how Christians are regressive. I'm not saying there isn't more progressive Christians, but like...
From billionaires. Disclaimer, George Soros doesn't count as a billionaire because, these clowns are so good at making themselves look like hypocrites, pointing it out almost feels like bullying. Here's one of his viewers just openly spreading the lie that George Soros funds Novara Media. Where could he have gotten that information from? Oh, damn, I want to be a non-trad husband. Staying at home while my partner works would be a lot easier than having a job. Those husbands are suckers.
I bet if women actually gave men a choice to stay at home versus work for some boss they don't like or for rude customers, a giant portion of them would gladly not go to work.
So attentive viewers may have noticed that every single one of these points are points that are directly pulled from...
There are plenty of women that would love to go to work and then like, that's a thing. And people do that.
Before you sleep video. And if it seems like I'm making a buy your logic point here, that's not what I'm trying to do, because I sincerely do not really care about this type of thing. Part of having a large channel is that a certain subset of your viewers are going to go and repeat the things you've said without necessarily adding anything new, adding some of their perspective. I don't like it when people do that, but some people just do that and there's not much you can do to prevent it. The difference here though is that I'm not citing that as evidence of an inaccurate video. Think Before You Sleep is doing that. We are not the same. Okay, last point, I promise you, here we go. In this post, Think Before You Sleep repeatedly cites the amount of time he spends on his videos, and contrast this with the amount of time that I must spend on mine. How does he know that? Well, reasons.
Though I'm not sure that Noah has the work ethic to do this level of work that I do. What work, dog? I saw the parts of your video that he showed on the screen, and it wasn't good. Whatever. Though I'm not sure that Noah has the work ethic to do this level of work that I do for my videos, because he self-admitted to only spend an hour on one of his scripts by saying roughly, "Sorry there were so many mistakes in my video. I only spent an hour on the script. If need be, I can go dig that quote up," but I believe he said it because he has some beef after losing a morality battle with Vosh.
Why does he keep arguing with me using the reanimated corpse of a 2-year-old drama? What's up with that, you know? I love that he keeps doing this. Instead of addressing the points made in my video, he brings up various unrelated points to speculate on the accuracy of my work, without actually providing his reasoning, you know? It is cowardly behavior of the highest order. The important thing to remember here, though, as I mentioned before, is that spending more time on something is not on its own evidence that that thing is good. James Cameron spent 39 years of his life working on Avatar, and that shit was ass, in my opinion. Of course, that's just my opinion. It was a fun movie, all right? It was a fun movie. I had fun, but for the time spent, you know, I don't know.
I have never once spent an hour on a script. The reason I don't do that is because fact-checking and research is a very time-consuming process, and if you're only spending an hour writing your material, then you basically aren't fact-checking anything. You're just writing from memory, which will cause you to unintentionally misrepresent information.
So this can be summed up as the work harder, not smarter approach. The Virgin, I spend years on scripts just for them to still be bad, versus the Chad, I debunked your shit in the same amount of time it takes for me to make a TikTok reaction video.
Yes.
All right, we're done now, but to conclude, think before you sleep. If my work is as bad as you say, respond to it. Properly respond to it in a video. I mean it shouldn't be difficult given my lazy, stupid communist tendencies. If you don't want the smoke, that's fine. I don't want to keep you from the reality TV reaction stuff you're normally doing. But the reason I do want to see this is because I do genuinely take issue with the way you continually misrepresent leftist positions on your channel. Egregiously so. You know, that video was egregious. I would consider it egregious. It's a pattern on your channel, and it's not beneath me to cover this pattern for my next 12 videos. If you do respond, my only request is that you try not to proxy argue your case using years-old beef that I have with other content creators, and that you have someone else read your lines so we can stop killing off members of my audience from the blood loss out of their ears. Okay, that's it. Thanks again to my patrons, and to Andrewism for voicing the guy. Go check him out. Great channel. Sources are linked below, and I'll see you later.
I'm sorry. I love that. That That was good. Are they back? I want to watch more.
The thing is that this style doesn't just repel men, it also repels women, because we don't want to be friends with someone that looks like this, because these people look like they'll start World War III if they get misgendered.
They don't want to be friends with you. You don't got to worry about that, trust me.
Let's go.
Hey everybody, today I'm going to be responding to a video.
If any of you don't know what SJW stuff or means, it means social justice warrior. Some people on the internet are just really passionate about standing up for every like moral aberration or whatever, almost to like a fault. Like it's like too much. I definitely would never consider myself an SJW, mainly because I don't like spend my time like policing everybody. Anyways,
Called Why Does Gen Z Want to Be Ugly? From YouTuber Misha Petrov. It's linked below so you can go give it a watch to make sure I'm not misrepresenting.
it is a derogatory like stereotype though. Like it's like they'll say like a certain type of like girl is, or like a person is like an SJW, like somebody with like lots of piercings or partially shaved hair, somebody with like different pronouns, like things like that. So it's kind of like another like term for like liberal or leftists or something of that sort of wokey.
Any of her points. So in this video, Misha raises a number of points in support of her thesis that Gen Z wants to be, as the title says, ugly. Before you even get into the video, though,
honey.
we might...
Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Honey, you are asking why Gen Z wants to be ugly. In that outfit, you are sitting there before us making a whole ass YouTube video about why you're wondering why Gen Z wants to be ugly. And you're sitting there in that outfit with that wallpaper. Oh, no, 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 no. There is everything wrong with this. This is, like, objectively wrong. Like, you cannot sit there in that turtleneck and that puke green sweater with that fucking wallpaper. You look like you're sitting in your grandma's house. Like, you don't be fucking sitting there looking like that, trying to point out who else is ugly. Like, you have got to be kidding me. Talk about throwing a stone from a glass house. Like, you've just, oh no, no, no. No. You just Elise, yeah, it's a compliment coming from some people. Honey, if you think I'm ugly, I have done my work, because I don't want to look anything like what you think is beautiful. You are in your grandma's cardigan in your grandma's house with that turtleneck. She looks like she's dressing like for her 3rd grade school picture. You look like you're ready for church. Like, damn. You look like you don't actually hang out with friends. You look like you all do activities. Like, you look like your little sister is your chaperone for you and your dates with your boyfriend. Oh my God. I just can't. No. All right, we're gonna try and get through this.
Misha raises a number of points in support of her thesis that Gen Z wants to be, as the title says, ugly. Before you even get into the video, though, we might want to ask, what does Misha mean when she says ugly? It's a pretty subjective term, right? While she doesn't explicitly define it in this video, I think we can get a feel for what she means by watching the intro. So let's do that.
The patriarchy.
Hey guys, it's Misha and welcome back to my channel. So something I think we've all noticed by now is that there's a certain look to these woke social justice warriors, certain clothing and hair and makeup, and there's a reason that we have this stereotype of a blue hair feminist, because a lot of them do look like that.
This is what the patriarchy looks like. Men, women.
There's a reason that we have this stereotype about blue-haired feminists. They always have that woke blue hair, like this person who has blue hair, or this person who also has blue hair, or this one, or this one right here. Okay, but Misha starts the video by playing a number of TikTok clips of what she calls woke social justice warriors, who have some combination of dyed short hair, piercings, tattoos, and so on. From these examples and this explanation, I think we can derive that when Misha uses the word ugly, she means weird or different. Not like her, you could say, seeing as she has none of the features in question. Let's continue though and see where she's taking this.
And today I want to explore why that may be, because in the beginning I thought, you know, these people just want attention, they want to look unique, or they might be looking for a fight even, which happens a lot.
It's those damn blue-haired feminists again, always yelling and screaming and having brown hair. Okay, but Misha starts off by talking about Gen Z women who have begun rejecting the male gaze.
And that is definitely part of it, but I think there's something else going on, and I've heard a lot of young women in Gen Z especially talk about this, and that is the attempt to move away from the male gaze, which in feminist theory is when males tend to objectify women, and so it's oppressive. So these women want to move away from that and change their style so that it's not what men typically find attractive.
Ladies, I'm gonna show you exactly how to repel men with makeup.
If you're looking for outfits to repel men, you've stumbled on the right video. We're going to start off with a pair of black trousers with quite a low crotch area. This is just to let them know that we do in fact have bigger balls than they do. I hope to repel many men today.
Misha has discovered a contradiction here, however, that by centering your look around a rejection of the male gaze, you're still ultimately making your decision about men and allowing the male gaze to dictate your self-expression.
But I do find this funny because the point that they're trying to make is that we should dress for ourselves, right? Wear what you like, wear what makes you comfortable, what makes you happy, and not think about men. Yet the focus here is on men. There are women, of course, who will wear, 6-inch heels that they're not comfortable in, they don't really want to wear, but they're doing it for men, right? To appease the male gaze, or they do something specific with their hair or makeup or whatever, not for themselves, but for men. In this case, you have girls and young women, getting body modifications or tattoos or piercings or doing something specific with their hair, tends to be dyeing it pink or blue or purple, or shaving it all off, just because that's what they're told will repel men. You're doing your part as a modern day feminist. So they're still failing to dress for themselves, and the focus is still on men. They're worrying about whether or not some man will like it.
Misha's point here relies on an assumption, though, that both groups of women are failing to dress.
No, because the choices about their appearances doesn't have a baseline of I want to make the individual choice to appear as something that repels a man the most. They're making the decision to appear in ways that they want to appear that normally in society, like, men wouldn't accept. So that's not the base. Like, when you're dressing to appease men, you're making a conscious decision to put on each item to attract men. When you're in support of, like, not appealing to men, you're choosing whatever it is you like, regardless of whether or not they like it. So those are two very different things there.
Dress for themselves. And my first question here is, how would she know that? How would she know the internal reasons why these women might be doing this? Who's to say that women who both adhere to and reject these standards aren't able to do so for themselves because they want to, Her point relays a certain bias that totally centers the male gaze. According to Misha, if you wear high heels and dresses, regardless of your intent, you're dressing for the male gaze. If you shave your head, wear baggy clothes, and get tattoos, then you're dressing to spite the male gaze. So how then are women supposed to dress outside of this gaze? What qualifies as dressing for yourself if however you decide to dress is ultimately viewed as a decision?
Because her ultimate answer is to just dress normally and modestly. And that's the answer. But she herself is kind of proving in her point that is also with a male appeasing gaze. So it's like, she's just kind of like running around in a circle there with that one. Cassie, but what if I shave my head and wear high heels?
made outside of yourself. Women aren't left with many options here, right? Misha's framing there at the end that the women making these videos are just doing their part as modern day feminists.
You're doing your part as a modern day feminist.
Is interesting, I think, because this framing represents a denial of agency. Women rejecting these norms aren't doing so for themselves. No, they are doing so for some collective feminist project. Furthering the ideology of feminism is what drives them, and not their own autonomy to decide how to present and who this presentation is for. It's essentially saying that the only reason someone might want to be different than me, or ugly as is defined in this video, is because they're brainwashed by feminism, and not because, you know, they want to be. And that sucks, you know, I think that kind of sucks, and I think it's a bad and weird point to make. So let's move on to the next point she brings up, which centers around the topic of body hair.
And there is, of course, the body hair movement, which, listen, I don't think it's a big deal. If you don't want to shave, don't shave. If you want to shave, shave. But they think that it's brave and empowering to show off their body hair, you know, their armpits or their legs, and they'll post it anywhere but on their head, of course.
Call it a little quirk, if you will. I have hair in my armpit. I have it there for a few reasons. 1, lazy. 2, the patriarchy. And 3, your response to them tells me everything I need to know.
And then they get applauded for it. They even expect likes and comments from all these other girls, you know, saying that they are stunning and brave for having body hair, for not shaving. But then they also get really upset when men don't want to date them because they may have a preference. But if they have that preference, then that's misogynistic, of course, which is silly. Women have preferences too. Some women don't like men with beards, for example. That's fine. But when men have preferences with body hair...
No. No. Across the board for society, they're not saying to men like being beardless is better. Like that's not that, like, it's optional. What society is saying about women is that they have to be hairless. Like, they want them to be pretty much prepubescent, like no hair anywhere on your body, and we want you to look like as close to a child as possible. Like, she's totally fucking, she's talking out of her ass.
or facial hair, whatever, that's a problem.
The first thing I'd like to address here is there's the way that Misha has chosen to frame the reception these Zoomers get online. When they post these videos, she says they get applauded for it. They expect likes and comments from all these other girls saying that they are stunning and brave for having body hair. And is that what's happening? Well, sure. The comments on this video are positive and encouraging. The commenters are supportive of them showing their body hair in this content. That's the case for many of these videos. And this is a good thing. It is good that social media has allowed spaces to develop that are welcoming and open to conversations about feminism and the different ways that bodily autonomy can be reclaimed, like, for example, not shaving. However, what Misha's leaving out here is the inevitable negative reaction that content like this receives. And there's plenty of that.
Gen Z gals on growing out their body hair. It's sexy and empowering. Like, these pictures are just horrifying. I'm trying to normalize this. We don't need to normalize that. We really don't. Nope, if dudes are
Shut up, female Ben Shapiro.
expected to be almost perfect to even get a date, the least you can do is properly groom yourself. Yeah. Yes.
Body hair has nothing to do with grooming. Like, it's so weird. It's like, do people not use soap in the shower? I mean, I've got so much fucking hair in my ass crack, I still fucking shampoo that shit. I don't know what people are talking about unsanitary conditions.
Female body hair is disgusting. I don't believe that there is one man on this earth that finds, hairy underarms attractive. Not one at all.
Oh my god. Why? Okay. See, this is the thing where, and I'm not saying all men, but there's a majority of the attitude that it's like, we want our women to look prepubescent without, like, fucking hair on their bodies at all. We want them to look like little girls, essentially. Absolutely ridiculous. Don't ask me how I keep having pizza up here. Magic pizza.
and then they get applauded for it.
Even on the video she linked, a video with just 20 comments, Alex here has decided to call them musty. It's not all encouragement and smiles in the comment sections. I like their response here though. It works, y'all. That's good. That's funny. So are these people just having preferences, or are they openly expressing their disgust for women that have body hair and shaming them for that body hair in a way that they would never do to men? It's the latter. It's the latter. It's the latter. The last thing I want to bring up with this body hair point is how Misha loves to make people up. Misha loves conjuring woke feminists out of thin air and then laughing at how stupid they are. For anyone who's seen this brand of anti-SJW content before, this should be familiar territory, but it's worth acknowledging nonetheless. Misha fails to give a single example of these feminists that are both rejecting body hair norms and also complaining about not getting dates. The clips she plays actually show the opposite of that. The people rejecting body hair norms are explicitly stating that they do not want dates from men who will shame them for this decision. Best man repellent, raising my arms when my views get low because I know men won't be able to resist commenting raise.
I don't even want to, I mean, I'm not a woman, but like, I don't even want to fuck around with anybody who has a problem with body hair. I'm having body hair. I actually like I think body hair on men is fucking sexy. Hairy chest, I love it. Like hair from the shoulders all the way down. Like Burt Reynolds hair. Like, I think that's so hot. Like, and I'm always gonna be hairy. I'm gonna be like a hairy little fucking bear, but like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I feel like, I don't know, body hair to me is like a symbol of like maturity, and I am more attracted to like adults and like, I don't know, older people instead of like the opposite way where everybody looks like prepubescent and like, you know, like they're just like haven't gone through puberty. Yeah, that's what prepubescent is. And it's like, seriously, I am keeping my hair. It's gonna be fine, you know? It's gonna be an adventure. Just part the reeds, push past the reeds, and settle into the bog. Mark says, I'm like Robin Williams level sexy. Yeah, see? I mean, if you like more hairless, that's fine, right? But, like, I'm not saying everybody who's into hairlessness is, like, into, like, prepubescent stuff, but, like, for me, I don't know. I'm, like, the other way. I hope one of these days, I hope I meet, like, some big-ass, like, pansexual bear. That would be my ideal. I mean, I'm pansexual, I have lots of types, but, like, that's what I'm feeling at the time. I just want a big, hairy bear. Like, I like big guys. I ain't afraid of fat. Love it.
Emojis, which will boost my algorithm nicely. Your reaction to my body hair tells me everything I need to know about you. They clearly have no interest in these judgmental men, right? So this idea that they're bitter is completely made up. Misha just made it up. And so what are we left with here? Well, someone who says they don't care if you have body hair, do you, but then gives a one-sided argument using examples that she has to make up as to why you definitely probably shouldn't, because you'll end up single and mad or whatever.
But again, I don't think there's anything wrong with these women saying that they don't shave, because a lot of women are expected to shave like every single inch of their body. I'm just not convinced that a majority of these women are doing it for themselves, because it's not considered stereotypically feminine.
She doesn't care if you have body hair. Oh no, she's just not convinced that you're doing it for yourself, because having body hair goes against the norm, and the only reason you'd want to go against the norm is for likes and follows on TikTok, which again leaves us with the question of how are women supposed to have autonomy when whatever they choose isn't actually their choice? The unspoken answer here from Misha is that they're not allowed. They are, you know, she doesn't care, but also, you know, they aren't. All right, next point.
Now, of course, these trends are always changing, and I do believe that freedom of expression expression is important, but I do have 2 points that I want to discuss. And the first one is when these people from Gen Z, they'll post this and they'll say, well, this is so unfair that I can't find work, right? This is my style and I should be able to find a job, but it's really difficult. But there are things that are expected of you at the workplace, and one of those things is being dressed appropriately for both men and women, whether that's, wearing a suit and a tie or a clean dress shirt. Instead, they want to look like a teen going through some emo phase, and then they're confused why employers won't hire them. You have to be professional, otherwise the workplace would look like—
That's bullshit. I looked a lot more alternative. I got employment just fine. I could dye my hair right now if I wanted. I have been thinking about purple. Not the whole thing purple, but like black with like purple streaks.
like a circus.
Usually when you hear an argument like this, it's sliding out of the decaying mouth of a 1,000-year-old man. How you planning on get a job with all that crap on your face and those damn Abraham Crombie ripped jeans? Good old-fashioned grandpa conservatism this is. Repurposed through a new hip brand of pseudo-centrist influencer anti-wokeness. Continuing on her path of inventing people to get mad at, though, Misha references Zoomers that, as far as we can tell from her video, do not exist. Who is complaining all the time about not getting hired while also insisting that they continue to look weird and wild? Can we have a single example? Just one itty-bitty little source as a treat. Anytime a creator puts forth claims like this, a good habit to get into is to start by asking, you know, who is it that they're talking about and what are the people they're talking about actually saying? If you can't make it past that first hurdle of identifying the people whose viewpoints you're supposed to be accurately representing, then you're not off to a great start. The important thing here, though, is that Misha wants you to know that she believes freedom of expression is important.
And I do believe that freedom of expression is important.
However, crucially, that freedom only extends as far as the dress code at your workplace allows. There are expectations at the workplace, and the moment you defy those expectations, well, tough luck. Expressing yourself in a way that your boss doesn't like is just you going through an emo teenager phase.
Instead, they want to look like a teen going through some emo phase.
Don't complain about not getting hired when all you had to do was stop looking.
Who the fuck says emo anymore? Who the fuck says emo anymore? That is like, that's long and done and dead. Like, nobody's fucking emo anymore. Except for Cassie. Just kidding.
Weird and, you know, ugly. Of course, it's true that many workplaces might not hire you if your appearance deviates too far from the norm, with tattoos and piercings and so on. After double checking this, it's actually pretty dependent on the job. White-collar jobs, for example, still tend to have these norms in place, but they did a survey of about 2,000 workers recently, and there was no negative correlations between having tattoos and employment. There was even a slightly positive correlation with men, so that's just kind of something to take into account. But if we do care about freedom of expression, as Misha herself claims to, then isn't that something we should want to change? The implied answer here is that no, we shouldn't, because much like gravity, getting fired for having purple hair and a septum piercing is a fixed, unchanging law of the universe. The next part of her video dips into some pretty clear-cut transphobia, so if you're not interested in seeing that, skip to the timestamp on the screen now. So the next point Misha...
Oh, here we go. Transphobia. Here we go now. Well, I mean, at this point in my life, I see it in every corner. Even in the grocery store. It's for sale. Buy one, get one free.
Makes here is that
Buy
this
one, get one free transphobia.
style of expression, the ugly one, is linked to what she calls gender ideology, which is what she uses to refer to trans and non-binary people.
And
Stop it. Ew. Ew, why can't people just fucking mind their own goddamn business?
The other point is that this style is unlike the, let's say, goth or emo teens expressing themselves, because this style has a lot of connection to specifically gender ideology.
Here is a non-binary fashion tip that is not going to be for everyone. Get down with dressing weird.
Pro tip for trans women, get a face tattoo, because this cured my dysphoria. When I look this cool, bro.
You betcha.
Are you a thembo?
Now, before I play the rest of the clip, I want to briefly interject here. Misha uses the phrase gender ideology. It must be made absolutely clear that this phrase is a transphobic dog whistle. It is used to reduce the existence of trans people down to being the product of an ideology that one is ascribed to, and also that one can be indoctrinated into. This is a common anti-trans rhetorical trick. You see this from anti-trans activists all the time, from TERFs to genocidal fascists.
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism.
Which are often, not mutually exclusive groups.
And that means there's no ism. There's no transgenderism. There are trans people. It's like there's no fucking blackism, right? There's black people. I'm not comparing the two, like trans and black people. I'm just saying it's just like in terms like linguistically, like it doesn't make sense to say transgenderism when there's just trans people.
Means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. Every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation, but every one of them is a difficulty.
Transness to them is not a valid state of being. It is the product of an ideology. And for those who tend to use gender ideology in this way, that ideology must be eradicated.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
Every one of them is a difficulty.
Just a note there on some terminology, but let's let Misha continue.
So someone will post this style and get a bunch of comments saying, you look great, I love how you look non-binary, right? You have that look to you. And then they start out, as a tomboy or feminine man. You check back a few months later and they're getting top surgery, irreversible surgery, because they get all these comments saying you look amazing, and then they get pushed into that direction of getting surgery.
I definitely felt the same way.
Often convinced by these comments that if they like to dress this way, they are
I wasn't pushed. I asked for this. I wanted this.
binary. And then especially the young teenage girls will go get top surgery, and then they'll get applauded for that.
So
no teenage girls are getting top surgery. Come on. If they're like fucking like 17, 18, like 19, I mean, that's one thing. But like, there's not like young tiny teen kids like getting surgery.
According to Misha, being ugly online and gender ideology are not only linked, but there is a causal relationship. Non-conforming self-expression leads to validation on the internet, which leads to young people being convinced to become trans and getting gender-affirming surgeries. What Misha's talking about here is called rapid onset gender dysphoria. This is the argument that peer influence and social contagion are causing gender dysphoria and in turn making people trans when they might not have been without that peer influence. The peer influence in question here is those TikTok comments that Misha forgot to show us for some reason. Now, there is no credible evidence to support the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria. The term originates from a 2018 study that cited online surveys of parents from 3 anti-trans websites, most of whom already did not approve of their children's transitions. The children themselves were not a part of the surveys at all. In the scientific community, the study has been heavily scrutinized. The term it put forth, rapid onset gender dysphoria, is not recognized by any major medical associations. In fact, its use has been discouraged by most of them, including the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, and others. But that didn't stop the right-wing media from running wild with this narrative. With books and massive media coverage, they take anecdotes and singular instances of things like people detransitioning or online communities of trans people in order to fearmonger about the trans epidemic. Misha's version of this fearmongering is the social capital argument, that these Zoomers will be applauded online for transitioning, and that is the main reason they do it. Not because, they're actually trans. And there's just no evidence that this is what's taking place. What there is plenty of evidence for...
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of fucking applause for this, let me tell you. There's just a fucking cheering committee at my door every day.
Though, is that if you do get top surgery and talk about it online, the transphobic media landscape will call you a freak or a Nazi science experiment.
One of the beavers on Blue's Clues has had a top surgery, but apparently beavers trans themselves. Now, I have a little secret for you. Beavers don't actually do that. That's not a thing. According to everybody who makes children's TV these days, it is necessary to push trans on the kids.
Or in Misha's case, just say you're doing irreversible damage to yourself for likes on TikTok. And so, by her logic, this should be reason enough to discourage social transitions like this, if the motivation is purely external. But she's decided to leave all of that out of her argument, which is certainly a choice. Young people discovering through social media the language and terminology that they need to adequately express their gender identity, that's a good thing. It is a good thing that spaces have developed to grant people agency to better learn and understand these things. The left-handedness graph is a good place to go here, where before a certain point in history, being left-handed was a rare occurrence because it meant that you were a demon or a witch or whatever. And then once the strict norms around this changed and left-handedness stopped being suppressed, the percentage of left-handed people grew and eventually evened out at where we see it today. We are currently in a period of growing cultural consciousness about trans people, so this part of the left-hand graph, and at some point that percentage will even out, or maybe it won't. Okay,
Yes.
so the next section is a bit of a deviation from the topic of the video, but still worth addressing, I think.
Now, back to the whole male gaze, there are actually women who are now calling men predators if they want to date a woman from a different country.
Why do you think so many men are traveling overseas to find wives in other countries?
In other cultures, a lot of women are more submissive.
Yeah, they're pervy. Men are traveling overseas to countries that have less money and less education. It's because they want a woman who is...
I mean, yeah. There's a lot of women in other countries, depends on what countries, but there's a lot of women in other countries who are desperate to marry some like rich white American dude. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of gets a little predatory after a while.
Dependent on...
Yes, we're aware why you guys go and get foreign girls. Because you can't handle women. That's why.
Oh, no. That was a bad angle. Foreign girls, you can't handle women? I don't know about that.
Whole thing is so offensive and ignorant because basically what they're saying is that if a woman is not from the US and she's not woke, then she is uneducated, she doesn't have opinions of her own, and she can't be outspoken, and that's why men go for her. So the Western women think they are superior because they are empowered and awake, right? It's the women from other countries who are educated and can be just as outspoken and have opinions and actually can still look...
Well, that's interesting, Mark. Says, I know somebody who got a mail order bride and they've been happily... I mean, hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, you know, what is the but? I don't have a but. I mean, I have a but.
Normal, which a lot of people here in the US seem to struggle with. So can you blame men if they choose to try and find a woman from a different country?
Breaking, the worst person you know is correct, but not for the reasons she thinks. So definitely based on the clip she showed, specifically the one where the TikToker insinuates that women in Eastern countries are not real women, but girls.
Because you can't handle women.
There is some white Western superiority feminism going on. I do agree that this perspective infantilizes women outside of North America and Western Europe and denies them agency in these arrangements with Western men. With that said, though, the loudest advocates for passport broism who go elsewhere looking for women, they're doing so for a reason, and most of the time that reason could hardly be described as liberation.
Get a little bit of money, get on a plane, fly to South America, find a girlfriend, have a child, fly back to America. When she says she wants to move to America, say no. Work, go visit, be a family man when you can be a family man. Do not face the fear of divorce rate. Keep your freedom, live your good life, have your genetic progeny, and be fine without worrying about losing the house, getting destroyed financially, and paying all your money away in child support.
It's called passport bros. It's very big in the black community, apparently. Very big. And a lot of black men, they're leaving in droves for other countries because in their eyes, black women are very combative, very masculine, talk down to them, berate them, make them feel less than.
These men are not looking for women who are going to be outspoken or have opinions. No, they are explicit in their preference for traditional wives who will not speak. They are looking looking for wives who have little to no financial or legal autonomy. They seek these women out precisely for the stereotype that they are submissive. Of course, these women can be outspoken and have opinions, obviously so, but many of these men seek arrangements that are predicated on them not doing those things, or not looking for employment or hobbies outside of the home, even if they might want to, because that goes against the role of a traditional wife.
I know like a large contingent of men who say it's not even worth speaking to Western women. Like it's not even like you exist. We just shouldn't even think of Western women as real because it's just too masculine, too career oriented. Why waste your time? Why have a headache involving yourself in that?
The criticism of the passport bro.
Maybe you should think about changing your conceptualization of a relationship. I don't know. It sounds like humanity is trying to do something there. I'm still gathering my thoughts.
Is meant to target this desire for a power imbalance, the patriarchal domination that these men want over women as the basis for a relationship. We can criticize that without denying the autonomy of the women in question, but some of the feminists she's shown, at least one of them, have done just that. So half a point to Misha here for recognizing the Western-centric ignorance on display here. We stan an intersectional feminist queen. The half-point deduction there is because she still managed to somehow make this about wokeness.
The thing is that this style doesn't just repel men, it also repels women, because we don't want to be friends with someone that looks like this, because these people look like they'll start World War III if they get misgendered.
They don't want to be friends with you. You don't got to worry about that, trust me.
Demi Lovato, for example, or Sam Smith, and their whole transformation, and they have this ugly style on the outside, but they are often ugly on the inside as well, much like all woke individuals who are narcissistic and miserable.
The screaming clips there continue for another 30 seconds. It's a good bit. It's very funny. It's good comedy. It's very much not something taken straight out of a 2014 YouTube video. Okay, but for this one, Misha has abandoned all semblance of trying to make a single point and just started full-on preaching to the choir. I don't need to respond to it because there's nothing to respond to here. She says woke people are narcissistic, miserable, ugly, inside and out. Case in point, Sam Smith and Demi Lovato. And that's it. No reasoning, explanation, or justification. The only way you'd still be able to take her video seriously at this point is if you are either A, already fully indoctrinated into the anti-woke mind virus, or B, you're just not really paying attention. Sadly though, this audience seems perfectly willing to gargle down this slop, and this is just one more example of why media literacy is important, but also, in many ways, dying. Many such cases. I miss the old days when dressing alternatively was because you were fun and interesting and not because you hated your dad.
Wait a
Dressing
minute. What?
has famously never been about hating your dad. That started in 2012 when all these kids started thirst trapping on LinkedIn or whatever. Repel men? Don't worry, her personality is spectacular at repelling us, and I love how they're still living their lives centering me in their behavior. The sheer audacity of Brian here thinking that any of the people in this video would ever give a single solitary fuck about him. They don't. Don't worry. They don't even know who you are. And if they did, they would wish that they didn't. This is a real eye-opening video, and this needed to be said, shown. Men can definitely handle women. We just want one who will bring us peace in our lives, not war and conflict. Men and women are indeed complementary, yet the feminists try to ignore this. Quit bitching about me taking out the trash, honey, please. I don't need this kind of war and conflict in my life. All right, now let's watch Misha's conclusion here.
A while ago, we had this beauty pageant, was born male and won. Maybe they have an amazing personality. Maybe they're really funny and an awesome person, but this is a beauty pageant. We are lying to ourselves and to other people. All throughout history, we can recognize real beauty. If someone from the past or someone from the future came to this phase and this trend of the social justice warriors looking like this, I seriously doubt that most of them will agree, yes, this is beautiful. And I know that they do this to try and express their inner turmoil or what they're feeling inside, but this says nothing about who you are. It's just a distraction. The only thing that this tells me is to try and keep magnets away from your face, or that I have to walk on eggshells around you because you might have a temper tantrum about your gender identity. So again, I think it's a great thing for men and women to be able to express themselves through fashion, but this feels like they're just trying to be unique, while at the same time looking like copies of each other. Just copy and paste this one non-binary woke Gen Z person, and then you'll have this army of them on TikTok.
Misha says that all throughout history, we've been able to recognize real beauty. Couple questions there. Who is we and what qualifies as real? The features that Misha considers to be ugly have been represented across cultures, locations, and time. The standards around appearance have been ever changing. She shows these two images in her definition of objective beauty, and I don't know if that's supposed to be sarcastic or what, like if she thinks these are true beauty or not. But if she does think they're beautiful, that's fine, you know? But it directly contradicts her point here. What she actually means when she says that we can recognize true beauty is that her definition is the one that should be recognized. It is fixed, unchanging, and the only reason one might want to stray from it is to spite their parents or fit in with the trans crowd, to be different solely for the sake of being different. It's impossible that doing this could be done for yourself, because why would you want to be ugly? Why would you want Misha to think that you're ugly? That's so selfish of you. Misha, throughout this video, makes it clear that you can express yourself how you like, unless, of course, that expression includes dyed hair, a shaved head, piercings, tattoos, anything a trans person might do, body hair that keeps you single and sad, anything your employer might fire you for, looking like this, looking like this, looking like this, or looking like this. As long as you make sure to not do any of those things, then Misha won't think that you're ugly. And isn't that just great? Okay, that's it, everybody. Let me know what you thought of the video below. Thanks again to my patrons for sponsoring this video. Was my video here?
Good stuff. What are we feeling? Are we feeling like we want to watch more stuff, or should we wrap it up? Where are we all at? I could go for a little while longer. We're headed for, maybe we can do Goblin Hour. A little longer? Let's do it. Let's go into Goblin Hour. Goblin Hour. This is where all shit's off. It's pure chaos. Nothing makes sense, and nobody is saying anything that makes sense. And let's do it. Let's do Goblin Hour. Let's do the demon face emoji for Goblin Hour. Go Goblin. Watch whatever. Let me use the bathroom. Goblin hour. Karens who got owned. Let's try it. If we get
It's
annoyed,
time for
we'll
another
stop.
wild ride through the craziest Karen and Kevins that we could find.
The
You know the
Karening.
drill. Sit
It's the
back,
grand
relax, and
Karening.
prepare to be entertained by the most outrageous,
Let's turn this down.
over-the-top
I think
meltdowns
because I
you've
watch enough of
ever
these, I
seen.
know they yell.
First, gas station employees are often victims of crazy
They
Karens.
yell.
Check this out.
I'm not going to take no
Christ.
from nobody. Who you are. What you sound like?
Uneventful next.
You're the why you spit? Walk in with a store in New York. Nothing but
Skip.
well, don't take. I hate women.
What? Trolling forced birthers blocking Planned Parenthood? Oh, Jesus.
Whatever happened to church and state? They used to be friends. This is a great way for us to control women. How you doing? Listen, you're not with our group. I don't want you to I am with you. No, you're not. I am with you. I hate women.
This guy's trolling him. I am with your group. I hate women. That's really funny. Look at this fucking shit-eating grin.
I hate women. That's why I'm here, okay? I deserve to be here. I think everyone here agrees with me. I 100% agree. I'm here because
I 100% agree. Somebody in the back.
women to make their own decisions in life. If I could trust women to make their own decisions, then I'd be with you people.
He doesn't
Women
even
making
know.
their own decisions. Can you imagine that?
Why are you touching him? Why are you touching him?
Are you touching me?
Not belong to our group.
Yes,
and I want to be hearing that in my
I believe that America is a crystal fascist state, and I hate women. Can I stay now?
This looks satisfying. People vote for a Karen to leave the plane. That's good for you, lady. Who doesn't want a peaceful flight?
About 40-50 people here that would like her removed from the flight. If you want her removed from the flight, please raise your hand. I'm not even kidding. If you can hear me, raise your hand if you want her removed from the flight. I'm not even kidding. I got
Everybody,
40 hands up.
please remove the lady from the flight.
Sir, I want her off the plane. I don't care. I'm trying to prove a point. You want to be a people? We're going to be a back. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not even kidding. She literally... Oh, now
Walter Masterson on Instagram.
I got you. You can give it out, but you can't take it. I got you.
Walter Masterson on IG. Trolling a school board that banned the pride flag?
Learned about the books that our children are seeing. The other day I saw a children's book where two male penguins were holding hands. There's a book called The Giving Tree. This tree gives the child, whatever it wants and needs. Clear reference to communism. If you look in history, democracy, the concept of it was created in ancient Greece, okay? And now in ancient Greece, they created this concept of democracy. Did they have a pride flag? No, they didn't have a pride flag because, men being with other men, I guess, was normalized. And They're everywhere. Okay, where am I going with this? Where am I going with this? All right. Oh, you know what? You know what? Forget that point. You know what? You know, we should also ban books about ancient Greece in this library as well. No more. I don't want to see another book on ancient Greece. Take down the pride flag. I want to put up the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. Kids should know about that because it's not just a piece of paper. It's a map that leads to a treasure of Templar gold. And that was why Nicolas Cage tried to steal it. Right? And, you know, as we,
Dude, low key though, that's like how a lot of these crazy people at these damn like school fucking meetings sound. Like that's like literally how they sound.
Trump! Putting the president in jail! It's not funny! Horizontal. It gets easier, bro. It's okay, man. He's gonna go to jail! Why is that funny? Why do I have to go home?
Because you're crying, dude.
My mom
crying
hasn't
in the
finished making
street.
dinner yet. I can't go home. No, my mom's
Get a burger on the way.
making dinner.
Get a burger on the way, baby.
No, because then I'll fill up and then I'll lose my appetite.
Go get the
No.
autobiography of Malcolm X and read it.
Oh
You'll learn
no,
something.
because that was banned at my school. I
Well,
can't read
go
it.
get it.
All right, I'm sorry. No,
Malcolm X.
they banned that.
Autobiography. Go get it.
Who is that supposed to be? The president?
That's the fifth orange peak.
But let me see. Can I see it?
I can't believe he's crying on TV. He's joking. Like, he's joking. Like, he's trolling. Like, he ain't even fucking serious. Let's see. Let's go to this. Let's try going to this next one.
All right, guys.
This Karen hits the person's car and gets hysterical. This is
Oh,
how these
I've seen
Karens
this
try to
one.
overcome
This
their
is
mistakes.
crazy.
Just look at her. Karen freaks
She's
out.
fucking hysterical.
You would not treat a man this way. You would not.
This lady accidentally like backed up like into a parked car and like somebody called her out and then she just like totally blew her lid.
Treat a man this way.
I haven't treated you anyway.
Imitating me. You shut up.
Oh my god, lady.
You are making a big thing out of absolutely nothing. There is not a single scratch on this car. You are just intimidating me for no reason.
She backed up into your vehicle. I just
I
asked
did
you
not
to.
back up into your vehicle. There was a tiny little tap. It was like half a centimeter.
She's freaking out. I haven't.
Because you know what? This was probably the last straw that broke the camel's back for her. You know, sometimes people are perfectly reasonable and then there's just one tiny thing that just makes it all crumble down and you lose your shit. So like, so you know, I'm not a fan of Karens and stuff, but like I sometimes these videos I'm like, you really just fucked with somebody at the wrong ass time. Like it's just like and this lady kind of looks like she's a pretty reasonable lady. This looks like she's having a bad day. But like the way she like does this theatrical expression, I can't help but laugh. I think it's funny.
However, he started screaming at me.
I didn't scream
Started screaming at me.
at you.
Screaming at me. I didn't do anything. I wasn't. There's nothing.
Yo, he probably saw her back up in the car and he was like, "Hey, lady, like you can't just walk off." And then she just probably lost her shit.
He's really out to get me.
No, honey, no one's out to get you.
Yes, he is.
Oh no. The degrade. Some people too, they just like degrade right down to chill. It's funny. It's like you're just seeing like a 3-year-old having a temper tantrum like inside an adult body.
Hey,
record. She backed up into the car. I just asked her to stop for a minute and so I could take a look at it. She freaked the hell.
If you did that to someone, I guarantee you would have driven away unless some crazy man called you out on it. I'm really sorry because you were doing
He's a crazy man. And then she was, this is this scripted? Like, I swear, this is like watching a movie.
He is a very, very mean person.
You're just looking out, miss. I'm just looking out for my employee's car, that's all.
Yes, well, you can look out for your employees by looking at the car and seeing if anything was in it.
It's not my vehicle.
Man.
I'm picking on random strangers.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
You need my insurance information. I'm happy to give it to you.
He's on some
I know, but he started picking on me and he was like, just relax. I was like, I'm not going to sit there relaxed when you start saying, you don't take my insurance card.
Yeah, she's just like that sovereign citizen lady.
I used to be like you, but you're seeing all this right now. Get in your parking lot and just drive safely. That's what I was doing. I was doing it. He attacked me for no reason.
He attacked me. He attacked me for no reason. Some crazy man.
I hope you have a good night, too.
See, this is the kind of shit that I would just have such a hard time not laughing.
I was just trying to make sure your whip didn't get messed up, that's all.
Rampant Karen racially profiles students. This is so gross for a sensible human to
here we
accuse
go.
anyone of. What do you think?
Lives don't matter at all to me. White lives matter. You've had everything. Free everything. You've been coddled for years. Free college. Free everything.
She's a fucking peach. God damn.
Your test scores are higher. Everything. Free college. Free everything. And it's still not enough. And never will be. Never will be.
So you're saying you're a white supremacist? That's what I'm hearing.
Lives don't matter to me.
How to lose your job really fucking fast. I mean, but I guess if you're retired, it doesn't matter. You got plenty of time on your hands.
Can I get your name, please? Nice to meet you, Karen.
Abusing food employees is a favorite for Karen.
Oh no, no. I never, ever fuck with people who make my food. Ever. It's just, it's like, it's a holy temple. If they get my order wrong, I just accept it. I'm just like, okay. I'm just like, okay, I did order a chicken sandwich, but I guess I will have a double cheeseburger now. Thank you very much. Like, I just don't fuck with people who make my food. Ever. You just don't. Okay? You just leave them alone. You take whatever they give you and you enjoy it. Do not fuck with the people that make your food. Seriously. I had a grandmother that was so fucking crazy. She was definitely a Karen. She was the type of lady who was like, excuse me, waiter. Hi, it's really good and all, but could you just close those blinds? It's really sunny. And then they'll do that, and then they'll later she'll be like, excuse me, can you turn the air down? It's really cold. Or then it's can you turn down the music? And then my favorite one that she would do a lot is the meal's good. It's just a little cool. Could you just nuke it in the microwave for me? It's oh my god. I would hate eating out with her because she would just make a fucking spectacle of herself. And then if we ever went out to a Mexican restaurant, she would try to sputter out the fucking half Spanish, half English, whatever words that she can't even fucking roll her R's or anything in, just to order something off the menu in Spanish, which she didn't really know. Well, she kind of knew Spanish as good as Peggy Hill, essentially. If there was like a Mexican restaurant with like some Mexican looking like server, she would be like, "Excuse me, can I ask you if you're Latino?" Like, it's just like, it's like, don't fucking do that. I'm sorry. Like, you took fucking 2 years of Spanish in high school and you're acting like you're fucking cultured. I'm sure that lady ate a lot of spit in her life from like people like spitting in her damn food.
Take a look at this wild Karen.
At this point,
I'm not.
call the police.
Ma'am?
So at this point, you can't make the
No, I will
He's
give
been
you-
or have you been respectful? If you were, I would have never had to get out of the car.
Ma'am, please.
God damn.
I will give you the burger. Just please leave.
One thing I will say about my job is it's not a Macy's, it's not customer service, and I do get people who like try to fucking like get after me or something, or try to do the thing where it's like, well, who's your boss? Like, give me your name. Like, and it's like I've had people do that, and I literally respond with, "It's not gonna work like that." They're like, "Who do you work for? What is your name?" Oh, it's it's not gonna work like that. Like that, I'm it. You know, it's like, well, who's your boss? God. Don't fucking. I just don't even deal with that shit. Like, this isn't a Macy's, and I know our policy. So, and I get plenty of people that are trying to get me to do things, and yeah, some of them get quite irate, and I tend to get like emotionally flat when, like, if there's somebody like screaming at me, like, which occasionally it's happened. Like, I fall emotionally flat, and I just get very matter-of-factly like, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. Like, because a lot of times people will want to come and drive down the street when there's the market going on. It's like, my mom is like disabled and she can't walk, and it's like, they get really pissed off that I'm not like letting them into the street, because I'm like, you can't. I mean, there's a fucking market going on, or they're setting up or like shutting down, and so yeah, they'll get all sorts of pissed. Like, well, who do you work for? Who do I talk to? I'm like, it's not gonna work like that, dude. It's just like, this isn't a Macy's. There's no manager for you to talk to. Oh my god, there was one lady who actually owns a restaurant on the street, and I get this from like business owners too. They're like, I'm a business owner, so you have to let me onto the street. It's like, no, I don't. It's like a total like city policy. It's like, I can't let you in here. But anyways, I had a lady who, like, I guess she recently like purchased like a restaurant on the street, and it was at the end of the day when like the vendors were packing up, and she situated herself like at the end of the market in the middle of an intersection, and she was blocking off traffic, and she was demanding me to let her in because apparently like they were out of power or something in the restaurant, and I'm just like, no, I can't let you through. And I tried to explain to her, I can't let anybody through, like, at that time, like, regardless of their position. And, you know, if it's an emergency, where's the police? Like, I don't even see any, like, power trucks. I don't even see police to, like, bring you through this. Like, there's no emergency. So anyways, here's what she did. She tried to play a mind game with me. She asked me, she goes, first of all, she did the thing, like, who do you work for? And I'm just like, no, we're not doing that. And then she's like, how much do you make? Or no, she asked me, is this your only job? I'm like, what? No. And then she's like, how much do you make? And at that point, I felt like she was playing a game with me. So I just backed off and turned around. But I could hear her respond something along the lines of like, I'm losing more money every minute than you make in a day. Something like that. That was the game she was trying to play in a very like sick, like sadistic, like sort of way with me. Like, and it just didn't work, you know? Like, I don't fucking play games with people. Like, I don't pull the whole like, how much, there was like a group of like little biker punks once. And like, I told them to like get out of there. And there was like one like fucking 11-year-old little boy. He's like, how much do you make? like trying to say like I had a dead end job or something, so I'm just like more than your allowance. Get out of here, kid. Get out of here with that shit.
I'm not going over until I get my. So only one of us needs to be.
Let's try the next one.
No, I can't do that.
Karen attacks the race and integrity of the lady. Hats off to her for standing up for herself.
I can do that. Go ahead, leave. Go ahead, leave. File a police. What are you filing it for?
What?
What? Because I can't act right. What did you get out of your car and say to me?
Don't. What?
What did you get out of your car and say to me? No, you got out your car and said to me to stay off my phone. You told me to stay.
Okay. Next. I skip through these if like they're not like if it's just people like yelling incoherently. Like I like for there to be like a premise, like that. Like I gotta get a good story out of it, you know.
Really foul language for something so small. Do you think he's overreacting?
Wait, what's the context?
You don't know me.
You don't know
Karen
me.
and Bill at their finest. So I have my best friend here, and what we're about to do is get in our car and go to the gym.
Good workout. It's crunch time on there. Circling around looking what's going on.
You can't tell who's Karen here. The cameraman uses really foul language for something so small.
Okay.
Do you think he's overreacting?
All right. Sometimes we can't tell who the Karen is. Let's figure it out.
She don't want me to drink my beer, y'all. Here go Karen right here. I got a Karen right here.
For what?
She don't want me to drink my Corona. I just bought
What
a
do you
Corona.
mean?
She telling me to put on my mask. How the f I'm gonna drink a beer with my mask on? She don't want to be seen.
Stop it!
You hit me again. You better not hit me again. You better not hit me again.
Oh, dude, you're the Karen. Come on now. She's an old ass lady. Next.
Stupid.
This Kevin has nothing better to do than pick on these girls. Watch him trying to overpower some teens. Hilarious, man.
Fuck it. I hate male Karens.
Taking my picture. I really don't care.
Okay.
Because you don't belong in this development.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your name?
I'm not telling you.
No, they don't have to tell you that.
Okay, where do you live?
Why would we tell you any of this?
Where do you live? Where do you live? I'm not telling you. Okay, not a problem.
I hate it when strange adults try to exercise authority over other people's children. Like, you're not their parent. They don't have to answer to you. Yeah, a Kevin. But they always call him Mel Karen, so I don't know, it's really funny.
I'm gonna call the gate and have you all arrested.
You're gonna
okay.
You do not deserve to be in here.
Okay. What did we even do wrong?
They don't even know. They're confused.
No. We were backing up for you. Moving for you. And you say you're gonna hit us with the car? You have a problem? Because I can get my grandfather.
Yeah.
You're gonna hit us with the car?
Bring him out right now. Bring him out right now.
Oh no.
Thank you. Thank you. I have it on video. I have it on video.
Oh, Grandpa's pissed.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. We have it on.
Go inside. Let me see the video.
Both of these adults are acting crazy. One of them should have stopped, but nah. Look at them.
You own this house.
Get the f off my property.
You own this house.
Get the f off my property.
I'm on right away. Do you own this house?
This is not my house.
It is not. So you shut the you little mother.
You own this house?
Woo!
I have a
Get a
job.
job.
I'm babysitting for my mom, you dumb.
You know what?
Hillary.
Little too
She's
loose.
letting out her racism perfectly.
What the fuck is she saying?
Black boys. It's boy. It's boy. You laughing. You laughing now? Keep laughing, bro. You want to know why?
She looks drunk.
You want to know Why? Oh my God! Keep laughing, cause you hanging out with rich white.
Oh my God. Getting real about the Little Mermaid? Maybe. I don't know. Well, it's goblin mode, so we gotta, like, turn our brain off. Wedding chapel feud leads to a full arrest? Alright, let's try.
Due to the graphic nature of this program, viewer discretion is advised.
Oh, fuck. Advise your discretion. Oh, God. Cops.
Something to get into if you want to find a bad guy. You don't have to look very long or very hard. We're going to try to catch this car. It was parked on the wrong side of the road running and high beams were on. It's a Chevy. It's an indicator it might be stolen, so we want to get up here and check it out.
Are we even allowed to watch this? I'd rather watch body cam footage. I never have anything lined up for, like, fucking Goblin Hour. I watch a lot of boring stuff. Let's see, what to watch. But well, disturbing police horror stories. I don't know if we can listen to that. Some drag race. I wish some material I'm like a little concerned about watching. I can't remember what we were watching last week where I'm like, oh, I gotta like get off because I wasn't like feeling well. It was like some 1950s thing, like. Let's make a sandwich. Body care and grooming. Alright, we'll try this. Mid-century home life. Driver's educational. Family life. What's family life like? How much affection? Alright, let's go back to this. I need more whiskey for Goblin Hour. Whiskey? I mean, I like Karen videos, but sometimes it's like more aggravating than funny. Hey, MC Heavyset. Good to see you, pal.
Look, there go the Millers again. Off for another day at Crystal Lake.
They're always having good times together.
Wish my family were like that. We never do anything. Never have
My family's lame.
the time.
Neither do we.
You know, so many people are asking how the Millers manage to have so much fun as a family.
I can guarantee you that I am not given a single solitary shit about this family, but okay.
The answer, is it money?
Or is it magic?
Neither. It's something they worked out together when they woke up to the fact that they wanted their family life to be fun.
Who doesn't?
But how did they work it out?
To understand, let's go.
First of all, Daddy isn't an alcoholic, and Mommy isn't a passive abuser. I mean, do we really have to dissect this too hard?
Go back several months. Eavesdrop on the Millers one Friday evening before they got wise to themselves.
This is gonna be funny. I have a feeling. Oh, look at you,
Mother,
slutting away in the
promised to have
kitchen.
dinner ready at 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, Catherine. I just didn't finish my other work in time.
Oh, you fucking little bitch. Why don't you roll up your fucking sleeves and help?
Oh, well. Dad's not home yet anyway. Nobody seems to care that I have a date at 7 o'clock.
Because we don't give a shit, honey. We don't give a shit what you do. This lady is tired. Look at her.
You can still make
Look how tired she fucking is. She, in her head, she's just like, shut up.
it, dear. I'll do the dishes alone. But you and Dad are going to the movies. I'm too tired. I did all the washing today, and I cleaned your room, too. It really needs... I meant to come home and clean it, Mother. But after school, there was a meeting.
Mother!
Oh, no.
I can't wear these slacks tonight. You said you'd press them.
Oh, God, you're annoying, too. Both of you. In the fucking incinerator. Alright? You know, just... Both of you suck. Mom. Mother. Yeah.
I know, Harold, but I just didn't... Why don't you press them yourself?
Say, where's my racket?
In my closet.
What the fuck was that cut? Like, that was like... What the... What the fuck?
Oh.
Say, where's my racket?
In my closet.
Hey, say, where's my dirt racket?
Press them.
I know, Harold, but I just didn't... Why don't you press them yourself?
Say, where's my racket?
In my closet.
Where's my racket?
I broke it. I meant to tell you.
You broke it? And me with an important match tomorrow. Why didn't you get it fixed?
Where would I get the money?
Money?
Mother, I need a couple of dollars to take Mary out tonight.
I haven't any money, Harold.
We're poor.
But you might have when he comes home.
Fine thing. Dinner late, tennis racket broken, no money for date, and no pants to wear. If this thing were a business, we'd go bankrupt, but fast.
Where's my dracket? I can't. Where's my dracket? Ew. And this is why Mom smokes and plays bridge.
That night, Mrs. Miller was thinking about what Harold said.
That night, Mrs. Miller was thinking and plotting her children's murder.
If this family were a business, in a way, we are a business. We have money to handle, just as a business has. Yet we never make it last.
This is why Mother keeps a bottle of schnapps under the kitchen sink.
From one payday to the next. But that's not all we can't seem to manage. Isn't there a better way to manage ourselves? Wouldn't we all be happier if we worked out a little system for living together in harmony?
You see that, kids? Just treat your family like a business. That'll fix everything.
It's worth a try. I've called this first meeting of the Miller family to propose that we try to establish a definite program for managing our home so that we'll all get more out of it. More fun, more leisure, and more harmony.
I'm certainly in favor of those things. Harmony, leisure, fun.
Who isn't?
But how can we manage them? We'll have to work out the full answer together. But for a start, I've made a list of points that will guide us. 1, schedule. 2, responsibilities. 3.
This all sounds terrible. This doesn't sound like fun at all. Hold on. I accidentally scared the shit out of my roommate. He's balls deep into Diablo 4 and he didn't hear me come up behind him. Schedule, responsibilities, privileges, and finances. None of this sounds fun, lady. You're losing me.
Privileges. And 4, finances.
Sounds impressive.
What do they mean?
How do they work?
Well, remember last Friday evening? It was nothing special. We've had plenty of differences just like it. I caused a good part of the trouble by not having dinner on time.
Oh, God. Wow. Lady. You are so whipped into blaming yourself for other people's behavior. Well, it's my fault I didn't have dinner on the table in time. Wow. After she just said, hey, I spent all day fucking cleaning up after your room.
We need to make a definite schedule and stick to it so we can all make plans accordingly.
I can be more careful about coming home in time for dinner or phoning when I'm going to be late.
Yes, but then I didn't have dinner ready, so
Because you took time to clean my room. That's something I should have done.
Well, that's my set
point. Privileges.
Well, responsibilities and privileges always go together. If we accept responsibilities, then we acquire certain privileges.
Such as?
Well, such as... I can think of one. The privilege of having your private rights respected. Such as having someone ask your permission when she wants to borrow your tennis racket.
That's the general idea. Now, my 4th point is finances.
Yes, where are we going to get more money?
We don't.
You mean a budget?
Well, if we were a business, wouldn't we have a plan for spending our money?
That does it.
Well,
I can't wrap my head around the idea that we want to treat a family like a business.
I'd like to suggest that we adjourn for now and all give this
This is capitalism at its finest.
some serious thought, and then get together for another meeting next Monday after dinner to
Cassie's right on it. Cassie's like, seems like every problem is the daughter's fault. Yeah, like she's kind of like... Thanks a lot, Meg. She's the Meg of the family.
discuss a plan for spending and all these other matters.
Good idea. I'd like to have these family meetings every week.
After we've worked this out, later on we can check up on how we're doing.
Well, it looks as though I really started something.
Say, Mom, you're swell.
That's how the Millers came to manage their home, so it would be more fun.
Does it really work?
These guides to home management, can my family use them?
Well, let me give you a few clues. Take the matter of schedule. Here's a breakfast scene at the Millers. Quiet, easy. By following a practical morning...
Stupid Millers. These are like the Flanderses. Stupid Millers.
schedule, they're all ready in time for school and work. And in the evening, Mother has plenty of pep left to entertain friends, because by scheduling the work she does each day, she saves herself from doing too much. And when seasonal jobs are scheduled, Harold is glad to help his father. It doesn't happen that he has other important plans for the day.
Wow, look at Harold's pecs.
Of course, this is also a matter of responsibilities, which are divided up according to individual abilities and interests. Besides doing assigned jobs and caring for his own clothes and belongings, each is responsible for being considerate of the others. For instance, putting things back where others expect to find them. With responsibilities go privileges. Although the strength of the family lies in unity, each member has individual rights. The right to open his own mail, the right of privacy, to work alone, undisturbed by loud noises in the house or by unwanted visitors, and the right to have opinions respected.
Shouldn't privacy be a right, not a privilege?
This privilege the Millers protect in their family council meetings. Let's listen now for a few pointers on the fourth guide to home management, finances.
As you know, our financial position has greatly improved during the 6 months we've been planning our spending instead of letting our money slip away from us. However, during the past 2 months, what with Mother's operation and Catherine's dental work, our medical expenses have been very heavy, more than our budget could provide for. So the question is, where is the money going to come from?
Well, we could take our vacation money.
Oh, no. That's a big thing we've been saving for.
Well, can't we find the money in some other account?
No, not that much money.
Maybe a little bit here and a little bit there.
Well, I don't know.
Look, that new electric mixer we'd figured on buying, I can do without that.
No, Mother. You've been wanting that for so long.
Wait a minute. If Mother can do without her mixer, I'll skip my new dress. That is, if Mother will help me make over the one Aunt Grace gave me.
Of course I will, dear.
Well, if that's the way, I guess we can patch up the old seat covers in the car, put off getting new ones until next spring.
Sure thing. And if I can get a little help with my jobs around here, I'll be able to clear time to pick up some extra money working after...
The trick lies not in having the most math.
You cut him off again. Damn, always with the boy. You know, he must be fucking up his lines so much. They keep, like, cutting him out.
Millers are using good home management to achieve a happier family life. Now, do you think they're successful?
I guess.
Looks good to me.
To help make your home a well-managed home.
We're to the wives? Oh, this should be good.
It wasn't really a plot against George Peters, but I'll admit it might have looked that way. The morning his...
Well, what did George Peters do? Who is this George Peters, and why should we give a damn?
His wife Jane stopped by for coffee. We had just been in our new house 2 weeks, and I was still ecstatic over everything, especially my dream kitchen.
My dream kitchen.
Well, how do you like it?
It's in
There's only one
sepia.
word for it. Terrific. You know, I'm so proud of it, it's almost indecent of me. I can hardly wait to show it off a week from Friday night.
Well, you go ahead and be indecent. Gal's got a right to enjoy her first housewarming party. Sure wish I was having one. You having many people?
Well, not a mob, if that's what you mean. Just you, the Crawfords, the Slagles, the Martins, and a couple of others.
Slagles. And the Millers?
Why so sad? And this isn't the first time I've noticed it.
Oh, nothing, really.
Not very convincing, Jane girl. Whatever it is, I've got just the cure for it. There's a sensational sale going on at Watson's.
A sensational sale going on at Watson's. My God. The suspense. I can't fucking handle it.
A new hat would be the ideal tonic for you. I'm going down this afternoon for a small spree. How about coming with me?
No, I wish I could, but it's just impossible. You've no idea how much I've got to do. Remember, I haven't got your dream kitchen to make things easier. Mine's strictly the nightmare type. And I wish George would do something about it. All he's done so far is talk, and not with any real enthusiasm.
About moving, you mean?
He doesn't even scream at me to get him a beer anymore.
We've looked at a couple of older houses, but that's no improvement. We've got an older house.
If only there was some way of really selling George on the idea. The fifth freedom, maybe.
How can we manipulate your husband into doing something he doesn't want to do?
Freedom from unnecessary drudgery. Freedom to go shopping when the urge hits you, or when there's a sale going on.
Well, sale or no sale, I'm swamped. Besides, my mother's been quite ill in Cleveland, and I've been thinking about taking the weekend off to visit her.
I've got to get my clothes in the dryer. I'll show you a couple of my prized beauties. This setup makes any day wash day for me. And I can do my drying in any kind of weather with a gas dryer. It couldn't be easier.
No shit. Back in the day, they had gasoline-powered dryers, and those motherfuckers would catch fire all the fucking time. I don't even know if they were, like, gasoline-powered. It was something weird where there was, like, gasoline in it. Like, I swear on everything that is holy. 1950s gasoline dryer commercial.
Most famous twins. Say, they're mighty pretty, but why are they so famous?
Oh, but you haven't really seen them yet. They're the famous Westinghouse laundry twins, the Westinghouse laundromat and the Westinghouse clothes dryer. First for quality and famous for the exclusive features that make them the most completely automatic home laundry that you can own today. The laundromat, for instance, is the only automatic washer that gives you the 3 steps to perfect washing. It weighs, it saves, it washes cleaner. Remember I said it weighs? Well, here's how that works. This is the exclusive Weigh to Save door. Now, you just put your clothes down on it, and it weighs each load because it's actually a scale. See? The scale here says this is a medium load. So you set the water saver dial over here at...
That's actually really clever. Do they mean gases and natural gas? I guess. I swear there was some weird thing where there was like actual like gasoline used to dry clothes. But that makes sense if it was like natural gas.
Medium. And the laundromat uses just the medium amount of water needed. Then you slip the clothes in, add a medium amount of soap, start the laundromat, sit back and relax. There's no in your clothing so that there isn't a bit of dirt left in them. And the secret of it is the laundromat has the exclusive Westinghouse slant action. This slant action tilts the tub back like this, keeping the clothes up here as the water drains away from them. So there's no chance of the wash or rinse water draining through them. Now, you don't have to take my word for that. I want you to go to your Westinghouse dealer and let him prove it to you. Your Westinghouse dealer will use 500 little seeds like this. Now, those seeds represent the dirt and lint and soap curds that are in a load of dirty clothes. Your Westinghouse dealer will put those seeds in with a load of towels. Then he'll wash them in the laundromat, and when the wash is all done, just you try and find those seeds. There is visual proof that the water drains.
Wow. Susan, we're learning how to, we're having a word to the wives. I don't know. We're learning how to do laundry, and we're learning about this product. We're having a good, it's Goblin Hour, okay? Goblin Hour means nothing makes sense. It's gloves off. Everything is chaos. We're in the final hour of live streaming, and we're just having fun by watching these weird 1950s things. Yes, we're learning to be a good American capitalist.
Completely automatic.
This lady has this friend in her house who's like, this lady's like depressed. Like, I don't have a new house. I don't have the perfect kitchen. I don't have all these appliances. Like, she literally just got done confessing her feelings to her friend. And her friend's like, you know what I'm going to do to help you feel better? I'm going to show you my new washer and dryer. I gotta backtrack it because it's funny.
We've got an older house.
We got an older
If only
house.
there was some way of really selling George on the idea.
Hold
I
on.
haven't got your dream kitchen to make things easier. Mine's strictly the nightmare type. And I wish George would do something about it. All he's done so far is talk, and not with any real enthusiasm. About moving, you mean? We've looked at a couple of older houses, but that's no improvement. We've got an older house. If only there was some way of really selling George on the idea.
How can we manipulate George?
The fifth freedom, maybe.
You know what you do? You kill George and you become lesbians.
Freedom from unnecessary drudgery. Freedom to go shopping when the urge hits you, or when there's a sale going on.
Well, sale or no sale, I'm swamped. Besides, my mother's been quite ill in Cleveland, and I've been thinking about taking the weekend off to visit her.
I've got to get my clothes in the dryer. I'll show you a couple of my prized beauties. This setup makes any...
You're depressed about how everything sucks. Let me show you my washer and dryer. This is such a weird conversation.
Wash day for me. And I can do my drying in any kind of weather with a gas dryer. It couldn't be easier. It's completely automatic.
I remember seeing this washer in the magazine.
It's not on.
It's automatic too, isn't it?
That's right.
Isn't there a little colored guide light that follows the operation through the various
Are you
stages?
feeling shitty about your life? Buy something new. And if you can't buy something new, convince your husband to buy you something new.
Yes. I know exactly what's happening. I don't even have to watch a clock. Wait a minute. You say you're going to visit your mother this weekend. You know, Janie, my girl, this might prove a very fortunate trip for you. Now, just for kicks, don't get too far ahead in your housework. Now, why should you have to lay out everything all nice and ready for George and Jimmy, down to the last egg and can of salmon?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I'd have to make things easy for them. After all
you've been going through, this might be the awakening for friend George.
God.
The big, bright dawn. It might do him a world of good to be left all alone with Jimmy for 2 or 3 days.
This is so capitalism. How do we get our husbands to buy us more shit? We take down our quality of house care and blame it on the appliances. This is amazing. What the fuck?
In your kitchen. Well, Jane finally got off for Cleveland. Still not too certain she was doing right by leaving George and Jimmy by themselves. Even though George was absolutely sure they'd get along just fine. That's what he said, just fine.
Is this man, like, trying to make a cake? What's going on here?
Of course, when you leave a man to his own devices, he's apt to think of something fancy, like curried chicken with rice. But in this case, George not only should have done a little more thinking about his recipe, but should have kept his eyes on the stove as well. Now, if he had just let his rice simmer instead of boiling. But frankly, I doubt if George knew how to bring things to a simmer.
Was that a reference to your sex life? George can't cook rice, and he comes too quickly. he can't let it simmer. He's not really good at the foreplay, you know. He doesn't. God, this is hilarious. This is funny. I'm telling you, like there's like a good solid like few minutes where it's like really bland, but then all of a sudden it's like bam, something hilarious. Ooh, okay. Woo. That was I gotta back that up. We gotta go back to this whole George is not good at rice, okay? He just can't let nothing simmer, you know?
See, like curried chicken with rice. But in this case, George not only should have done a little more thinking about his recipe, but should have kept his eyes on the stove as well. Now, if he had just let his rice simmer instead of boiling. But frankly, I doubt if George knew how to bring things to a simmer. Well, maybe it was the mess, and maybe it was just the temperature outside, but George thought he could use a little cooling off. A nice, icy lemonade would be just right.
The man made lemonade, okay? It's really good for himself. George, what are you doing, George?
Hey, Pop! When am I gonna eat?
What's with this ice tray here? There's no ice in it.
Oh, I guess I forgot to...
The way he shook it. What's with this ice tray here? He's losing his shit over the ice, okay? George had never opened the ice box before. God, this is funny. What the fuck is happening?
Hey, Pop! When am I gonna eat?
What's this ice tray here? There's no ice in it.
Oh, I guess
What is this? The dad from A Christmas Story? Like, holy shit.
I forgot to fill it.
Sometime you might ask George how far is a mile. He would tell you it's the distance from his sink to his backyard garbage pail. Now, like many men tackling a problem, George was very efficient. Very. The smart way to do dishes was 2 meals at a time.
Jimmy, did you have to take a bath this time of day? I'm gonna drop a hot water in the sink.
This has got to be the dad from fucking A Christmas Story. Like, I swear. I gotta check. Oops. If nobody's seen A Christmas Story, it's fucking hilarious. It's like, it's an 80s movie, but the movie is like based in the 50s. Probably not. I don't know. Yes! Yes! I'm right! I'm right! I'm totally fucking right! I'm totally fucking right! That is him! Like, straight up, that's him! The same fucking dad in A Christmas Story is like the guy in this. That just, especially the way he just yelled right there, like, that was something. Like, I'm like, that is. It's like the same way he yells at, like, because there's like the stupid neighbor's dogs that like come over and like get in his house and he screams at him. Like, it's so fucking fun. That's great. Yes, I love it. A Christmas Story with the fucking like leg lamp and everything. God, that movie is just, it's just so fucking amazing. I was so right. Ooh, I'm patting myself on the back there. That was fucking good. That was fucking good. It's always Jan. Well, I mean, yeah. But yeah, A Christmas Story was filmed in the 1980s, but it's based in like 1950s. The movie is. My God, that's totally him. Fuck yes. Okay, I gotta use the restroom and then we gotta finish this because it's so fucking amazing. I like this. Wouldn't this guy be like, yeah, he had to, like a business. He was like an old guy in A Christmas Story. I mean, he was like an old fucking dad, but like in this, he's like a young dad. I'm so happy I was right. Called it. Called it.
I got a stack of dishes here a mile high. I'm gonna be here till midnight. What's the matter with...
Problem, George was very efficient. Very. The smart way to do dishes was 2 meals at a time.
What was the actor's name? Oh, Darren McGavin. Oh my god, he was Billy Madison's father. That's right. That's funny.
Jimmy, did you have to take a bath this time of day? I'm gonna drop a hot water in the sink. I got a stack of dishes here a mile high. I'm gonna be here till midnight. What's the matter with you?
Huh, clever boy. You're also leaning on it, dude. My guy, you're literally like resting your arm on it.
Jane
Like, what
has
the
been
fuck are
away
you
for
doing?
all of 2.5
That is
days.
that is the dumbest fucking way to try to open that cupboard. Like, you're totally fucking leaning on it with your arm.
But the way she was welcomed back by George, you'd think she'd been gone a month.
Well?
Oh, we'll be there early enough. The others aren't coming till 7.
Oh.
Look, I still have a couple of little things to do, but it'll only take a minute or so.
Your famous sweet potato casserole.
Yeah, only this time with shredded pineapple instead of orange juice. You two go over.
Oh, sweet potato casserole with shredded pineapple? What the ever-living fuck is that? Why you gotta ruin sweet potatoes like that? Like, sweet potatoes are fine by themselves. Like, why you gotta ruin fucking sweet potatoes like that? Don't be fucking doing that.
And sit at the table. Don will be back in a few minutes, George. He's doing some last-minute shopping for me. Oh, hey, I almost forgot the big news. I went out to Pond Ridge with Helen Baker today, and I broke 50 for the first time on 9 holes.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Alice. You mean to tell me that with this big shindig staring you in the face, you still had time for golf?
Nothing to it. With this kitchen, it's a breeze. Come on over. Look at some of the evidence.
Here's the
By the
capitalism.
way, did you know that this kitchen
Here's the capitalism. Here we go, kids.
won an award from the Woman's Home Companion?
Huh?
And really, they thought of everything. I just love the convenience and modern styling of this built-in gas range.
Hey, Alice, aren't you going to light the oven?
I don't have to. It's completely automatic. You'll never guess what this sauce is for the baked ham. Equal parts of grape jelly and light mustard, blended and simmered. And
I'm sorry, did she just say grape jelly and mustard blended? Equal parts of grape jelly and light mustard blended and simmered. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with these people? That sounds so fucking disgusting. And her fucking sweet potato casserole with shredded pineapple. I am offended. My palate is offended. I haven't even tasted this, and already I can taste it, and it tastes like shit.
Bernard does it without scorching. Anyone care for a spot of grapefruit juice to tide you over?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's have a glass of fucking grapefruit juice, thanks. The fuck? What the hell?
One of the things I love about this refrigerator is that it turns out ice circles and puts them in a bowl for you, all by itself. Continuous ice circles.
Yeah?
Ice circles.
Aren't you taking a chance of staining that counter with fruit juice? No danger with Formica. Won't ever stain. Oh, that's the greatest help, George. Hanging the things you need where you need them. In fact, this whole kitchen was designed for efficiency and convenience.
That's what I like. Solid and sturdy as steel.
So easy to keep clean, too.
Hey, what's this?
This lady is running an MLM.
Oh, automatic flower dispenser. Very handy. Here, I'll show you how it works.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, hi, Don Boyle.
George.
We're a little early.
Oh, that's good.
I've been showing them around.
Good, darling. Hello, Jane.
Hi. Oh, Dawn, will you get rid of these for me while I sort this stuff?
Well,
So Darren McGavin has a filmology spanning from like 1945 when he was in his early 20s, but often cast as a teen. Interesting. Yeah, that's a long time to be in the film, like, industry.
you might have pressed old George in the service. Here, come on, George, I'll show you how it works. This is really for me, chum.
What is it?
Well, it's a simple gas disposer. It takes care of all the waste. Yeah, the brightest, shiniest bride could use this gizmo.
Yeah? That's great.
And that also goes for this automatic water heater. Two temperatures from the same tank at the same time. Now, this pipe here, it gives you hot water for the bathroom and for the kitchen sink. But the other pipe, this one gives you really hot water for clothes and for dishes to make them really clean.
Wow.
Both any time you want. And look, George, if you're really interested in this layout, the man that set it up for us is a good friend of ours, Ed Stevens.
Yeah?
He's going to be here tonight. Yeah, just in case you'd have anything to ask him.
Yeah.
Well, all I want to say is that Dawn's little suggestion turned into a rather interesting and provocative conversation. And Ed Stevens is a handy man with figures and ideas. It certainly looked like progress was being made when we peeked in on them. Well, that's the way it worked out. And as I mentioned before, it wasn't a plot against George. Well, you don't think Jane
Yes,
and I
it
would do
was.
something like that, do you?
Yes, it was. You totally manipulated that man into spending money. Women, this is how you manipulate your men. Body care and grooming, maintaining classroom discipline, young man's fancy, how to be an effective supermarket checker. A day in the life of an enslaved lady's maid. Apparently I watched half of this. I don't remember that, though. Let's see. What should we watch next? I'm getting ready to, like, pack it up soon, but I do want to watch just, like, maybe, like, one or two more. What do y'all want to do? Body care, grooming, maintaining the classroom discipline, young man's fancy, supermarket checker. What do you want? Anybody could like throw out a suggestion. I'll take the first one. I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me a suggestion. The Karen grooming? Okay. Let's do it. I mean, can you really disagree with grooming?
Spring, when birds are on the wing.
Ah, spring, birds are on the wing. Wash your pussy.
When flowers bloom.
Wash your pussy, wash your balls.
Spring.
The end.
When a young man's fancy lightly turns to thought. What's the matter?
Yeah, a young man's life is turning to thought. Yeah, no, he's thinking about something particular, and that's cranking it.
Exam week getting you down? What you need is to put down that notebook and take in some of the beauties of nature. See what I mean?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But wait a minute, young lady. How did you get into this picture?
Yeah, you're
You
ugly
see,
and you're
we're
reading a
trying to
book.
prove a point about nature and beauty, and you're not exactly...
Oh, he's so undressing you with his eyes. He's thinking about you and eating you out right now.
helping, you know. Look at your hair.
What the fuck is that
Look at
supposed
that
to mean?
blouse.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Look at that hair, look at that blouse, she looks fine. What the fuck? Just fucking... That's salty and savage, dang.
And the way that skirt hangs. And those socks.
We can see your slip.
Sorry, there must have been a mistake. You don't seem to be exactly the type to make this guy behave like a human being.
Damn! Damn! Did he really have to roast her that fucking hard? What the fuck? That was harsh as shit. Oh my God. That poor lady. I was not expecting that. I thought we were supposed to learn, like, how to put on deodorant and, like, wash our genitals, like, and perhaps underneath our titties, but, like, and your ass crack, but, like, I didn't think this guy was gonna come on here and roast the ever-living shit out of this girl. Fuck me. Dang. People back then are savage. Shit.
But wait a minute. Come back.
Yeah, wait, come back.
Let's start all over again.
Yeah, can we start all over again? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think I know where this is going. Oh my god. Oh god, why is this just about what? Okay, we're not far enough into this to make assumptions yet. But this is like not good because now she's looking different. She's looking like more perfect, but she looked just fine before, which is like really weird to me.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother is right. Look at that hair, that skin, that mouth.
He just said, look at that mouth. Oh my fuck. Y'all. Oh god, glasses off. Oh my god. Y'all just said he said, look at that mouth.
Brother. Oh, brother is right. Look at that hair, that skin, that mouth. And now look at that blouse.
And now look at that bust. Oh my god. Look at her hair, look at her skin, look at her mouth. Look at her titties. Like, what the? This is gross. What in the fuck is happening here?
And now look at the skirt. And the socks.
Jesus. This is awful. Oh my god, avert your gaze.
Thanks a lot for helping us prove a point.
Oh
And you.
Fuck. And what point are you trying to prove? That you're a fucking freak? What the hell? I'm like really just... I really didn't expect this to be so fucked up.
You too know the value of a good appearance.
Yeah, you too. You too know the value of a good appearance. But we didn't have to roast you. Where's the roasting of the man? Where's the roasting of the man? Where's the roasting of the dude? Why can't we look at his shitty socks? Like, what's happening here?
In fact, you all know that a good appearance is a must, not only to your college life now, but to your business and professional lives in the future. But good appearance is more than dressing up like a fashion plate. Anyone will make a good appearance if he's neat, no matter what his style of clothing. Clothes are important. Besides fitting well and looking well, the clothes should be appropriate to the occasion. Wearing inappropriate clothes, like these shoes, is a sure way to make yourself uncomfortable.
What's wrong with those shoes?
And conspicuous. But good grooming is more than clothes deep. Good grooming starts with personal care. This principally means the care of your hands.
No, good grooming starts with washing your fucking butthole.
Your hair, your teeth, and your skin. Let's begin with the skin by taking a look at it.
We're not starting with the butthole. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be crude. I'm not trying to be overly crude or anything. I'm just saying, if we're going to talk about grooming and hygiene, let's talk about washing your butthole with soap and water, okay? Do it.
From the doctor's point of view, you'll find that skin is a complex living tissue whose proper care requires a basic understanding of what it is and what it does. In this highly magnified section through the skin, we see that skin is made up of various layers. Individual cells of the outer layer are constantly drying out and dropping off to be replaced by the growing cells of the layers below. Skin differs in thickness and texture on various parts of the body, such as...
Oh heavens, Helen, a zit, a zit!
on the lips, the eyelid, or the feet.
You know, if you're ever feeling alone, remember there's a bunch of little, like, microorganisms living in your eyelashes.
Perhaps the most familiar example of skin specialization is on your fingertips. Here the skin is grooved to help you hold smooth objects. Almost all skin is richly provided with nerves, which give the skin an amazing sensitivity to outside stimuli. Hence, the skin acts,
especially when you wank it,
as a sensory organ for the protection of the body as a whole.
Yeah, right, Susan. Why are we having this for, like... Why is this for, like, college people? I guess maybe there's just a few too stinky people in class. There is a few too women with terrible socks. Like, you know, if your socks are scrunched up, then we gotta, like, release a video in college, and we gotta release it to the whole class to make it, you know, known that we're not singling anybody out except for the girls with, like, skewed socks.
And skin serves to protect you still another way, by providing one of the first physical signs of illness or disease. Most skin also contains hair. The hair roots are located below the skin surface. Most commonly, hairs are found in association with the sebaceous or oil glands. These oil glands often empty directly into the hair follicle or opening, by means of which the oil reaches the skin surface. The purpose of this oil is to soften and lubricate the hair and skin.
Gross.
Another gland found in the
Avatars are
skin
gross.
is the sweat gland. Sweat glands open directly into the skin and discharge sweat through individual openings or pores. Sweating is one of the chief functions of the skin. The main value of sweating is the control of body heat, brought about by the evaporation of sweat from the skin surface. Most everyone sweats under one circumstance or another. Besides accumulating sweat, the skin is also constantly picking up dirt, dust, grit, and other foreign particles. And because the skin has lots of openings in its surface, these foreign particles, most of them loaded with bacteria, may enter the skin and start an infection. Such an infection, if untreated or irritated, could develop into a widespread inflammation or even blood poisoning. Don't let this happen to you. Protect your skin. Keep it looking clear and fresh. Keep it clean. The best way to clean your skin is still the old-fashioned use of soap, hot water, and plenty of elbow grease. And the result is well worth the effort.
Except for the many medical conditions with skin where, like, soap and hot water, regular soap and hot water would actually aggravate it. I mean, you gotta give some people credit there.
You don't need scientific proof of it. You can feel it.
Now he magically doesn't have anything
In addition
on
to
him.
soap and water, there are other good aids for cleaning your skin. One of these is cleansing cream. Many girls find this helpful in removing cosmetics. However, nothing can take the place of your daily bath or shower. This is the time to give your skin a good, invigorating workout. If there is no visible dirt to wash off,
Which can also be really terrible for you, like if you have certain skin conditions to like sit and scrub your skin. Like I've got like some like rosacea like issues where I've got like the chicken skin, like the red bumps, and I get like lots of zits all over my body. So like in my experience, when I sit and scrub my skin, it's much worse. Like it's better to be like really gentle and like use like a cleanser that doesn't have any oil in it, that has like a lot of like salicylic acid in it.
there are body odors to be eliminated by cleansing your skin of dried sweat, skin scales, and dust.
Wash your ass. Wash your ass, girl. You better be scrubbing your butthole.
Which accumulate constantly. Your bath or shower should end with a...
Do you use a washcloth and do you wash your legs? These are two questions I have for the chat. Do you use a washcloth and do you wash your legs? I totally use a washcloth and I wash my legs. I have like a whole shower ritual. First thing I do is I wash my hair with shampoo. Then I use conditioner. And then I have a pre-body wash. My pre-body wash is full of salicylic acid. And I put it on a washcloth. And I start with my face. And I work gradually down over my arms, my armpits, down my body. And I go on my butt cheeks, but not in between into the whole area. So, and then I go down my legs and my feet. And then at the end, I do a full plie, and it's my grand finale, and I get every nook, cranny, and crevasse in my butt and everything else. And then I rinse all of that off, and then I go over with a second body wash that's like a more like moisturizing, like sort of like not really scented, but just a more moisturizing body wash. And then I like do the same thing like that, and then I get out and I'm done. Everybody use the damn washcloth. And wash your ass. You know, one of my favorite, like, things that I get, like, really amused by. I'm really amused by the group of men, like, the very select group of men that are so homophobic, they're afraid of their own assholes. These are the men that, like, do not wash their asses because they feel like if they touch their own ass, then that means they're gay. Like, imagine being so homophobic that you're afraid of your own asshole. Like, I just can't even fucking imagine that. Like, what he's just like, you know, they're like, I don't even like, I maybe let the water run over it, but like, they're so homophobic. Yeah, they literally just do not wash their own asses. Who are these men and how did you find them? They're out there. They're out there. Yeah, there truly, truly is men who are so homophobic, they are afraid to wash their asses. Because apparently, if you touch your own asshole, that means you're gay. Philip. A finger might go in there. Oh my, you know. You might like it, you know? You might like the sensation of touching your own asshole. Just... I just can't even, like, deal with that. Like, wash your ass. Wash your asses.
Brisk rinsing to carry away all soapy residue. This is really the best part of the shower. It stimulates the skin and wakes it up all over. Bathing and toilet articles should be kept for your own personal use. Don't share them with others. You wouldn't use another person's toothbrush, so don't use their towel or toilet articles.
No, it's true. I had, like, growing up, I had to have my own bar of soap because I could not deal with the fact of like sharing the same bar of soap with like my brothers and my dad, who like use that bar of soap on their balls. Like, I'm like, nope, not gonna work for me.
And it goes without saying that only clean lingerie should go next to that clean skin. While it may not be necessary for all of you,
Why are we focusing on women? Why aren't we going through this, like, step-by-step process of, like, a man, like, showering and, like, being clean? Like, why aren't we, like, watching some, like, guy, like, shave his butt hair? Like, you know, like... like, why are we just, like, targeting women here? Dang, it's, like, so one-sided, I swear.
some girls use a lubricating cream or lotion to prevent skin roughness or chapping. Expensive creams and powders, however, aren't necessary. A healthy skin can be kept attractive with only a few simple preparations. The removal of hairs is sometimes a problem. You can take care of single hairs with a pair of tweezers. But for leg and underarm hair, your best bet is a safety razor. Don't worry that shaving the hair will make it...
That doesn't look safe at all. That looks like a torture device. What the fuck?
Underarm hair, your best bet is a safety razor.
That looks like a torture device. That doesn't look safe at all.
Don't worry that shaving the hair will make it grow back either faster or denser. That isn't true. But it is true that chemical hair removers have been found harmful to the skin in some cases.
Unless it's the 80s and you're using Nair.
Nail polish is harmless, but you should remove it for short periods in order to prevent cracking of the fingernail. Women usually take better care of their nails than men do.
Okay,
Many men
finally.
let their nails get
Finally, we are like 10 and a half minutes into this, and finally we are hearing our first burn against men.
long and ragged and ignore their cuticles. For good nail care, a nail brush is indispensable. Nails provide hiding places for bacteria. For this reason, you should give your nails particular attention whenever you wash your hands. After washing your hands, push back the cuticle while it's still soft and pliable from the soaking. Trim it occasionally, and keep your nails short and smooth.
I never push back my cuticles. Now I'm worried about that. I usually don't do it because I feel like it hurts. Like, it's not a very comfortable sensation. I guess I should push back my cuticles? Oh, I don't know.
And speaking of nails, don't forget, you have 20 of them. Toenails, of course, must be trimmed also. To help prevent...
Oh, I'm really bad at that. You know, I only trim my toenails when they look like Fritos.
Ingrown nails, use a straight cross-cut. The edge of the nail then will not dig into the flesh of the toe. The spaces between your toes should be kept dry as a precaution against athlete's foot. Routine dusting with talcum powder will help keep them dry.
You know, I struggled with athlete's foot as like a child, but like as an adult, it went away. I don't deal with that anymore. But as a kid, I had athlete's foot so bad. I would literally like claw up and tear my toes, like in between my toes, because like it was just so painful and just itchy and just would not go away.
If athlete's foot should develop, consult a physician. Don't let this disease get a toe hold on you. As an added precaution against athlete's foot,
I've also suffered from ingrown toenails, and I've actually had like 3 surgeries like to get rid of like my ingrown toenail problem, because I just kept getting chronic ingrown toenails, and not from like cutting my toenails weird, like it just kept happening.
try to avoid direct contact with damp bathroom floors. Wear slippers or clogs. Next to the skin, we probably spend most of our attention on our hair. This is especially true among women. But this kind of superficial attention, the hair needs careful attention, like this. Like caring for the skin, proper care of the hair requires some understanding of its structure and function. Here's a strand of human hair greatly magnified. Notice the rough, scaly texture. You can imagine how dirt hangs on to anything like this. And there's another factor that causes hair to get dirty. Remember the oil glands that pump their oil out along hair shafts? Well, a healthy scalp has plenty of oil to which dirt will cling. So wash your hair frequently if you want to keep this constant accumulation of dust, oil, and sweat at a minimum. Your hair should be washed once every 2 weeks, or more often if necessary, with water and a mild soap. This will usually take care of normal dandruff too, although excessive dandruff should be treated by a doctor. Rinse your hair thoroughly following the washing. A few drops of lemon juice or vinegar added to the water during the second rinse will make it much easier to remove any soap residue. The final rinsing, however, should be in fresh...
You know, there are some people with some body types where, like, washing your hair, like, too frequently, like, fucks things up. Like, I have that. Like, I actually, I try to wash my hair only, like, once a week. I still apply, like, conditioner to it, but if I wash it, like, frequently, it gets, like, really nasty and dry and, like, brittle, but then yet oily at the same time. It's weird. It's like nasty hair that's like oily, but if I like kind of just let it do its thing for like up to a week, like, so pretty much like every 5 days I'll wash my hair, and that's kind of like what makes it happiest.
Fresh water. If your hair squeaks after the final rinsing, you may be sure it's clean. Most girls follow hair washing by doing their hair up in pins or curling rods. This is a good time, since damp hair is more elastic than dry hair, and you'll find it easier to manage. Permanent waving, if skillfully done, will not damage your hair. However, the use of strong dyes or bleaches is very likely to make the hair brittle. Brittle hair, in turn, is liable to break off in larger quantities than you care to lose. For normal daily care, your hair should be methodically combed and brushed. But be careful that brushes and combs are not used so as to tear your hair or dig at your scalp.
As she's like beating the shit out of her scalp.
Not only gets rid of dust and dirt, which may be clinging to the scales, but increases the luster of your hair by spreading out its oils. A small amount of hair always comes out during a brushing. That is normal. Natural hair beauty is possible if you take care of your hair and make the most of what nature has given you. And nature gave you those teeth, too. To keep them always sparkling and healthy, first select a toothbrush that meets the approval of most dentists.
Okay. So are you one of those people that rinses their toothbrush, puts on toothpaste, and like brushes their teeth? Or do you like put on toothpaste and then rinse it with the toothpaste on? Or are you somebody like me who just like puts the toothpaste on and starts brushing away? Like, let me know in the chat.
Here are 2 such brushes. Short, straight, with a plain brush head about 1 inch long. There may be 2 or 3 rows of tufts, sufficiently interspaced to allow easy cleaning. To keep the bristles in best working condition, use a different brush after every meal, allowing each brush to dry thoroughly before it is used again. The technique of using one of these simple little instruments is best learned individually from your own dentist. If food particles become wedged in the teeth and you can't remove them by brushing, dental floss is often helpful. Ordinary toothpicks and other hard objects are apt to damage your gums. Care of the teeth, however...
See, I just put the toothpaste on, and then I brush the shit, like, out of my teeth. and then I leave the toothpaste on my teeth, and then I'll rinse the toothbrush, and then I'll brush all the toothpaste off my tongue. And then after a bit, I'll rinse with mouthwash. I'll rinse with like Listerine and like rinse everything down. And I do my flossing before I brush. Like the first thing I do is I floss.
Requires more than daily cleaning. Everybody needs periodic checkups, not only for professional tooth cleaning, but also to show up cavities and other defects before they become too far developed. And so...
I don't know, and then sometimes I like to spray the fuck out of my toothbrush with I have like a kitchen sink sprayer, and I'll turn the kitchen sink like all the way hot, and I'll just pressure spray the shit out of my toothbrush.
Oh, the end of a perfect day. A few minutes in the morning and evening, and occasional checkups during the day are all you need to establish and keep up good grooming habits. And you, by following these simple rules of body care and grooming, you too will achieve that quality of appearance, that feeling of well-being.
Well, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to use the restroom, and then I want to watch like one more, and then I think I'm going to call it a night, like one or two more. Because it is getting pretty late, but I noticed we have a night crew, so I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. We kind of have a night crew going on, so yeah, I just want to watch like one, maybe two more, and then we'll call it a night. How's that? Weight reduction? Oh no. How to be popular? Oh, let's do it. It's in
Jerry,
color too.
There's that new girl in our math class. Hey Jerry, there's that new girl in our math class.
Oh yes. Her name's Carolyn Ames. She's a swell kid.
Why? Do you know her?
Not very well. I wish I did.
Yeah, especially when you compare it with some of the weird characters in this place.
Yoo-hoo!
Nothing like being Miss Popularity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meow, meow.
Okay, Ellie.
I'm sorry, what? Why'd you meow?
Now there's the girl that'd really get my vote.
Let's ask her over, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Ellie. Why not?
Oh no.
Oh, hi, Ellie. Do you want some? No, thanks. But won't you come and sit with us?
Oh, I'd love to, but you're almost finished.
So what? We'll be there till the bell rings. I guess you know everybody, don't you, Carolyn?
Hi.
Hi, Carolyn. Well, I've seen you around. I don't get Richard. it's Carolyn Ames. Betty's the lead in our class play.
Oh, yes, Growing Pains. I looked in on your rehearsal yesterday.
We're all in on it in one way or another. I'm on the costume committee.
And Jerry and I are stagehands.
Two among a dozen or so.
How about you, Wally? Where do you fit in all this?
Oh, I'm a one-man team that does a job with no glory attached. I gather the props together, and boy, what a headache.
You sound like you need a helper. Could I lend a hand?
Would you? I mean, would you really?
Sure, I'd like it. I don't know anything about props, but I could learn.
Well, I need some help too, Carolyn.
Hey, lay off. I saw her first.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Say, we ought to get together and talk over those props a little. Could you meet me backstage at 3:15?
Oh, that'd be fine, Wally. See you at rehearsal.
I think maybe I'll take Carolyn to the dance Saturday night.
Well, better go ahead and ask her. We could work out a double date.
Saturday's soon enough.
Hello. Oh, hello, Wally.
I was wondering if you'd like to go to the Strand to see a movie Saturday night, and then go over to Teen Town, maybe.
Teen Town? What the fuck is that?
Or if you'd rather go with the gang on a skating party and weenie roast. We'd have to leave earlier for that, though.
A skating party and a weenie roast. My God. Say no more. Book me on this date, bitch. Let's go.
But we get home at a decent time.
Oh, the skating sounds like loads of fun.
Wally has used a lot of common sense.
You know, it's actually a real thing where people back in this time, they aged like a lot quicker than we do now. Like, you got like 25-year-olds looking like they were fucking 50-year-olds working in a coal mine.
Putting the invitation this way. It shows he has thought about what Carolyn might like, and he has implied his price range, so she will have some idea of what he can afford when she makes her choice. Carolyn likes it better this way, too. It's doing the girl no favor to leave it entirely up to her. It puts her on a spot.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, Wally. On Saturday at 5 then. Bye.
Well, that phone call didn't go on for hours. A pretty adult attitude toward telephone
Thank God that phone call didn't go on for hours, because we would be bored as shit.
conversations. Carolyn keeps a date calendar.
Oh my God.
Not a bad idea. She'll never have the embarrassment of forgetting a date or of being already an hour too late. That's a good note to write yourself. Any night. But especially when you're getting ready for a date.
There, you too can do a manicure, Ellie. I might even know what to wear it with tonight if I only knew if Bill's dug up transportation to the dance.
You sure he knew to phone you here at my house?
I told him 3 times. I'll have to be getting home to dinner pretty soon. Take my advice. Think twice before you start going steady.
Don't you ever go out with anyone else at all?
Nope.
Well, don't you ever want to?
No.
On nights like this, I do. I never know what he's planned. He just says, "Will you decide, Ellie?"
I should think you'd run out of ideas.
Well, I'm getting to that point.
Hello? Oh, hello, Jerry. Oh, the props are coming along all right.
That's good. Hey, Carolyn, how about a date?
Well, I don't know, Jerry. When did you have in mind?
Well, what are you doing tonight?
I'm awfully sorry, but I have a date for tonight, Jerry. Tomorrow? No, I'm sorry. Well, call me early next week, Jerry.
Okay, Carolyn. Thanks a lot just the same. Goodbye.
Dang, Jerry got denied. Jerry got
Can you imagine
denied.
that, Ellie? He wanted a date for tonight.
Sounds like you're asking her so late went over like a lead balloon, brother.
Maybe so.
Hello, Wally. Come on in.
Hello yourself. Gee, look at you all ready and right on time, too. That's a good deal.
Thanks. Mother, are you busy?
Gotta be ready on
I'd
time.
like to meet my father. Dad?
I'm sorry. Why are we over glorifying punctuality? Is it like too damn difficult to be ready on time for anything?
This is Wally Johnson.
Well, hello, Wally. How do you do, Mr. Ames?
Here I am, darling. And I suppose this is Wally.
That's right, Mrs. Ames. How do you do?
Well, it's nice meeting you.
Oh, excuse me a second. I forgot my scarf. I'll be right back.
Don't let me interrupt your eating, Mr. Ames.
Well, thanks, Wally. I was just looking into the world of events before we go to dinner.
I tricked him into taking me out tonight. I understand you're having a little trouble with the props for the play.
Oh, not too many now. Much as I hate to admit it, though, Carolyn has hunted down a lot of things that we couldn't find anyplace.
Here I am, all set.
Oh, Carolyn, I made some brownies today. Maybe you and Wally would like some when you get back.
There's some milk in the icebox, too, isn't there? How does that sound?
Gee, that sounds good. We'll take you up
Milk
on
and
it, Mrs.
brownies?
Ames.
Fuck yeah.
Thanks.
That is a good idea. Nothing is more casual and more fun than raiding the icebox after a date. And it doesn't cost any...
Okay. Settle down now. That shouldn't be okay. I was saying milk and brownie sounds awesome, but don't be hyping it up too much when you say that raiding the icebox is the most swell thing after a date. Settle down now. Settle down now. Settle down.
Body a lot of money either.
Folks know when we'll be home?
We'll be home before 11, Mother.
Wally used his head, and Carolyn's family can relax because she has told them they can count on her being home
11 p.m.? That is too late.
at some definite time.
Nice boy. I like him.
Yes, I do too.
Carolyn and Wally are on their way to a good time this evening, and to lots of good times, with each other and with their crowd at school, because they're friendly, they're interested in other people, and they're considerate of the other fellow, because they know what it takes to be popular.
That's all.
I gotta watch more. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. There's a lot of dating stuff. How do you know it's love? Yeah, let's find out. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm starting a fucking, like, Western with Yul Brynner.
I love you, Nora. Do you love me?
No.
Oh, I don't know, Jeff.
You're the only girl I've dated in 2 months. We get along.
You're the only girl I've dated in 2 months. 2 months on to the next bitch and you're saying you're in love. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 2 months. Wow, he gets around. Hey, Mac Geek. Like 2 months, he's already on the next bitch. Good night, Laura. I think this will be the last one I watch. I mean, I at this point I probably could stay up for like another 10 hours, but like I do need to wrap it up. But anyways, yeah, let's watch this.
Fine. You do love me, don't you?
I think so, but I'll have to think about it.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mom.
Have a nice time?
I'll say. Jack's awfully handsome and such a smooth dancer.
He's a smooth
Mom.
dancer.
How can I tell if... I mean, how did you know when you were in love with Dad?
Oh, I've been in love several times before. I got so I could recognize the symptoms.
Several times?
Mm-hmm. And each time I thought I'd found my Prince Charming. Most people fall in love quite a few times in their lives.
Well, then, how can you tell when you're really in love?
Well, I'll have to think about that. Let's save it tomorrow, shall we?
All right.
No, I'm sorry. We're trying to watch a movie on this now. Can you explain it now, bitch?
Good night.
Good night, dear.
Most people fall in love quite a few times. I wonder if Jack knows that.
I tell you, Bob, I haven't dated any girl but Nora in 2 months. We're really in love.
Uh-huh. And you were really in love with Betty and Mary and Alice and I don't know who else. And there'll be others, I suppose.
My God. So the girl in this instance is falling in love for her first time, but the boy is like on his like 10th fucking like girl that he loves. I mean, obviously he just said like, oh, it's only been 2 months, but I think I've been in love. Wow. There's just, there's a double standard here, and the men are getting the long end of the stick.
Oh, no. That's over with. You know, Bob, Nora's the prettiest girl I've ever known. She's just as beautiful as...
Beautiful? And you think that's all that matters? Oh, hurry up and get in bed, will you?
Bob.
Who's this bitch? His brother?
Bob, did you feel this way when you fell in love with Jean?
Oh, look. I've felt that way lots of times. The trouble with you is, you don't seem to understand what love is really about. You young punks go to the movies a couple of times, do a little necking, and you think you're in love. I've never seen anything like it.
All I wanted to do was ask. You don't have to get sore about it, do you?
Oh, I'm
why are you so
sorry,
salty,
Jack,
B?
but look at it this way. You just haven't been around enough to know what love really is. Believe me, it's nothing like the slush they give you in the movies.
Well, I don't know, Bob.
The roomies
That's right. You don't know. Maybe you would understand better if...
Yes, that's his 35-year-old brother who's in 11th grade. That was a good one. Mac.
Hey, I've got an idea. How'd you like to double date with Jean and me tomorrow night?
Why, sure, Bob. That would be swell.
Sure you wouldn't mind? Not if you let me get some sleep now. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Jack, that sounds like loads of fun. See you tonight. Goodbye. Guess what, Mother? Jack and I are going on a double date with Jack's brother Bob and his girlfriend. They're engaged and so much in love. Janie has the most beautiful diamond.
Oh, that's fine, dear. I've met Bob. I think he's awfully nice.
I do, too.
And speaking of love, weren't you and I going to talk about that today?
Yes, we were.
I've been thinking about your question, and, well, suppose we look at these snapshots together,
Snapshot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do they have to do with love?
Oh, I was just thinking that they might help you to understand how your capacity for love
All right,
grows
great.
and develops, just as you grow and develop.
Okay, fine. Get on with boring us with your scrapbook.
Here, look at this one.
Oh, Mother, did you have to keep that?
You know, in a way, you were in love even then. Every baby loves its parents for their care.
Dude, that baby looks like it's fucking upset. Like, what's going on with this baby right now? That baby don't look right. That baby look like it's questioning. That baby does not look like it's in love. That baby looks like it's scared out of its goddamn mind. This really is Goblin Hour. I'm like out of my mind right now.
Protection. Of course, some people expect that care and protection all their lives. They never grow up. But it is a kind of love. Now, compare that with this picture.
Oh, that's the boy who used to live next door. My, how he did love his teddy bear. Love?
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a kind of love, too. Possessiveness. A love for the things you own.
Some of us never get...
Possessiveness. Love for the things that you own. Just like all men have a possessive love for women as things that they own.
over being possessive when we're in love, do we?
You're beginning to understand. Now, here's a snap that shows how we learn to return love by doing things for others.
Well, what about love of our friends? Isn't that a stage of love?
Yes, I think it is. Here, look at this.
Why, that's Betty and Ellen and Ann. I took that picture with my first camera. Oh, I know. There was a time when I wouldn't look at anyone but my special friend. I guess that was a stage of love.
Yes, and boys go through a similar stage when they stick together in gangs and won't have anything to do with girls.
We soon changed that.
Now, let's see. Oh, do you remember this picture?
The captain of the football team. That was 2 or 3 years ago. He never knew how much I loved him. I guess he never knew I existed at all.
Well, we all go through crushes like that on teachers or sports stars or movie stars. Then after a while, there's a stage that some people call puppy love.
Why, that's Morris. I'd almost completely forgotten.
Why are you
Remember
biting
how
him,
important
bitch?
it seemed at the time?
You're taking a
I'll
fucking,
say.
like...
And it
bite
really
out of
was
his shit.
important as a part of learning how to love and be loved.
I think I can tell puppy love. Oh, look, there's the couple who met at camp last summer. I certainly caught them.
Yes. And that's another stage where the physical side of love dominates. Sometimes this is mistaken for mature love, but there's a difference.
Mature love. That's a new way of thinking about it. How can you tell when love is mature?
Well, mature love is more...
Mature love.
Settled. Mature love has something of the other kind of love in it and something
It's more...
more.
Wait. It's more sinful? Wait. That's what the... I don't think that's what she said, but I think that's what the captions are translating it to.
Well, mature love is more settled.
She said settle, but look at the fucking, like, caption translation. It says it's more sinful. More subtle. Yeah, it's more subtle. But it says sinful. Look at it. It says sinful. Hee 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 hee. Giggle giggle hee hee hee.
Mature love has something of the other kind of love in it and something more. It's tender, unselfish, cooperative.
When I get serious about somebody, Mom, I want to have that kind of love.
That's a good idea, dear. And if you aren't sure, you can always ask yourself some questions. Are we really interested in the same things? Do we feel at ease together? Are we proud of each other? Do we agree on the basic things such as religion, marriage, children, money, and so on?
Thanks, Mother. I know that'll help.
I hope so, dear.
Wow, how special.
Are we really interested in the same things? Do we feel at ease together?
Are we proud of each other? Are we agreed on basic things? I wonder. I'm going to watch Bob and Jean, see if they have a mature love.
Bob and Jean. You better be watching Bob and Jean. Everybody watch out for Bob and Jean. Bob and Jean.
Jack, how did you like the storm? I've never seen a Chinese storm before in my life.
We've been here for quite some time.
Oh, I'm having a wonderful time. I've never been here before.
Oh, we're so glad you could come. This is one of our favorite spots.
Yes, we sort of found it together, you might say, and we come here quite often. Oh, the real Chinese dishes are over here.
Thanks, Bob. Oh, Bob, look what came today.
What? Oh, the season tickets for our concert series.
And guess what? You're going to have to sit through another concert by that young French pianist you didn't like.
You mean the same one we saw last season?
That's right. Maybe this year you'll agree with me that he has real talent.
Well, maybe, but only if he's improved.
Oh, Bob. Well, at least we'll have fun debating it.
Do Bob and Jean have a mature love? Are they interested in the same things? I'll say they are. They seem to have so many things to talk about and do together.
Say, Nora, talking about music, have you heard the new recording of the Brahms Violin Concerto?
Well, no. I guess I never really learned to appreciate classical music. Are Jack and I interested in the same things? I wonder. Another question Mom asked. Do we feel at ease with each other?
You know, there's no telling what we'll get, but I'm willing to take a chance if you are.
Oh, that's the fun of it, Bob. What about some of this watercress salad?
That's a fine idea.
Bob and Jean certainly are at ease with each other. But what about us?
Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going to have the leg of lamb.
Oh, well, I thought it would be fun to try a Chinese dish.
That's all right if you like that stuff. Me, I'll stick to the lamb.
Well, oh, come on, Nora. Take a chance with us on the lobster Cantonese.
Oh, I'd like that.
I'm sorry, but she's writing her whole potential with her relationship with this guy just based on the fact that he chose his own dish. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
No, I don't always feel at ease with Jack. He's so unpredictable. I guess I am, too. We don't really know each other. And Mom talks about being proud of each other. I wonder if I could ever be as proud of Jack as Jean is of Bob. Not right here and now, maybe. But he does have his point. When he gets out on that ball diamond, anybody would be proud of him. But I wonder if we'd ever agree on basic things.
Jack, do you know who I saw today? I saw Bill Johnson and his wife. You know, they've got a fine pair of little kids. They dress them up like cowboys.
Oh, kids are such fun. Don't you think so, Nora?
Well,
One last one. I promise this is the very last one, and then I'll sign off. Let just this one last one, and then I'm gonna sign off and say goodnight, okay? I promise. Here we go. Are you ready for marriage? Oh God, I shouldn't yell. I shouldn't yell. I shouldn't yell. My fucking roommate is trying to sleep. Oh my goodness, scandalous. What's going on here? Porno. Jesus is a bottom. Ooh, that's saucy. Ooh, oh yes. Oh God. Oh, Dean. Oh. You stay back in that room, you nasty man. He's thinking about her pussy.
Pink cloud. So I asked her last night at a graduation.
Is the first thing he said is pink cloud? I feel like that's a perfect reference to a pussy. Pink cloud. Literally, pussy.
Pink cloud.
He literally said pink cloud. That is my new favorite term for pussy. Pink cloud, pussy.
So I asked her last night at a graduation prom, and she said yes. We're going to be married in August.
Wow, married? But she's just finishing high school, and you still have 2 years at the university. That's a tough road, Larry. What are you going to use for money?
Well, Sue's folks were going to pay something to put her in junior college here in town for 2 years. So we'll have that. But instead of going to college, she'll get a full-time job in campus town. Say she doesn't care anymore about education. So with that, and my part-time job, well, we'll get by.
Uh-oh. Here's Sue now. You two probably want to be alone.
Uh-oh, here's Sue.
What's Sue, honey?
Oh, Larry.
Well, what's the matter?
It's the folks. We had a terrible scene. I couldn't sleep a wink. They don't approve. They say I'm too young. They want me to finish 2 more years of schooling before I even get engaged. Oh, Larry.
Oh, buck up, sweetheart. They can't stop me. Relax. And act normal till after your graduation next week. Then I can borrow Phil's car. Down to Greenville. There's a justice of the peace down there.
Oh,
We'll elope, honey.
But, Larry, I wanted a church wedding. And all the parties and showers for me, too. And my folks, that would break Mom's heart.
Well, we're the ones that are getting married, not your folks.
I don't know, Larry. I read somewhere that a marriage without parents...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling very buzzed right now. So enjoy this moment before I sign off. Enjoy buzzed Jan. I'm a little shushed.
Parents' approval. His 2 strikes on it from the start. But if eloping's the only way...
No. Maybe
Eloping? Oh my goodness.
Maybe you could convince your folks that you should get married.
But how, Larry? How?
How, Larry? How?
I'll bet we could get some advice from the marriage counselor over at the church. His name is Hall.
Oh no.
Phil told me.
The marriage counselor at the church. Great. Perfect. Let's do it. All right. It's an adventure.
He teaches a course in marriage and family living at the college.
Yeah, this is it. I will kick us to sleep after this.
Think he could help me with my folks?
Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?
My folks don't understand the way I feel. So that's the story, Mr. Hall. Do you think you can help us get married?
Why, I'm in favor of marriage. In fact, I spend a good deal of my time helping people to get ready for marriage. Now, let's see. You've known each other for...
3 months, 1 week, 2 days, and 17 hours.
And you're 18, Sue? And 19, Larry? Have either of you ever been in love before?
Well, but not like this. This is the real thing.
Yes.
I had a chum in college who had the real thing with 8 successive girls.
Oh.
Well, it's all right if you have it,
Jesus.
fine.
Good
It's a very
job.
important factor in building a happy marriage. But tell me, how do you know it's real love, the kind you can get married on?
Why, ever since I first met Larry, I haven't wanted to date anyone else. The whole 3 months now. And besides, I haven't even had one quarrel with him.
No quarrels?
Yeah.
Why not? No different.
Yeah, Joanna's like Holy Ghost. Long love story, like all of a 3 months. Yeah.
Differences of opinion or no opinions? What do you talk about on your dates?
Oh,
Movies and popular songs
Orchestras, dancing.
and...
Larry's chosen profession, engineering?
No, I don't understand any of it. I don't like to hear about it.
Why, Sue, honey, I didn't know you felt that way.
She doesn't want to hear
Well, it
about
seems
your
you two may have some
engineering
things to talk
job,
over and
Larry.
settle. Might well ask yourself some questions before you get too serious about marriage.
Well, what do you mean?
What sort of questions?
Well, questions for Cupid. You might say he should ask them before he fires those arrows. We call this Cupid's checklist.
Oh, no.
First, do you have similar backgrounds, similar bases for your ideals and standards?
You don't have to have similar backgrounds to have a loving relationship. Like, this is so weird to me because I feel like it's okay to have a relationship based, like not on commonalities. Like, have you ever heard the term opposites attract? Sometimes opposites genuinely attract. Sometimes people have a completely different experience and that's what they love about each other.
Second, are you real friends? Comrades, pals, through thick and thin? And third, do you both understand marriage? Oh, not the kind in most movies or in most popular songs, but the real everyday kind of marriage, between real people. Do you understand it?
Oh, golly, Mr. Hall, I don't know the answers to all those questions. I just know that I'm in love with Sue. Is that bad?
No, that's good.
Sure. And it's good when you recognize that you don't know the answers. It's a good sign.
I don't know. I think we're friends. And maybe we can understand marriage, but backgrounds, how do they affect getting married?
Well, come over here a minute. Perhaps I can show you what I mean. What's that? I call it a marriage development board. It represents the psychological distance between a husband and a wife from the time they are born until they die.
But what does it all mean?
Well, let's set it up for you and Sue. When you are born, you inherit a great many differences from your parents. That's part of your background.
That makes sense, all right.
Now, as you grow up, you each develop separate and unique personalities. Your mental growth, your emotional outlook, your standards and ideals. Larry, your distinctly masculine outlook on life, and Sue, your feminine way of looking at things, your capacities to love and be loved. In these and many other ways, you each acquire a background. So that when you first met, you were probably farther apart. Probably more distinct individuals than when you
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
were born.
But I don't want to marry a girl like me. I want to marry a man like him.
So even though we're close together here, we don't know how far apart we are there.
So basically, she's like, I don't want to be a lesbian.
There. That's right. When you two met, there was probably an early physical reaction. A romantic attraction that pulled you together. A love appeal that hit you sort of boing.
How did you know?
Well, it happened to me. It happens in some degree to most couples who become happily married. But it takes more than this boing. For you see, if you're too far apart psychologically, if your backgrounds are not similar enough, it can cause a great deal of argument and unhappiness until...
Hold still, it's science.
It's gone.
Where'd it go?
That's what you'll be saying about your romantic love if these other things cause a breakup.
No, sir. This is forever with Larry and me.
Fine, I hope so. But don't you think it's wise to take time to find out how much strain these differences might put on your romantic love?
But there isn't any time. Larry's going away in a couple of months.
Yes. Did you two ever see these figures on length of engagement and how it relates to chances for happiness in marriage?
No.
Two separate studies showed the chance for happiness improves with a longer engagement period. It's fair for 6 months, better for a year or 2 years.
Is that because there's a better chance to find out some of these differences and become real friends?
Yes, a chance to find out if your relationship will wear well.
Yes, but can't we settle these differences after we're married?
And if you aren't successful, before you become too deeply involved,
Damn.
find out if the distance might turn out to be too great. Here's another angle that should interest you both. How age when married affects the chance for happiness. You can see that the chances are better after the man reaches 21 or so. The same study showed that the woman must be...
This is sounding a little too woke. It's like you should wait for marriage when, like, most of society is like, get married as soon as possible.
19 or 20 before the chances for happiness begin to be good.
But why? What's the difference between 19 and 21 or so?
The difference is in you the next few years. You, Larry, and you, Sue. Young people seem to change and mature in these years from 18 to 21 or even later. So that a person you might marry at 18 or so will seem like quite a different person to you a few years later.
Gee, hon. Doesn't take an engineer to see that we're on the bad part of the curve of these graphs. All of them.
Yeah. I see our chances aren't so good now. What are we going to do? I thought you were going to help us get married.
I believe I can. I think you two have a lot of what it takes to build a successful marriage. And yet, you wouldn't try to plan and build a house in 3 months, would you? Shouldn't a marriage have better planning? If you two are going to build a successful family team that will last for 40 or 50 years, how long do you think it should take to get ready for it?
All right. How do we know when we've done it?
When the two of you are ready for marriage, you'll sense a new feeling between you. The two of you united as a pair, thinking as one unit, acting as one unit in the building of a marriage and a new family. Your sense of pairedness shows up in the way in which you consider what's best for the pair of you over what you want individually for yourself. Think how often you speak of things from my point of view instead of ours. How often you say, I want, instead of we want.
I guess it wasn't my folks that needed convincing, it's me. I mean, it's us, isn't it, Larry?
Yeah, we'll say.
And so, in terms of the checklist of secret, Larry and Sue began to examine their readiness for marriage.
Do we have similar backgrounds? Do we agree on our religious beliefs? And have the same feelings about religion in general? Do we have the same ideals and standards and tastes? Do we enjoy the same friends? Do we share the same interests?
And what about Sue and me?
Okay, stop it. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I think I'm feeling sauced off the whiskey. The whiskey was a little much. That's kind of what happens during Goblin Hour. Anyways, thank you all for joining me today on Friday, the live stream day. Hanging out with all of you throughout the whole day is so much fun. And, you know, I really adore each and every one of you. And I really appreciate all of your support. So, for all of you that are sticking with me right now, shout out to the night crew. All of you are beautiful. I hope you have a good weekend. And I look forward to seeing you next week. I think there's going to be a video release tomorrow by Morg. I will join you then. And until our next live stream, you know, take care, farewell. And yeah, I know, I am kind of sauced. I'm sauced. Like, I think I've had enough whiskey right now where I'm like, I'm feeling a little silly. It's time to go. It's time to shine off, my friends. But anyways, thank you all for coming tonight. I really appreciate it. And take care. Have a good weekend, and we will see you next Friday. Good night, my friends. Good night. Oh, let's have a little exit music. Oh, do I have the exit music anymore? No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. Anyways, screw the exit music. Screw the exit music. We don't have exit music anymore. We're just gonna go cold. Anyways, good night, everybody. Have a good weekend. We'll see you soon. I love you. Kiss, kiss. Mwah, mwah. Good night.